Hey guys, tonight we begin with something deeply fascinating: the state of mental health in medieval times. What did it mean to feel anxious, depressed, or simply off? Well, let's just say therapy wasn't covered by the local guild. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's start with the basics. In medieval Europe, your mental health, your moods, your energy, your thoughts, your tendency to cry over burnt porridge was believed to be controlled by a stew of internal fluids. These weren't metaphorical. They were literal bodily juices. And yes, someone somewhere probably tried to measure them. This ancient system came courtesy of the Greeks, specifically Hippocrates and Galen, and it stuck around for centuries longer than it had any right to. The theory of the four humours claimed your health, personality and mood were all controlled by the balance of blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. Each fluid was tied to a personality type. Too much blood? You were cheerful and energetic until you got annoying and they bled you with leeches. Excess yellow bile made you angry and impulsive, great for battle, bad for dinner parties. Black bile was associated with melancholy, what we'd now call depression, but back then was a mood imbalance caused by cold and dry conditions, and too much sitting around thinking. And phlegm? That was for the slow, the calm, the maybe he's just tired. So if you were sad, you didn't need therapy. You needed a bucket and a guy with a knife. The preferred cure for emotional distress was bloodletting, a fun little procedure where someone opened a vein and hoped it made you feel better before you passed out. If that didn't work, you might be prescribed laxatives, because obviously, when your soul hurts, it's your bowels. Physicians, and we're using that word generously here, would diagnose you by asking probing questions like, do you feel moist or dry today? They might examine your urine, consult the stars, or smell your breath. The conclusion: always the humours. You were either too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry, or simply too difficult to treat without divine intervention. It's worth remembering that these weren't fringe beliefs. This was mainstream medicine for centuries. So when you imagine a medieval person having a panic attack, don't picture a concerned friend offering tea. Picture a man with a robe, a chart of fluids, and a very sharp knife saying, let's drain the sad out. In medieval Europe, if you felt off, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and couldn't blame it on sin, demons, or your neighbour's weird bread, there was another obvious culprit: the moon. Yes, that bright glowing orb in the sky was believed to have direct influence over your mental state. The term lunatic didn't come out of nowhere. It comes from luna, the Latin word for moon. And people genuinely believed that too much exposure to moonlight could scramble your brain like an undercooked egg. This wasn't just folk belief either. It was widely accepted by doctors, clergy, philosophers, and that guy yelling near the well. The idea was that the moon, being a celestial body with feelings, could mess with your bodily fluids, especially your brain fluids, which were assumed to slosh around your skull like sad soup whenever the full moon hit just right. People who acted strangely around the time of a full moon weren't considered stressed, overwhelmed, or neurodivergent. They were just moonstruck. Some were even locked away temporarily until the lunar cycle passed, which was medieval healthcare's version of wait it out. The moon also got the blame for epilepsy, insomnia, hallucinations, and basically anything you couldn't easily treat with soup, leeches, or prayer. If you were up at night pacing or crying, they wouldn't ask about your childhood. They'd ask about the sky. Even animals weren't safe. Farmers swore that sheep acted skittish and dogs howled differently under a full moon. And if your ox kicked over a cart or your pig ran off into the woods, someone was bound to mutter, "The moon's up to something." Of course, there was no science to back any of this up, but in fairness, there also wasn't science. Most medical texts referenced astrology as casually as we reference caffeine, and treatments often included not just herbs and diet changes, but planetary alignments. Because sometimes it wasn't madness, it was just bad moon energy. If your mental health took a turn, say you started weeping into your bread, shouting at trees, or speaking in rhyming couplets, the first person to consult wasn't a doctor, it was the local priest. Why? Because in the Middle Ages the mind was considered a spiritual battlefield, and any behaviour outside the norm was immediately interpreted through a theological lens. Depression? Maybe you'd committed a sin and forgotten. Anxiety? A sure sign the devil was getting cozy in your soul. Hearing voices? Classic demonic Airbnb situation. Priests were essentially the default mental health professionals, except instead of therapy, they offered confession, fasting, and a stern reminder that you were made of dust and should probably act like it. If you showed signs of what we now call a mental illness, the priest would perform a moral diagnosis. Were you skipping church? Coveting thy neighbour's wife? Laughing too much? Yes, that was suspicious. If so, your condition might not require herbs. It might require repentance. For more extreme cases, like hallucinations, mutism, or erratic behaviour, the church had more robust tools. These included prayer vigils, pilgrimages, and, in special cases, minor exorcisms. Just to make sure your sadness wasn't a demon in disguise. Can't be too careful. Even routine emotions were under suspicion. Excessive joy could be seen as vanity. Deep sadness, sloth of the soul, also known as acedia, which was basically spiritual depression, treated with psalms and guilt. If you were melancholic, you weren't in need of support. You were morally slippery and possibly just not trying hard enough. The irony? Many people genuinely found comfort in the church's explanations. In a world without neuroscience, the idea that suffering had cosmic meaning was oddly reassuring. It gave structure to chaos, even if the treatment was a bit chant-heavy. Still, if you had a mental health issue in the Middle Ages, your best hope wasn't compassion. It was a priest with a decent bedside manner and a low threshold for demon accusations. So you've been hearing voices, having visions, or just talking to your soup too fondly. In today's world, you might get therapy, or at least a wellness podcast recommendation. In the Middle Ages, you got an exorcism. Yes, the preferred treatment for many mental disturbances was not medication or rest, but a firm and theatrical spiritual eviction. The logic was simple. If you were acting weird, it probably wasn't stress or trauma. It was Beelzebub making himself at home behind your eyeballs. And he wasn't paying rent. Exorcisms came in two varieties. The minor kind, which was basically an intense prayer circle with holy water and muttering, and the major kind, which was more of a live performance with a cast of one very nervous patient, one heavily robed priest, and a backup choir of concerned monks humming in Latin. The rituals varied, but the essentials remained consistent. Chanting, reading scripture, signs of the cross, relics, and occasionally yelling things like, "Depart, foul spirit," directly into your face. If you happened to flinch, that was seen as evidence it was working. If you didn't flinch, they just chanted louder. Some records describe afflicted people being tied down, sprinkled with salt, or forced to drink holy water. Others were made to fast for days beforehand, which, to be fair, could drive anyone to strange behaviour. One unfortunate soul reportedly had demons smoked out of his ears using burning sage, frankincense, and what we assume was a deep misunderstanding of ventilation. And if none of that worked, you were either deemed beyond help or tragically misdiagnosed as simply being naturally wicked. Not all exorcisms were terrifying, though. In many villages, they were communal events where people gathered in the town square to witness a good, old-fashioned supernatural showdown. Think of it as medieval spiritual theatre. Part religious ritual, part entertainment, part neighbourhood gossip starter. But in truth, most people who underwent exorcisms weren't evil. They were just overwhelmed, traumatized, neurodivergent, or unlucky enough to have a panic attack near a bishop. Let's say you weren't quite disturbed enough for an exorcism, but still deeply troubling at dinner. You wept for no reason, forgot your own name on occasion, or spent a bit too long staring at firewood philosophically. In this case, your treatment wouldn't involve ropes or shouting, just a lot of praying. Possibly while being locked in a room. This was known in some circles as the gentle approach to mental health. You'd be told that your condition was spiritual in origin and could be overcome through self-reflection, discipline, and, of course, relentless repentance. Essentially, medieval mental health care boiled down to, have you tried feeling bad about it? The logic was that suffering purified the soul, so if you were already suffering mentally, clearly you were halfway there. Monks and nuns, some genuinely compassionate, others just chronically overworked, might guide you through periods of meditative silence, prayer vigils, fasting, and sleeping on uncomfortable surfaces until either the devil left or you forgot what happiness felt like. Some people voluntarily entered monasteries as a kind of medieval retreat centre. These weren't quite spas, more like spiritual timeout chambers. You got a cell, a Bible, and 8 hours of daily chanting. Occasionally, you'd also get stew. Whether this helped mental illness or simply masked it with religious exhaustion is still debated. And then there were the relics. Feeling unwell? Touch the bone fragment of a saint? Trouble sleeping? Sleep near a vial of martyr's blood? Sad for no reason? That's what the toe of St. Euphemia is for. The idea was that holiness was contagious, like kindness, or fleas. Now, to be fair, this was the closest thing to compassionate care in many places. Unlike exorcisms or beatings, the prayer-based route didn't usually involve injury. Just lots of chanting and being told your thoughts were problematic. Sometimes monks genuinely helped people through community, quietude, and structured routine. Other times, they just told you to fast and hope for divine clarity by sunrise. Let's say your condition went beyond moody sighs and occasional candle staring. Maybe you'd started wandering barefoot through town mumbling about angels, or loudly debating theology with barn animals. At that point, the medieval response wasn't a support group. It was a stone room with one window and no doorknob on your side. Enter the monastic cell, or as some historians delicately put it, protective isolation. These cells were tucked inside monasteries or churches and were considered a form of mercy, emphasis on considered. You wouldn't be chained or tortured, hopefully, but you would be firmly encouraged not to leave, sometimes for years. The space was simple, bare walls, maybe a straw mat, and if you were lucky, a little window through which food, mostly cold gruel, would arrive twice a day. Human contact was rare, because the working theory was that your madness was contagious, emotionally, spiritually, or atmospherically. You weren't entirely forgotten, though. Monks might offer prayers for your soul. Occasionally, a kindly brother might bring herbs or read psalms outside your door in a tone that suggested you weren't the worst thing they'd seen that week. Sometimes, the locked room was not part of a monastery, but an actual public institution, the early versions of asylums. These weren't common until much later, but a few existed in medieval Islamic cities, and by the 13th century, in places like London and Paris. The goal? Shelter, not treatment, and certainly not recovery. Now, to their credit, the medieval mindset wasn't always cruel. Many believed the mentally unwell were closer to the divine, touched by God, or perhaps walking that fine line between prophecy and peculiar behaviour. But practically speaking, locking someone away for their own good was just easier than figuring out what to do with them. Families often begged monasteries to take in afflicted relatives, promising donations in return. The alternative was trying to explain to the neighbours why Uncle Thaddeus was shouting Latin in the cabbage patch again. If you were a woman in medieval Europe and found yourself overwhelmed, irritable, or tearful, perhaps after your 11th child or your 3rd husband with plague breath, congratulations, you were probably diagnosed with hysteria, Now, diagnosed is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Hysteria wasn't so much a diagnosis, as it was a blanket explanation for, this woman is behaving in a way that makes men uncomfortable. Crying too much? Hysteria. Not crying enough? Suspicious, possibly a witch. Expressing opinions, ambition, or fatigue? Definitely a uterus problem. The term itself comes from the Greek hystera, meaning womb. The theory, and brace yourself, was that a woman's uterus could become unmoored and wander freely about the body, causing trouble wherever it went. Yes, that's right. A rogue, floating womb was blamed for everything from anxiety to chronic sighing. Somewhere in your abdomen, your uterus was just doing laps and ruining your day. Symptoms of hysteria included shortness of breath, nervousness, fainting, emotional outbursts, and, to quote one actual medieval source, too much thought. Truly a devastating condition. Treatments varied. A priest might recommend fasting and prayer. A physician might apply herbs. And in some cases, rather awkward manual stimulation was prescribed to calm the uterus, performed by midwives or, in later centuries, by early gynecologists with a concerning lack of supervision. Marriage was also considered a cure. If a woman was single, she needed a husband to settle her womb. If she was married, then obviously she just needed to be pregnant again. Either way, her mental health was treated with more chores and less rest. And if she kept acting strangely, seeing visions, resisting housework, or having too many thoughts in Latin, things could escalate. Some women were accused of witchcraft because nothing screams mental illness, like growing herbs and asking questions. But not all was bleak. In some cases, women found support from convents where the demands of daily life were lighter and emotional distress was seen as part of spiritual struggle. Some nuns even wrote about their anguish in ways that sound suspiciously modern, minus the demon metaphors. Still, if you were a woman in the Middle Ages with feelings, your best mental health strategy was simple. Keep it quiet, keep it short, and never, ever talk to your cat in public. In a time when monks prescribed fasting, priests blamed demons, and physicians swore by bleeding your soul out through your ankle, the real MVPs of medieval mental health were the herbalists, often elderly women with gardens, cats, and suspiciously good intuition. These wise women, sometimes called cunning folk, were the unofficial, unlicensed therapists of their day. They didn't ask how your humours were feeling. They asked when it started, how you were sleeping, and whether your mother-in-law was bothering you again. Their methods were simple: tea, tinctures, and talking, though the talking part was often disguised as advice about herbs. You'd sit in a smoky cottage surrounded by drying plants, and before long you'd be sipping something made of valerian root and lavender while ranting about your neighbour's pig. It was like therapy, but it also cured warts. Herbalists treated sadness with calming infusions. Anxiety was soothed with chamomile and balm. If you were really distraught, you might get mugwort, St. John's wort, or, in desperate cases, a stiff dose of poppy extract. They called it a sleep aid. You'd call it accidental time travel. Most of these women weren't formally educated, but their remedies were rooted in generational knowledge, observation, and something modern medicine likes to call actually listening to the patient, which, unfortunately, also made them suspicious to everyone else. The church viewed them as threats. After all, they operated outside the religious system, didn't quote scripture, and didn't insist every problem came from sin. Some towns quietly appreciated them. Others accused them of witchcraft if they got too popular, too effective, or too confident in public. Still, they were often the only source of comfort for people suffering from what we'd now call depression, trauma, or plain old burnout. If you were lucky, your village herbalist knew how to blend calming herbs, light a protective candle, and tell you that no, you weren't cursed. You were just tired and underappreciated. Were their treatments perfect? Of course not. Sometimes they rubbed onions on your feet. But compared to being locked in a stone room or yelled at by a monk holding a goat skull, the herbalist's approach was practically holistic luxury. So far, we've covered prayers, isolation, and a charming herbalist with an herbalist's license issued by no one. But medieval mental health had one more tier of solutions, the truly imaginative ones, the kind that made you wonder if the physician was just winging it based on dreams and pantry contents. Let's begin with the dead owl treatment. Yes, if you were plagued by sadness or excessive thoughts, one popular remedy was to tie a dead owl to your head. It was believed the owl, a symbol of wisdom, would absorb the confusion or melancholy through your scalp. In practice, it mostly absorbed flies. Feeling particularly anxious? Try powdered emeralds. That's right, jewel dust. Physicians recommended grinding actual gemstones and rubbing the sparkly remains on your chest or consuming tiny amounts. Not only did it not work, it was a great way to ruin both your digestive tract and your jewellery collection. Then there were the cures involving astrology, which were less medical and more vibe check from the stars. A patient's mental disturbance might be blamed on Mars being in a bad mood. Treatment: wait until Jupiter looked friendlier. One medieval medical manual suggested wrapping the sufferer in wolfskin during a thunderstorm to scare off the madness. Another recommended whispering into the left ear of a black dog and then letting it run away with your sorrow, like a very sad, very hairy therapy courier. You could also find remedies involving smoked herbs stuffed into pigeons, which were then waved near your head. No one's quite sure what this was supposed to do, but it was very aromatic and quite annoying to the pigeon. And if none of that worked, there was always pilgrimage, the all-purpose medieval solution to everything. Pack your sandals, grab a staff, and walk hundreds of miles to a holy site. With any luck, you'd either find spiritual peace, or at least get enough blisters to distract from your emotional state. These oddball cures remind us that medieval medicine wasn't entirely malicious, just wildly misinformed, often experimental, and occasionally bird-based. And hey, if nothing else, they gave people hope, which in those days was about as close to Prozac as it got. Every medieval town, big or small, seemed to have that guy. You know the one. Dressed oddly, muttering to himself, sometimes blessing chickens, sometimes cursing puddles, the town madman. And strangely enough, society didn't always lock him away or call for holy water. They just let him be. In an age when mental health was misunderstood at best and feared at worst, this was oddly progressive. People with visible mental illness weren't always banished. They were often absorbed into daily life, tolerated like unpredictable weather, or that one goat who thinks he owns the street. The madman, or madwoman, though women were sadly more likely to be accused of witchcraft, held a peculiar place in the medieval social order. Not quite a threat, not quite a joke, and occasionally revered. In some towns, these individuals were even seen as touched by God, or given a grudging respect for their unpredictability. If they spouted cryptic phrases while staring into the sun, people assumed it was divine prophecy, or just Wednesday. They were usually given a nickname: Old Will the Wanderer, Mad Meg, Tom Fool. You'll notice these sound suspiciously like pub names, which says a lot about how much people drank while pondering madness. These individuals often lived on the fringes, sleeping in abandoned mills, church porches, or literal barrels, Diogenes style. Townsfolk would sometimes give them food, or shoes, or just a wide berth. Children were told not to stare, which of course meant they stared constantly. Occasionally their strange behaviour would lead to small acts of charity. A baker might leave out crusts. A blacksmith might repair a bent walking stick. Medieval communities, for all their superstition, could be surprisingly compassionate, especially when guilt and the fear of eternal damnation were good motivators. But if the madman's behaviour got too loud, too violent, or too unsettling, patience ran out. Then came the priests, the isolation, or worse. Tolerance had limits, especially if the afflicted stopped being amusing and started being inconvenient. In modern times, we understand that depression is a complex condition involving brain chemistry, life circumstances, and sometimes just terrible Mondays. But in the Middle Ages, if you were feeling persistently low, tired, or like life was a slow-motion mudslide, congratulations, you were guilty of acedia. Acedia wasn't seen as a mental health issue. It was classified as a spiritual failure, one of the original deadly sins before sloth eventually stole its thunder and got top billing. Acedia was sadness at divine good, or in more practical terms, spiritual apathy, lack of joy, and the general medieval version of lying in bed staring at the ceiling. Monks were especially prone to this condition, which they poetically called the noonday demon. Picture it, a monk supposed to be copying psalms, staring at a wall, wondering what the point of it all is. In today's world, that's called burnout. In the 12th century, it was a moral crisis requiring urgent rebuke and possibly more prayer beads. Sufferers of acedia weren't offered comfort. They were told to pray harder, work more, and stop being selfish. Depression wasn't a condition. It was laziness with branding. If your soul didn't feel joy, it was your fault. Maybe you hadn't repented hard enough. Maybe you were secretly proud. Maybe, and this was the nuclear option, you were letting Satan win. And if you dared to express your sorrow out loud, you weren't just pitied, you were viewed as contagious. Sadness could spread. It was like emotional mildew, and monasteries didn't want it soaking into the walls. Lay people weren't immune either. If you couldn't find joy in your toil, it wasn't because you were exhausted or grieving. It was a sign that you needed to go to confession, and maybe build a shed out of guilt. Ironically, some writings from monks who battled acedia sound remarkably modern. Descriptions of numbness, fatigue, restlessness, even suicidal thoughts. But instead of therapy, they prescribed fasting and mentally cataloguing your sins in alphabetical order. In a time when most people owned 2 shirts and one of them was infested with fleas, you'd think laughter would be encouraged. A little joy, perhaps? A chuckle to get through the plague-filled, mud-splattered, leech-happy nightmare that was daily life. Think again. In medieval Europe, laughter wasn't always a sign of happiness. It was often considered a moral red flag. Sure, peasants laughed. Jesters laughed. Occasionally, even monks cracked a smile if a goose did something particularly scandalous. But the official stance from theologians, chroniclers, and very serious people was that laughter could be dangerous, a gateway emotion to chaos, sin, and possibly dancing. The Church, ever watchful of human weakness, warned against excessive mirth. Thomas Aquinas, whose sense of humour was reportedly filed under to be developed, believed that laughter should be moderate and serve a higher purpose. Uncontrolled laughter? A sign of spiritual disorder, maybe even demonic influence. After all, who laughs without reason? Answer: people with a functioning sense of humour. Women, of course, were doubly judged. A laughing woman was clearly up to something, witchcraft probably, while a solemn, silent woman was appropriately pious, or just very dehydrated. And let's not forget the laughter of the mad. If someone laughed at inappropriate times, say during a funeral or while milking a goat, it wasn't seen as eccentric. It was seen as evidence of mental illness, possession, or both. Involuntary giggling was basically a red flag with a tambourine. In some religious orders, novices were explicitly forbidden to laugh during meals, prayer, or basically any activity that might spark human connection. Joy was fine in theory, but it had to be the wholly inward kind, not the belly-aching, wine-snorting kind you get after someone slips on a turnip. Still, people did laugh. Humour survived in village festivals, in satirical poetry, and in that one guy in every town who made funny noises with his armpits. But it was always a little risky. Joy was tolerated, but not trusted. In today's world, talking to your cat is quirky. In the Middle Ages, it was potentially heretical, mildly alarming, and, depending on the tone of your voice, grounds for questioning your sanity or scheduling a light exorcism. You see, medieval society had very clear ideas about who you could and could not have conversations with. People were fine, priests better, But if you started chatting with animals, invisible angels, or anything that didn't answer back out loud, eyebrows were raised, usually followed by torches. Let's start with animals. Cats were already walking a fine line. On one hand, they controlled pests. On the other, they were sleek, mysterious, and never went to church. If you confided in your tabby too often, people might assume she was your familiar, sent by the devil to whisper forbidden wisdom about herbal remedies and where your neighbour hid his cheese. Birds were also suspect. Medieval bestiaries were full of half-true and fully weird facts. If someone said a crow told them the future, that wasn't poetic. That was treason against sanity. Even dogs, mankind's loyal companions, were acceptable, until they started appearing in your dreams wearing robes and quoting scripture. Then there were the angels, who, according to countless religious texts, were everywhere, watching, protecting, and occasionally delivering ominous messages during thunderstorms. If you claimed to see or hear them often, you might be considered saintly, or if your timing was poor, mad, or possessed. The difference often depended on whether you were in a monastery or yelling at clouds in the town square. And of course, imaginary friends. Children got a pass. Mostly. But adults? If you claimed to be speaking with invisible beings who gave you instructions, the options were limited. Prophet, lunatic, or future bonfire decoration. There wasn't much middle ground. Interestingly, some mystics, like Hildegard of Bingen, claimed vivid visions and conversations with divine figures. And because they were cloistered, educated, and slightly intimidating, they were tolerated. But if you were a peasant named Bertram who talked to squirrels about theology, you probably weren't writing illuminated manuscripts anytime soon. In the medieval world, mental illness teetered between two extremes. Either you were a walking curiosity or a shameful family secret, and often both, depending on whether the village market was open. Let's start with public spectacle. If someone with visible mental illness wandered through town, muttering, dancing in the rain, or arguing passionately with a bucket, they might attract attention, not scorn. In fact, they could become a fixture of village life, like the bell tower or that one goat that always escaped. People would watch, whisper, maybe even laugh, not out of cruelty, well, not always, but out of a weird blend of amusement and fear. Because deep down, everyone worried. That could be me next week if I get hit on the head or eat spoiled eel pie. In some places, these individuals were known as natural fools, a term that sounds insulting, but was weirdly affectionate by medieval standards. They were seen as innocent, almost childlike, and sometimes believed to have been touched by God, fate, or just a very unfortunate moon phase. You could end up with food, shelter, and a nickname. It wasn't ideal, but in a world without therapy, it beat being locked in a tower. But for families, not so charming. If your relative was quietly struggling, maybe depressed, withdrawn, or plagued by what we'd now call anxiety, it was often handled as a private matter, which, in medieval terms, meant don't talk about it, ever. Shame was a powerful social currency, and a troubled mind in the household could reflect poorly on the whole lineage. Some families kept afflicted members hidden. Others sent them to monasteries or pilgrimage routes, hoping divine geography would work where herbal tea had failed. In some sadder cases, people were disowned entirely, especially if they were seen as disruptive or, worst of all, embarrassing at weddings. Public mental health care barely existed. Shame filled the gap where support systems should have been. No clinics, no community outreach. Just a mix of whispered prayers and pretending everything was fine. By the end of the Middle Ages, somewhere around the late 15th century, give or take a plague, things started to shift. Not quickly, not gracefully, but if you squinted hard enough, you could spot the early signs of humanity inching toward compassion, one confused scholar at a time. For one, philosophy and science began to sneak into the conversation. Thanks to Arabic medical texts preserved and translated in places like Spain and Sicily, Western Europe was reintroduced to ancient Greek thinkers, who, while not exactly modern psychologists, had at least considered that the human mind wasn't just a demonic puppet show. Scholars started to flirt with the idea that madness could stem from imbalances in the body, not just sins or sorcery. Physicians began to write treatises discussing melancholy and mania, with slightly fewer biblical quotes and slightly more anatomy. Don't get excited. Treatments still involved things like apply leech to temple, but at least people were reading. At the same time, the idea of charitable care began to evolve. In cities like Valencia and Cairo, early hospitals started to separate out patients with mental disturbances from general wards. Some even offered gardens, music, and gasp conversation. It was still far from dignified, but better than being yelled at by a priest while tied to a goat post. The printing press didn't hurt either. With more access to books, ideas about the mind began to spread faster than syphilis at a midsummer fair. This helped plant the seeds for the Renaissance, when mental illness began its long, uphill climb from "you're cursed" to "you might need support." Of course, not everything changed. People still feared what they didn't understand, and the line between madness and mysticism remained as thin as a monk's bedsheet. But the groundwork was laid. Slowly, the mad were no longer seen solely as vessels of sin or divine wrath. They were, in a radical twist, beginning to be seen as human, fallible, suffering, and worthy of care. Not hugs, though. That would come centuries later. From the outside, noble life looked divine. Perfumed corridors, diamond-crusted attire, servants waiting on every whim. Whether at Versailles or within the imperial walls of Kyoto, nobility projected an illusion of perfection, elegance frozen in time like a portrait. But what the public didn't see was the suffocating reality beneath the powdered faces and rigid etiquette. For many nobles, this life of luxury was less like heaven and more like a velvet-lined prison. Every aspect of a noble's day, from when to rise to how to fold a napkin, was dictated by unwritten rules or ceremonial codes. In France, nobles were expected to perform the lever ritual each morning, where courtiers would literally line up to watch the king get out of bed. Participation wasn't optional. If you weren't seen in the right rooms at the right hours, rumours spread. Your influence shrank. Your enemies smiled. And at Versailles, losing social capital was often deadlier than losing money. Across the world in Japan, court nobles in Kyoto faced a different but equally suffocating script. The high-end elite were expected to master poetry, calligraphy, music, and the subtle art of aloof expression. Every word, every bow, every sleeve movement was political theatre. And failure to perform correctly? Social suicide. Even leisure was performative. A ball wasn't just a party. It was a test of alliances. A walk in the garden might be a silent battlefield of glances and veiled insults. You weren't simply living your life. You were playing a role in an eternal play, where the audience was everyone, and the stakes were your legacy. And yet, few nobles escaped, because the very privileges that made them admired also kept them chained. Inheritance laws, arranged marriages, debt obligations, and the constant surveillance of rivals meant they rarely had control over their own fates. Behind the closed doors of their manor houses, many nobles experienced mental decline, quiet rebellion, or spiritual despair. But in public, they smiled, always smiled. This was the great paradox of noble life. The more prestige you had, the less freedom you possessed. They were born at the top, but often died without ever living for themselves. When you picture a nobleman striding through Versailles in silk stockings, or a lady gliding down a staircase in pearls, the last thing you imagine is debt collectors. But behind all the glamour, a surprising number of nobles were financially drowning. It turns out that maintaining the illusion of wealth was more expensive than actual wealth itself. At Versailles, appearances were everything. A noble might spend more on a new waistcoat or ball gown than on maintaining an entire estate. Why? Because fashion was currency. If you didn't keep up, you vanished. politically, socially, and eventually financially. Courtiers would gamble enormous sums, not just at cards, but on horses, land speculation, and high-stakes alliances. Many nobles mortgaged ancestral estates to fund one more season of social relevance. And the king didn't help. Louis XIV, in particular, kept nobles close, not just physically, but economically. He encouraged extravagant spending at court to keep them dependent, distracted, and loyal. A ruined noble was a controllable noble. In England, the aristocracy wasn't much better off. During the Georgian era, lords and ladies often lived in opulent townhouses in London, financed entirely on credit. Tailors, wine merchants, and milliners were expected to wait months, sometimes years, for payment. Entire families balanced on the edge of collapse, hoping their daughter would marry a wealthier man, or that some distant cousin would die and leave them a title and a working estate. Meanwhile, in Russia, nobles were granted vast lands populated by serfs, and yet many were still cash poor. The wealth was illiquid. Lavish lifestyles in Moscow required constant borrowing. Pawn shops discreetly handled tiaras and sabres. Family jewels were sold under candlelight behind locked doors. Japan's noble class fared no better during periods of peace. As the samurai class shifted from warrior to bureaucrat during the Tokugawa era, many nobles found themselves ceremonial but irrelevant. Stipends shrank, costs remained. Some took side jobs. Yes, actual jobs, in poetry schools or estate management, to keep up appearances. But admitting financial hardship was a dishonour, so debts piled in secret. The lesson? Nobility wasn't about financial stability, it was about the performance of wealth. And often, that performance came at a soul-crushing cost. Scandal was the unofficial second language of the nobility. Affairs, duels, secret children, whispered betrayals. The more polished the public image, the dirtier the private truths. Nobles had power, prestige, and privilege. But what many of them didn't have? Restraint. In Versailles, courtiers lived in such close quarters that privacy was nearly non-existent, and yet illicit liaisons flourished. Queen Marie Antoinette was endlessly accused of romantic entanglements, whether with Swedish nobles or her inner circle of ladies. Many of these rumours were false, but they stuck because everyone knew someone who was doing exactly that. The court practically ran on gossip, and scandal wasn't just tolerated, it was currency. Your name in someone else's bedroom could either elevate your influence or ruin your bloodline. Meanwhile, over in England, aristocratic reputations were shredded in salons and gambling houses. Lord Byron, for example, was rumoured to have fathered children with his half-sister. That didn't stop him from being a celebrity, but it cast a long shadow over his noble status. Nobles were expected to have mistresses, just not too many, and definitely not the wrong ones. Affairs with actresses, commoners, or foreign spies. That could lead to exile, imprisonment, or in rare cases, an early grave. In Imperial Russia, the court of Catherine the Great was notorious for its openness. The Empress herself had lovers throughout her reign, often hand-picked and elevated to positions of power. But it wasn't just Catherine. Her courtiers were constantly engaged in intrigues, often mixing political manoeuvring with bedroom games. Affairs were less about love and more about leverage. Even in the refined Heian court of Japan, where restraint and poetry reigned, scandal found its way through haiku and love letters. A noblewoman might receive a midnight visitor whose identity she would never reveal. But her next poem, shared among the elite, might offer just enough metaphor to ignite a wildfire of speculation. The most dangerous scandals, though, were the ones that never made it into letters or court whispers, the ones involving treason, espionage, and betrayal of blood. These were whispered in corridors, documented in coded correspondence, and buried in family archives. Because in noble life, scandal wasn't the exception, it was the wallpaper. Beautiful, intricate, and always hiding cracks underneath. For all their earthly power and luxury, nobles were often tormented by a far less visible force, the crushing weight of spiritual uncertainty. They had everything, yet still wrestled with existential dread. Being born into privilege didn't grant clarity about the afterlife, morality, or divine purpose. In fact, it often made things worse. In Catholic France, guilt clung to the corridors of palaces like smoke. The same nobles who attended Mass daily might also indulge in debauchery every night. Confession was routine, but more for social performance than true penitence. Still, many nobles, especially as they aged, were haunted by their sins. Some turned toward mystics and visionaries, desperate for answers. Even Louis XIV, the Sun King himself, grew more devout in his final years, racked with fear over his worldly indulgences and the wars he'd waged. Across Europe, nobles funded churches and monasteries not just out of piety, but insurance. In their minds, a new chapel might buy them a cleaner conscience. 1,000 candles lit in their name could offset a life of intrigue and excess. Some retreated into monastic life altogether in old age, swapping velvet robes for hair shirts. In Orthodox Russia, things were more intense. Nobles were expected to uphold both political and spiritual order, yet many wrestled with doubt, especially during the turbulent reigns of czars who declared themselves chosen by God, even as they ordered purges. Some nobles sought answers in secret prayer circles or turned to fools for Christ, holy wanderers who renounced wealth and comfort to speak uncomfortable truths. These odd mystics sometimes served as the only outlet for aristocrats facing spiritual crisis. Meanwhile, in feudal Japan, the samurai nobility hybrid class often found themselves torn between Confucian ethics, Shinto rituals, and Buddhist detachment. Some nobles turned to Zen, hoping meditation would silence their inner turmoil. Others composed poetry not just for art's sake, but as spiritual catharsis. Still, the tension between duty, honor, and the impermanence of life gnawed at them. When a noble committed seppuku, it wasn't always about shame. Sometimes it was about spiritual release. Despite their silks and titles, nobles were often profoundly lost. Surrounded by ritual and grandeur, many still stared into the void, wondering if any of it truly mattered. Behind the masks of status, their souls were whispering, and sometimes screaming, for peace. In the age before smartphones and email, the most dangerous thing a noble could send wasn't an assassin. It was a letter. Ink on parchment could undo a dynasty, expose an affair, or spark a revolution. And nobles, despite their outward elegance, were compulsive correspondents. They wrote everything down: secrets, longings, schemes, prayers, love, lies. These weren't idle pen-pal exchanges. They were calculated tools of diplomacy and survival. At Versailles, every noble had a paper trail: love letters to mistresses, pleas to creditors, carefully worded flatteries to the king. And not all of it was above board. Couriers carried sealed notes laced with invisible ink or written in cipher. A wrong phrase in the wrong hands could lead to exile or the scaffold. Some nobles even had personal ciphers, alphabets invented solely for clandestine conversations. The Duke of Orleans, for instance, was known to correspond with suspected radicals during the lead-up to the French Revolution. And his letters, meticulously coded. But ciphers were never foolproof. In one legendary case, a noble's encrypted diary was decoded long after his death, revealing a hidden life of treason and betrayal. In the Habsburg courts, marriage negotiations often played out through veiled language. A letter might begin with discussion of weather and falconry, but hide deeper intentions between the lines. Parents arranged matches through polite lies. Lovers begged for elopement under the guise of visiting countryside estates. In Japan's Heian era, poetry served as code. A single waka, just 31 syllables, could convey forbidden love, rejection, or a secret rendezvous. Noblewomen were particularly skilled at crafting double-meaning verses, often responding in kind within hours. These exchanges were delivered by discreet messengers, sometimes servants, sometimes children, always sworn to silence. During the Renaissance, some noblewomen ran entire espionage networks through their salons, writing to allies in foreign courts. In Russia, letters smuggled out of the Tsar's inner circle helped fuel uprisings. Nobles trapped in gilded cages turned to correspondence as their only form of rebellion. Paper became weapon, shield, and confession booth all in one. Of course, the riskiest letters were the ones that never arrived. Intercepted, burned, buried. Some lay hidden in attics and wall crevices for centuries, their secrets unread, their senders long forgotten. But make no mistake, within those ink-stained lines lived revolutions, heartbreak, and the rawest truths of the noble soul. In noble society, emotion was a luxury no one could afford. Joy, anger, fear, all were carefully measured, rationed, or concealed entirely. A noble's survival depended not just on wealth or title, but on mastering the art of emotional camouflage. To rule at court, one had to perform, and never, ever flinch. At Versailles, life was a never-ending theatre. Nobles rehearsed their smiles, their bows, their silences. A raised eyebrow could signal support or sabotage. Tears were reserved for funerals, and even then, only if the cameras of courtly judgment were watching. The goal was simple: Project Elegance, hide the chaos. Those who failed were branded unstable, hysterical, or worse, unfit. This emotional choreography was learned young. Noble children were taught to speak only when spoken to display pride without arrogance, and to suppress grief until it could be written about in private diaries. Meltdowns were not just embarrassing, they were politically dangerous. A single outburst could be remembered for decades and used as ammunition in future rivalries. In Japan's Heian court, nobles were even more refined in their restraint. Public emotion was seen as vulgar. One's true feelings were shared only through metaphor, in poetry, gestures, or carefully chosen silences. A noblewoman's sleeve might carry more meaning than her words. A fan opened halfway could signal heartbreak. A single cherry blossom plucked too early, despair. To survive, one had to master subtlety as fluently as language. In England, nobles kept a stiff upper lip. A scandal could be quietly swallowed with a brandy, but never spoken of. Behind closed doors, journals wept for them. Volumes of sorrow and suppressed rage bound in leather and sealed away in desk drawers. Mental illness, grief, shame, all of it was hidden behind ballroom smiles and military posture. Some cracked under the pressure. There are records of nobles who snapped mid-dance or collapsed during ceremonies, later confined to asylums or sent away to recuperate in remote estates. But these were whispered tragedies. The show, after all, had to go on. Because in the grand masquerade of nobility, emotions were a liability. Masks weren't just for balls, they were daily attire. And behind every bow, every compliment, every elegant laugh, there was often a storm raging, perfectly concealed behind silk and etiquette. To be born noble was to inherit not just land and titles, but expectations so heavy they could crush the spirit. From the first breath, a noble child was less a person and more a vessel for legacy. Every decision they made was haunted by the demands of their ancestors and the judgment of generations yet unborn. In France, sons of dukes and counts were groomed like racehorses. Their futures were mapped out in ledgers and family trees. Marry this heiress. Befriend that prince. Don't embarrass the bloodline. Their lives were a continuation of a strategy that had started long before they were born, and often one they had no power to alter. Even the women were pawns on the family chessboard. A duchess's value was often measured by the strength of her dowry and the purity of her lineage. England's aristocracy had similar burdens. Firstborn sons inherited the estate, the debt, the staff, and the responsibility of ensuring the family didn't fall into disgrace, or worse, trade. Those who failed were remembered not for their humanity, but for being the one who lost the manor. Meanwhile, younger sons, without land or title, were quietly funneled into the church or military, with little choice in the matter. In Russia, noble families carried their status like a ticking time bomb. One misstep, one disagreement with the wrong court faction, and everything could be seized. Land, serfs, even the family name could be revoked. Generations of effort, wiped away with a signature. Japan's aristocracy was even more rigid. In Heian times, noble families competed for proximity to the emperor. Positions and influence were passed down not through merit, but through lineage. A single disgrace, a failed marriage, an unruly son, could undo centuries of prestige. The pressure to conform was immense, and individuality was often sacrificed on the altar of ancestral duty. And what of those who didn't want the title, who didn't want to marry the stranger, rule the estate, or bear the name? Rebellion wasn't just difficult, it was unthinkable. Some tried. Most were crushed by the machinery of tradition. The burden of inheritance wasn't just a financial or political matter, it was psychological, a crown of thorns worn under a golden halo. To be noble meant to be chained to a legacy, whether you wanted it or not. Not all nobles followed the script. Beneath layers of etiquette and centuries of family pressure, some cracked, and others resisted. But rebellion among the nobility wasn't always dramatic. There were no peasant uprisings here, no flaming torches, just quiet, subversive acts, tucked into corners of palaces, hidden behind locked doors, or disguised as tradition. In Versailles, where conformity reigned supreme, rebellion took on strange forms. Some nobles chose not to attend the king's elaborate mourning ritual, a grave offence that signalled independence. Others dared to wear colours out of fashion or commission portraits that didn't flatter. A few scandalised their families by marrying for love, not alliance. These small gestures in the world of court politics were explosive. In England, some aristocrats defied expectations by turning to art and literature. Lord Byron didn't just write poetry, he lived a life that mocked every expectation of noble restraint. Cross-dressing, travelling with lovers, scorning Parliament, his life was a rolling provocation. Less flamboyant nobles simply vanished to the countryside, retreating from London's social obligations. That alone could be interpreted as rebellion, a refusal to play the game. In Russia, quiet dissent took more dangerous forms. Some nobles supported revolutionary ideas under the radar, disguising radical philosophy salons as harmless poetry gatherings. Others helped serfs escape or gave them educations, treasonous acts under the Tsar's rule. These weren't loud revolutions, but quiet betrayals of a broken system. Japanese nobles had even subtler means of rebellion. A poorly timed poem, a gift with a hidden insult, refusing to shave one's head in mourning. All of these could be read as rejection of ritual. Some noblewomen resisted their arranged marriages by falling in love through poetry, subtle yet scandalous. Others withdrew into religious life, not out of piety, but protest. And then there were those who simply disappeared, nobles who faked illness to avoid court, who buried themselves in dusty libraries, pretending to be too engrossed in astronomy or botany to deal with courtly nonsense. Their retreat wasn't weakness, it was defiance. These rebels rarely made history books, but their choices, however quiet, chipped away at the illusion of perfect obedience. Not all nobles followed the rules. Some whispered no, and that, in their world, was louder than any scream. For all the grandeur and posturing, nobility was obsessed with one thing above all: legacy. Not the kind you feel, the kind you can engrave, paint, parade, and pass down. Portraits in oil, family crests etched into marble. Vast estates with names longer than some novels, every ball, battle, and betrothal was part of an unending project to be remembered. But here's the uncomfortable truth: most of them weren't. Yes, we remember the monarchs. The kings who launched wars, the queens who lost their heads. But the average noble? Forgotten. Their elaborate rituals, their infighting, their expensive shoes, vanished like breath on glass. What remains are fragments, unsigned letters, crumbling estate walls, cryptic mentions in estate ledgers. The grand story of the aristocracy isn't one of eternal glory, it's one of selective survival. In France, the revolution didn't just end lives, it erased entire bloodlines from memory. Portraits were defaced, names were banned. The aristocracy who obsessed over how history would view them were instead swept away by it. Some survived, sure, by changing names, hiding jewels in fireplace bricks, or fleeing to foreign courts. But their legacies were not what they had intended. They became cautionary tales, not immortals. England's nobles fared better, legally protected, land-rich, institutionally embedded. Yet even they were not immune to irrelevance. Once buzzing estates now sit in ruin. Dust covers tapestries that once cost fortunes. The great names? Many dissolved through scandal, poor marriages, or just time. A line with no heirs is a legacy with no future. In Japan, the aristocracy was eventually replaced in importance by the military class, the samurai and shogunate. The elaborate poetry, the court rankings, the ceremonies faded. And though a few families trace their roots to ancient noble houses, the modern world rarely cares. Even the proudest names became museum labels. And what of those who tried to control the narrative? Commissioning epic biographies, dictating memoirs, sponsoring churches. They too are subject to history's selective memory. Often, the real stories, the shame, the secrets, the compromises, survive only in whispers, footnotes, or hidden letters. In the end, legacy was the ultimate illusion. Nobles lived in service of being remembered, yet were often forgotten entirely. Behind the portraits and palaces lies a quiet truth. Permanence was never real. Only the performance was. In the spring of 1900, a curious man in a wide-brimmed hat stood under the Cretan sun, staring at scattered stones and half-buried walls. His name was Sir Arthur Evans, a British archaeologist, historian, and eccentric dreamer. He had come to Crete not just to excavate ruins, but to chase a ghost. Specifically, the ghost of a civilization that had haunted Greek legends for centuries. A civilization so old it slipped through the cracks of both history and myth. For years, travellers and locals had spoken of strange artifacts surfacing in the hills south of Heraklion. Pottery older than Mycenaean, strange glyphs no one could read, and ruins that didn't quite match any known Greek style. Evans was convinced that these were the traces of a Bronze Age people, older than Homer, older than Athens, who had once ruled the Aegean. Then came the moment that changed everything. On a plot of land known as Kefala Hill, Evans and his workers unearthed a massive structure buried beneath centuries of dust and rubble. Walls emerged, not simple huts, but foundations of rooms, staircases, corridors. What they were looking at wasn't a temple or a fortress, but a palace. And not just any palace, one so complex it seemed designed to confuse anyone who walked inside. A labyrinth, perhaps. Evans immediately made the connection. This had to be the Palace of Knossos, legendary seat of King Minos. The same Minos who, according to myth, imprisoned the half-man, half-bull Minotaur deep within a maze beneath his home. Whether myth or not, the ruins matched the story. Countless twisting halls, multiple floors, mysterious dead ends. It was a palace that defied logic, as if built to trap not just people, but time itself. He called the people who built it the Minoans, after Minos. No one knew what they had called themselves. Their script, known as Linear A, was still undeciphered. But their art, their architecture, and their reach suggested an empire long forgotten. And so, with trowel in hand and a myth in mind, Evans began to peel back the centuries. What he found would challenge everything people thought they knew about early European civilization, and ignite new debates that still haven't settled. The Palace of Knossos is not a palace in the traditional sense. It's a puzzle made of corridors, courts, and chambers that seems to double back on itself with every turn. Covering more than 150,000 square feet, the structure was a multi-story marvel of the ancient world. And at its heart lay a paradox. How could something so open, so light-filled and advanced, feel so impossible to map? There were no grand walls or moats, no militaristic towers. Instead, Knossos had balconies, skylights and air shafts. Architectural features unheard of in Bronze Age Europe. The entire complex seemed designed not for war, but for ceremony, administration, and perhaps mystery. Stairs wound in dizzying spirals. Narrow corridors opened into sudden courtyards. Rooms connected unexpectedly. Scholars have debated for over a century whether this design was intentional, a symbolic nod to the myth of the labyrinth, or simply the result of centuries of rebuilding. To walk through Knossos is to surrender any sense of direction. There are rooms within rooms, wings that loop into each other, and passageways that lead nowhere at all. Evans was convinced this layout reflected the story of Daedalus, the legendary craftsman who constructed the labyrinth for King Minos to imprison the Minotaur. While there's no archaeological proof of a literal monster, the confusion felt while navigating the site is very real. And yet, the palace wasn't just a maze. It was a miracle of ancient engineering. The complex featured advanced plumbing, including terracotta pipes, flushing toilets, and a drainage system so efficient it would make parts of 19th century Europe blush. Rooms had natural ventilation. Light wells illuminated the inner chambers. Some staircases plunged down 3 or 4 stories, suggesting a deep, tiered structure rarely seen before the modern era. The throne room, modest by royal standards, lies tucked deep inside, almost hidden. Its centerpiece is a stone chair flanked by griffin frescoes, surrounded by benches. This wasn't a place of spectacle, but of controlled ritual. Perhaps here, power was less about dominance and more about illusion, mysticism, or religious awe. Knossos wasn't built to intimidate, it was built to mystify. Whether you were a trader, priestess, or foreign envoy, one truth was certain. Once you entered, the palace swallowed you whole, and made you forget the path you came from. Though the stone walls of Knossos are crumbling, its colours still speak. Buried beneath volcanic ash and time, the palace's frescoes emerged as some of the most vivid, enigmatic, and advanced artworks of the ancient world. Unlike the rigid, militaristic art of later Greek or Egyptian civilizations, the Minoan frescoes burst with movement, of dancers, dolphins, bulls, and goddesses. They didn't just decorate rooms, they told stories, hinted at rituals, and revealed a civilization that seemed to love life, beauty, and rhythm. One of the most iconic images from Knossos is the bull-leaping fresco, a young figure somersaulting over a massive bull in an elegant, impossible arc. Was this real? Was it myth? Historians have debated it for over a century. Was it a ritualistic sport, a religious offering, or simply a metaphor for taming chaos? Regardless of its meaning, the image captures something essential about Minoan life, a dance with danger, with grace at its core. Elsewhere, the walls bloom with lilies and crocuses, monkeys and birds, spirals and waves. In the Prince of the Lilies fresco, a slender youth with flowing hair and an ornate crown struts with ceremonial confidence. Though Evans initially identified him as a prince, modern scholars aren't sure. The figure may represent a priest, or even a goddess. Gender in Minoan art is fluid, symbolic, and still deeply mysterious. Unlike many ancient civilizations, the Minoans didn't focus their art on kings, wars, or conquests. There are no depictions of battles or slaves. Instead, there are scenes of celebration, of nature, of sacred rites. Women are central, not in the background, but front and center. Bare-breasted priestesses with elaborate skirts and coiled hairstyles perform rituals, suggesting that women may have held significant, even dominant, religious roles. And the colours. Deep reds, blues and whites still cling to the plaster after thousands of years, defying time. The vibrancy of the artwork hints at a society that not only valued aesthetics, but understood their emotional power. These weren't just pretty paintings. They were symbols of cosmic order, human joy, and spiritual reverence. In the palace of Knossos, the walls didn't just see history, they sang it. In pigment and pattern, the Minoans painted a world of motion, mystery, and meaning. Among the many enigmas of Knossos, one stands out above all: the prominence of women. Unlike many contemporary societies where women were confined to the margins, the Minoans placed them at the centre, literally and symbolically. Their images dominate frescoes, figurines, and ceremonial scenes, hinting at a civilization where female power wasn't hidden, it was celebrated. In the central court and sacred chambers of Knossos, depictions of bare-breasted women in flounced skirts and ornate headdresses appear again and again. These weren't submissive figures tucked behind kings. They were front and centre, arms raised in blessing, holding serpents, surrounded by symbols of fertility, animals, and divine energy. Scholars believe many of these women were priestesses, intermediaries between the mortal and divine, responsible for overseeing rituals that touched every aspect of Minoan life. One of the most famous artifacts from the palace is the snake goddess figurine, a woman with a piercing gaze, holding serpents in both hands, with a feline perched on her head. Was she a deity? A high priestess? A representation of female sovereignty? We may never know, but her image tells us volumes about the spiritual hierarchy of Knossos, and who may have stood at its peak. In contrast to the pharaohs of Egypt or the kings of Mycenae, no clear Minoan male ruler has ever been identified in the art. No grand statue of a king, no battle scenes glorifying a warlord. It's led many scholars to suggest that Minoan society may have been matriarchal, or at least unusually egalitarian for its time. Women likely held power in both religion and possibly governance, guiding seasonal festivals, managing temples, and performing state rituals. Even the architecture reflects this balance. Rooms believed to be used by high-ranking women, with direct access to shrines, light wells, and private staircases, suggest they moved freely through the palace. Some frescoes depict women gathering in ceremonial processions, dressed in vivid garments, their posture commanding, not deferential. In Knossos, femininity wasn't confined, it was divine. Whether as priestesses, leaders, or symbols of renewal, women weren't secondary to Minoan culture. They were the culture, its voice, its vision, and possibly its soul. Knossos was not just a royal residence, it was a stage for the sacred. Every corridor, courtyard, and chamber seemed to pulse with spiritual intent. From underground crypts to sun-drenched altars, the palace was built not merely for living, but for communing with the divine. And while no Minoan holy book survives, the architecture itself whispers of rituals that shaped their world. The palace featured dozens of small shrines and ritual rooms, many of them tucked into secluded corners or carved deep below the ground. These weren't places for mass worship. They were intimate, mysterious, and likely restricted to the priestess elite. One chamber, often called the lustral basin, features a sunken tub-like structure at the base of a narrow staircase, not meant for bathing, but likely for purification rites. Perhaps initiates descended in silence, cleansed by symbolic waters before entering sacred ceremonies. The central court, vast and open to the sky, was likely the heart of public ritual. Here, hundreds might have gathered for seasonal festivals, celebrating fertility, renewal, or the turning of the year. The rhythmic sound of drums, the twirl of dancers, the chants of priestesses. Knossos was alive with ceremony. And always present in these rites was the bull, that powerful symbol of energy, virility, and the natural world. Throughout the palace, bull horns, stylized and massive, were placed atop walls and entrances. These horns of consecration, as Evans called them, marked sacred thresholds. Paired with the bull-leaping imagery found in frescoes, it's clear that this animal held deep religious meaning. Some believe a live bull may have even been part of certain rituals, not in brutal sacrifice, but as a partner in a spiritual performance, meant to mirror the eternal dance of chaos and order. The double axe, or labrys, was another symbol often associated with sacred spaces in Knossos. Found carved into pillars and walls, it may have been a tool, a weapon, or a divine emblem. Its frequent pairing with female figures further supports the idea of a goddess-centered religion. No temples in the traditional sense exist at Knossos. Instead, the palace itself was the temple, every stairwell a procession, every chamber a chapel. It was a place where the spiritual and political were one, and where sacredness was woven into the very walls. Amid the frescoes, altars, and labyrinthine chambers of Knossos, archaeologists uncovered something even more puzzling: writing. Hundreds of clay tablets inscribed with symbols that no one, to this day, can fully understand. This was Linear A, the script of the Minoans, and one of the last great undeciphered writing systems of the ancient world. Discovered during Evans's excavations, Linear A looked superficially similar to another script found in Mycenaean Greece, known as Linear B. Evans assumed they were related, and they were. But while Linear B was later cracked and revealed to be an early form of Greek, Linear A stubbornly refused to give up its secrets. It's a language unrelated to Greek, and possibly unrelated to any known language on Earth. We can read its characters phonetically, but we don't know what they mean. Most Linear A tablets found at Knossos are administrative, inventories of grain, oil, livestock, or offerings. But without knowing the language, the context remains elusive. Were these taxes? Ritual offerings? Market records? No one can say with certainty. The Minoans wrote for over 500 years, and yet we still can't understand a single full sentence. This linguistic blackout gives Knossos its dreamlike quality. It's like listening to music through a wall. You can sense the rhythm, the energy, the intent, but the lyrics are forever muffled. We can see their rituals in art, their architecture in stone, but their thoughts remain sealed. Linear A was written with a stylus on soft clay, then baked by accident, preserved only because the palace was destroyed by fire. Without that disaster, their words might have dissolved long ago. Ironically, the burning of Knossos gifted us with the only surviving fragments of Minoan language. Some scholars believe Linear A might one day be deciphered, especially if bilingual texts are found, much like how the Rosetta Stone cracked Egyptian hieroglyphs. Until then, we're left with isolated symbols: a man, a bull, a jar, a sun. Meaningless, and yet hauntingly familiar. Knossos, for all its colour and complexity, speaks to us in silence. Its language sits just beyond reach, reminding us that some of history's greatest voices still wait to be heard, buried not in earth, but in mystery. The Palace of Knossos, once a beacon of art, architecture and ritual, did not vanish in a single cataclysm. Its fall was not swift, but layered, a slow unravelling of a civilization whose power once seemed eternal. And like so many ancient collapses, the truth behind Knossos' downfall is a tapestry of fire, water, and whispers of war. Around 1450 BCE, something changed. Suddenly, across Crete, Minoan palaces and towns began to burn. Knossos, curiously, did not fall immediately. Instead, it was reoccupied. But the frescoes changed. The writing on the clay tablets shifted from Linear A to Linear B, not Minoan, but Mycenaean Greek. This suggests that the Mycenaeans, the rising power from the mainland, had either invaded or taken control peacefully after a catastrophe weakened the Minoans. Whatever the method, Knossos was no longer ruled by its native people. One theory points to the eruption of Thera, a volcanic explosion on the island of Santorini, just north of Crete, around 1600 BCE. This cataclysm was one of the most powerful in recorded history, devastating the region with earthquakes and tsunamis. The resulting chaos may have crippled the Minoan economy, wrecked their ports, and weakened their influence, leaving them vulnerable to invasion or internal collapse. Others argue for a gradual economic and political decline. As trade routes shifted and rivals grew stronger, the centralized power of Knossos may have fractured. The palace, once buzzing with activity, became more administrative, more subdued. Ritual gave way to record-keeping. Art gave way to imitation. By 1375 BCE, the palace was abandoned entirely. Fires raged through its halls, roofs collapsed, walls cracked and buckled. Knossos was left in silence, its colours fading, its language unread, its rituals forgotten. And yet, it was never truly lost. Legends of the labyrinth and the Minotaur survived in Greek myth. Hints of Minoan influence echoed through Mycenaean palaces, and later, in classical art and architecture, the soul of Knossos lingered like smoke, invisible but present. Today, its ruins are open to the sun again. Tourists walk where priestesses once danced, and the palace that once held a civilization together now holds its secrets in plain sight, majestic, mysterious, and unfinished. When Sir Arthur Evans uncovered Knossos in 1900, he didn't just excavate it, he reimagined it. With a mix of scholarly ambition and artistic vision, Evans set out not only to preserve the ruins, but to bring them to life. He believed that simply exposing the foundations wasn't enough. The world needed to see the palace as he believed it once was, colourful, complex, and awe-inspiring. What followed was one of the most controversial restorations in archaeological history. Using concrete, a material completely alien to the Bronze Age, Evans rebuilt sections of the palace with modern methods. He employed artists to repaint frescoes using fragments found on site, but often filled in missing details based on assumption, not evidence. Balconies were reconstructed. Columns were restored not in dull stone, but painted red with black caps based on Evans's vision of Minoan aesthetics. Rooms were roofed, walls were replastered, and the ancient palace slowly became a hybrid. Part ruin, part Edwardian fantasy. Some applauded his boldness. Without Evans, they argued, Knossos might have remained just another tangle of unremarkable ruins. His reconstructions made the site accessible, educational, and emotionally compelling. Visitors could walk through halls that felt alive, see murals bursting with colour, and visualise the world of the Minoans with more clarity than ever before. But others saw it differently. Critics accused Evans of overstepping, of imposing his own interpretation on a civilization we still barely understand. The frescoes, for instance, were sometimes almost entirely invented, based on small shards of original paint. Whole sections of the palace, such as the famous throne room, may have been assigned functions they never had. By shaping the ruins to match myth, Evans may have blurred the line between archaeology and storytelling. Today, Knossos is both a marvel and a monument to the complexities of historical reconstruction. Evans' vision cannot be separated from the site. His concrete structures still stand, his artistic interpretations still colour the walls. But visitors walk through Knossos with a dual awareness of what the Minoans might have built and what a passionate archaeologist believed they did. In trying to bring Knossos back to life, Evans may have given us two palaces, one ancient, buried in the earth, and one imagined, standing boldly above it. Today, the Palace of Knossos stands not only as a ruin, but as a bridge between myth and history, imagination and evidence, Europe and the ancient world. Long after its last ritual was performed and its halls fell silent, Knossos continues to fascinate, mystify and provoke. Its very existence challenges our assumptions about early civilization and forces us to confront how little we still know. The palace helped redefine the timeline of European history. Before its discovery, most scholars believed that advanced civilization began with the Greeks. Knossos rewrote that narrative. Here was a culture flourishing 1,000 years earlier, with plumbing, urban planning, international trade, and symbolic art. The Minoans, centered at Knossos, were not primitive. They were sophisticated, expressive, and deeply spiritual. But Knossos's legacy is inseparable from its mythology. For millennia, the story of the Minotaur in the labyrinth was dismissed as fiction, a fable to frighten or entertain. And yet, When archaeologists unearthed a palace with hundreds of rooms, corridors that looped and twisted, and symbols of bulls carved into stone, the line between myth and history blurred. Perhaps the legend was not invented, but remembered, filtered through generations until only fragments survived. In modern times, Knossos has inspired not just scholars, but writers, artists and architects. Its double axes, horned symbols, and sinuous frescoes have appeared in fashion, sculpture, and even science fiction. The idea of a hidden, ancient civilization beneath the Mediterranean still fuels imaginations. A vision of a time when power didn't mean pyramids or conquest, but beauty, ritual, and balance. Yet Knossos also reminds us of fragility. The palace fell, its language was lost, its people vanished, and its meaning, its real, original purpose, is still debated. Every interpretation is a mirror, reflecting not just the past, but what we want to believe about it. Walk its halls today, and you stand where priestesses once prayed, dancers once twirled, and children once laughed. You stand at the heart of the oldest palace in Europe, a place that lived between sunlight and shadow, between architecture and myth. Knossos may never give up all its secrets, but in its silence it still speaks, of mystery, memory, and the deep, labyrinthine path of civilization itself. Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus was born on December 15th, 37th CE, a child of privilege, but also of poison. His lineage was imperial, tangled in the Julio-Claudian dynasty that ruled Rome with both splendor and suspicion. His mother, Agrippina the Younger, was the sister of Emperor Caligula, great-granddaughter of Augustus, and one of the most cunning political players of her time. His father, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, was known for arrogance and cruelty. It was said that when someone congratulated him on the birth of his son, he muttered, "Nothing could be born from me and Agrippina but something monstrous." Whether that was a prophecy or just bitterness, time would tell. At just 2 years old, Nero lost his father to dropsy, or possibly to poison. In a Rome where alliances were fatal and ambition was a blood sport, Agrippina now found herself a widow with a child and no real power. But she was patient. She watched as her brother Caligula spiraled into tyranny and was murdered by his own guards. She kept quiet as Claudius, the stammering, bookish uncle, was lifted to the purple robe. Then she made her move. By 49 CE, Agrippina seduced Emperor Claudius, her own uncle, and married him. She wasn't subtle about her goals. Within a year, she convinced him to adopt her son as heir, passing over his own biological son, Britannicus. Lucius became Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus, a name fit for emperors. She arranged his engagement to Claudius's daughter Octavia and hired Rome's finest tutors to mould him. Chief among them was the Stoic philosopher Seneca, who tried to shape the young man into a noble ruler. From the outside, Nero was being groomed for greatness, educated in rhetoric, poetry, philosophy, and music. He learned how to command a crowd, recite Homer, and manipulate public opinion. But Agrippina still held the reins. She appeared beside him in ceremonies, ordered his household, and made it clear who truly wielded power. Nero's rise wasn't born from destiny. It was engineered by a mother who saw herself as empress long before her son ever wore a crown. And within that gilded nursery of ambition and manipulation, the seeds of a chaotic reign were quietly planted. In 54 CE, at just 16 years old, Nero became emperor of Rome. Claudius, his adoptive father, had died, officially of illness, though many suspected poison. And the prime suspect? Agrippina. She had long grown impatient with waiting, and when Claudius began reconsidering his biological son Britannicus as heir, she acted. Mushrooms, legend said, were the delivery method. The food of the gods, some joked darkly, and perhaps the food of murder. With Claudius dead, Nero was rushed into power. The Roman Senate approved. The Praetorian Guard applauded, and Agrippina stood triumphantly behind him, dressed in gold and flanked by guards, the real architect of the regime. But she hadn't raised an emperor. She had built a puppet. In the early months of Nero's reign, Rome prospered. He gave generous bonuses to the soldiers, held public games, and promised a return to Augustan values. Behind the scenes, governance was handled by two key figures: Seneca, the philosopher tutor turned speechwriter, and Burrus, the pragmatic head of the Praetorian Guard. Together, they steered Nero through complex decisions while maintaining a veneer of noble restraint. But Agrippina wasn't content to stay in the wings. She expected to rule beside her son, and when Nero began asserting his independence, tensions exploded. At first, the battles were subtle. She demanded to appear on coins beside Nero's image, something no Roman mother had ever done. She intruded on state meetings. She walked into the Senate chamber uninvited. She reminded Nero, constantly, who had made him emperor. The young emperor chafed under her control. He began to surround himself with his own advisors, men of pleasure and art, not of duty. He fell in love with Acte, a former slave girl, much to Agrippina's horror. She had plans for a royal marriage, not romance with a commoner. The once close bond between mother and son began to sour. Whispers spread through the palace, of shouting matches, slammed doors, veiled threats. Agrippina, once revered as the empress maker, now seemed a looming threat. Rome had given Nero a throne, but Agrippina still held the leash, and Nero was beginning to reach for the knife. His reign had begun with promise, poetry, and applause, but behind the curtain, a family tragedy was already brewing, one that would stain the imperial purple with blood. By 59 CE, the imperial palace had turned into a battlefield, not of armies, but of wills. Nero was emperor in name, but his mother, Agrippina, still loomed like a storm cloud over every decision. She undermined his authority, opposed his personal life, and plotted in the shadows to replace him with Britannicus, the late Claudius's biological son. Nero, once the obedient boy with a lyre, had become a young man desperate to escape her grasp. He acted first. Britannicus, a legitimate threat to Nero's throne, suddenly died during a banquet. Guests claimed he choked on his wine, but the poison was so fast-acting, his death was unmistakable. Nero denied involvement. Few believed him. Agrippina certainly didn't. With Britannicus gone, Nero's next problem was his mother. She had once ruled through him. Now he saw her as a rival. Agrippina wasn't just politically ambitious, she was relentless. She met with senators in secret. She paraded noblemen she hoped to position as replacements. She made veiled threats about the Praetorian Guard's loyalties. And worst of all, for Nero, the people still loved her. Rome admired strong women when they weren't too strong. Agrippina had crossed that line. Nero first tried exile. He stripped her of her bodyguards, removed her from public appearances, and sent her to live in a coastal villa. But distance didn't silence her. She still corresponded, still whispered, still pulled strings. So Nero made a darker choice. He invited Agrippina to a grand celebration, gifting her a lavish boat for her return voyage. But the vessel had been rigged to collapse mid-sea. When the sabotaged ship broke apart, Agrippina survived, swimming to shore under moonlight. The botched attempt enraged and humiliated Nero, so he tried again. This time, he sent assassins to her villa under the pretense of an urgent message. Accounts vary, but one story says she faced her killers calmly, telling them to strike her in the womb, the place that had given birth to Nero. Her murder sent shockwaves through the empire. Nero's guilt was immediate and consuming. He couldn't sleep. He paced at night. He saw her ghost in the halls. Rome, too, whispered of the unthinkable crime, the emperor who had killed his mother. With Agrippina's death, Nero had finally broken free. But in doing so, he also severed the last tether to restraint. What followed would be a reign untethered by shame and spiralling toward infamy. With Agrippina gone, Nero was finally emperor in full. No more whispers, no more maternal oversight, just unfiltered power. But instead of channeling that power into military conquest or administrative reform, Nero turned inward. He didn't want to be remembered as a ruler. He wanted to be adored as an artist. He fancied himself a poet, a singer, an actor. He performed publicly, something no Roman emperor had dared to do. To the Senate and aristocracy, it was mortifying. In Roman tradition, the stage was reserved for slaves and foreigners. But Nero was undeterred. He trained in music and drama, demanded applause, and filled amphitheatres with forcibly enthusiastic audiences. The emperor didn't just host games, he starred in them. Nero composed verses, sang tragic arias, and recited long epics of his own creation. He prided himself on his voice, even undergoing strange treatments to preserve it, including vomiting rituals, long periods of silence, and bizarre diets. Senators sat through hours-long performances, terrified to leave their seats. Not clapping could mean exile, or worse. He also threw resources into building theatres, sponsoring athletic contests, and redesigning Rome to reflect his aesthetic tastes. He introduced Greek-style games like the Neronia, a blend of Olympic sports and theatrical competitions, where, unsurprisingly, Nero always won first prize. His obsession with performance spilled into foreign policy. On a trip to Greece, Nero insisted on competing in every artistic contest. At the Olympic Games, he took part in a chariot race, with 10 horses instead of the standard 4. He fell off his chariot mid-race but was still declared the victor. Why? Because he would have won had he not fallen. A triumph in Nero's eyes. Yet even as he indulged in these creative fantasies, the empire groaned. Administrators were neglected, governors acted without oversight, the provinces grew restless. But Nero didn't care. He wasn't trying to be another Augustus or Tiberius. He wanted to be Orpheus, Apollo, or maybe something even greater, a god of music with absolute power. To the Roman elite, he was becoming a national embarrassment. But to the masses, given bread, games, and endless entertainment, Nero was a living spectacle, a flawed god on stage singing over the cracks in his collapsing empire. In July of 64 CE, a fire ignited near the Circus Maximus. Within hours, flames surged through the city like a divine curse. The streets of Rome, narrow, overcrowded, flammable, became a furnace. For 6 days and 7 nights, the capital of the empire burned. By the end, 10 of the city's 14 districts were reduced to rubble. Thousands were homeless. Temples, homes, marketplaces, gone. And where was the emperor? Rumours flew. Some claimed Nero had watched the blaze from a tower, strumming his lyre and singing of Troy's destruction. Others swore he had ordered the fire himself to make room for a new palace. Nero denied both, and in truth, he wasn't even in Rome when the fire began. But when he returned, he acted with theatrical flair, opening his private gardens to refugees, organising emergency food deliveries, and funding reconstruction. Yet the whispers persisted. People needed a scapegoat, and Nero, ever the dramatist, gave them one. He blamed the Christians. They were already mistrusted, a strange sect of Jews who worshipped a crucified man and refused to honour the Roman gods. Nero accused them of arson and began a persecution so brutal it would echo through the centuries. Christians were torn apart by dogs, crucified, and, most horrifyingly, burned alive to serve as torches for Nero's garden parties. It wasn't justice, it was theatre by firelight. Meanwhile, Nero unveiled his true ambition, the Domus Aurea, or Golden House. On the ashes of central Rome, he began constructing a pleasure palace of unimaginable extravagance, with artificial lakes, gilded walls, revolving dining rooms, and ceilings that sprinkled perfume. It was a monument to indulgence. A colossal statue of himself, the Colossus of Nero, was planned to tower over it all. To many Romans, this confirmed their suspicions. Nero hadn't just let the city burn. He had used the fire as a blank canvas. He had erased old Rome to paint a new one, starring himself. But Nero saw it differently. In his mind, he wasn't destroying, he was creating. He was remaking Rome in his image, dramatic, divine, and unforgettable. In trying to immortalize himself through art and architecture, Nero scorched the earth and lit the fuse of his own downfall. As Nero's reign dragged on, the applause began to fade, and the fear took its place. The emperor, who once danced across the stage, now paced palace corridors in a state of growing paranoia. He saw enemies in every shadow, conspiracies in every whisper. The artist emperor had become a tyrant in a mask of grease paint. Following the fire and the unpopular construction of his golden house, Nero's standing with the Senate deteriorated rapidly. The aristocracy, already offended by his performances and extravagance, now feared for their lives. In 65 CE, a plot was uncovered, the Pisonian conspiracy, in which dozens of senators, equestrians, and even soldiers were implicated in a scheme to overthrow him. Some wanted to restore the Republic, others simply wanted anyone but Nero. Nero's response was swift and ruthless. The poet Lucan, the philosopher Seneca, and the general Faenius Rufus were all ordered to commit suicide. Seneca, Nero's former tutor and once his moral compass, was forced to slit his wrists while calmly discussing Stoic philosophy. Even those only rumoured to be sympathetic to the plot were swept up in the purges. The palace became a house of executions. The Senate chamber, a silent theatre of obedience. The emperor's paranoia deepened. He accused his own wife, Octavia, of infidelity, a charge so flimsy it insulted the intelligence of even his closest allies. She was exiled, then executed. Her head was sent to his mistress, Poppaea Sabina, as a twisted token of affection. But even Poppaea wasn't safe. During a rage, or possibly a drunken argument, Nero kicked her in the stomach while she was pregnant. She died soon after. Some say he wept for days. Others claim he mourned the loss of his muse, not the woman. Poison became a regular tool in his arsenal. He relied on the infamous poisoner Locusta, a woman whose concoctions had killed emperors and rivals alike. At Nero's command, she trained others, creating a small, macabre academy of assassination. By now, Nero's court resembled a stage soaked in blood. Every friend was a suspect. Every ally, a potential betrayer. And through it all, Nero continued to sing, perform, and believe that he was loved. But the audience was shrinking. The laughter was nervous, and the knives were getting closer. While Nero indulged in performances and purges in Rome, the empire beyond the capital began to rumble. The provinces, long the backbone of Rome's power, grew restless under the weight of neglect, extortion, and Nero's increasingly erratic rule. Taxes were high, governors were corrupt, and military prestige had eroded. In distant corners of the empire, patience wore thin, and rebellion stirred. The first crack came from the east. In 66 CE, the province of Judea erupted into full revolt. Tensions between Roman authorities and the Jewish population had simmered for years, fueled by religious oppression and heavy taxation. When Nero's appointed governors desecrated sacred temples and looted treasuries, open war broke out. The First Jewish-Roman War began, and it would cost Rome dearly. Nero dispatched one of his most competent generals, Vespasian, to crush the rebellion. Ironically, this act would later prove fatal to Nero's own reign. Meanwhile, in the west, the storm clouds gathered darker still. In Gaul and Spain, Roman legions began murmuring discontent. Nero's lavish lifestyle, the destruction of Rome, and his cruelty had eroded the loyalty of both aristocrats and soldiers. Governors like Gaius Julius Vindex in Gaul declared open rebellion in 68 CE, accusing Nero of being a disgrace to Rome. a self-absorbed performer unworthy of the purple. Vindex's rebellion failed militarily, but succeeded politically. It emboldened others. Servius Sulpicius Galba, the powerful governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, refused to recognize Nero's authority and declared himself a legate of the Senate and people of Rome. It was the first open call for regime change. Back in Rome, panic took hold. Nero's supporters began to flee or turn against him. The Senate, sensing the shift in power, grew bolder. The Praetorian Guard, once his fiercest protectors, was now bribed by Galba's agents. Their loyalty, like everything else in Nero's court, was transactional. Nero tried to rally support. He wept, begged, even considered fleeing to the eastern provinces and returning as a popular artist. But it was too late. The empire had turned against its self-declared god performer. Nero's isolation was complete. The provinces that had once cheered his rise now lit the fuse of his destruction. The emperor had lost his stage, and now the curtain was falling. By June of 68 CE, Nero was emperor in name only. The Senate had turned. The Praetorian Guard, once the iron wall around his throne, had declared allegiance to Galba. The people of Rome, once entertained by his games and theatrics, now watched in silence as the city held its breath. The empire that Nero had once tried to turn into a stage had now left him without an audience. When Nero awoke on June 9th, messengers brought news that sealed his fate. The Senate had declared him a public enemy. He was to be arrested and executed by the traditional Roman method, the poenaculae, or being beaten to death while naked, his head clamped in a forked stick. The same man who once performed to adoring crowds would now die humiliated and alone. Panicked, Nero fled Rome in disguise, dressed in rags and accompanied by a few loyal freedmen. They took refuge in the villa of his former secretary, located in the countryside outside the city. There, in a dark, overgrown garden, the last Julio Claudian emperor hid in a ditch, listening for the sound of approaching horsemen. Even in his final hours, Nero's obsession with legacy did not fade. When he heard hoofbeats in the distance, he reportedly cried out, "What an artist dies in me!" It was not Rome he mourned, but himself, his talent, his image, his tragic ending. His companions urged him to die by his own hand, but he hesitated. For all his brutality, Nero was a coward when it came to death. Finally, as soldiers drew near, he pressed a dagger to his throat with the help of a freedman named Epaphroditos. The blade pierced flesh. He did not die immediately. As blood filled his lungs, he whispered, "Too late. This is fidelity." He was 30 years old. The soldiers found his dying body, astonished. The Senate, now under Galba, ordered his burial in a simple grave. No state funeral, no divine honours, just a quiet end to a chaotic reign. With Nero's death, the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the line of Augustus, Tiberius, and Claudius, was extinguished. What followed was a new storm, civil war, chaos, and the rapid rise and fall of emperors. But one thing was clear. Rome would never forget Nero. Nero's body was barely cold before legends began to bloom. Some Romans rejoiced, others mourned, and still more whispered that he wasn't really dead, that he had escaped to the east and would one day return. Over the next few decades, no fewer than 3 impostors claimed to be the resurrected Nero, appearing in Asia Minor with lyres in hand and songs on their lips. The myth of Nero, it seemed, had only just begun. For many in the Roman elite, his legacy was clear. Nero was a monster, a megalomaniac who murdered his own mother, burned his capital, and disgraced the empire with his narcissistic performances. The historians who chronicled his life, Tacitus, Suetonius, Cassius Dio, painted him as a cautionary tale, the artist emperor who let vanity devour virtue, and yet not everyone agreed. Among the lower classes, Nero remained oddly beloved. He had reduced taxes, built public baths, and organised massive games and grain distributions. He gave Rome its greatest spectacles. Some even considered him a populist. Vulgar, yes, but generous. Centuries later, Christian texts would demonise him further, with early writers labelling Nero the first Antichrist and possibly the beast of Revelation. He was remembered not just as a bad ruler, but as a cosmic villain. Still, there was something magnetic about Nero's story. He was not the calculating tyrant that Tiberius or Caligula had been. He was theatrical, flamboyant, impulsive, often absurd. He ruled like a man in a permanent dream, casting himself as poet, god, and tragic hero all at once. Even his death felt like a scene from a lost Greek tragedy. In later centuries, artists, playwrights, and filmmakers would resurrect Nero as a symbol of fallen grandeur, a ruler too obsessed with beauty to bear the ugliness of power. His name became shorthand for excess and decline, a lesson in what happens when ego eclipses empire. But perhaps Nero's strangest legacy is this: he made power performative. He understood, centuries before mass media, that image could be as strong as policy, that if you controlled the narrative, you could shape the future's memory. And in that sense, he got what he wanted. 2,000 years later, we still remember Nero, not for ruling Rome, but for burning his name into history's stage. Hey guys, tonight we begin with something slightly less mathematical but arguably more useful if you ever find yourself without electricity, running water, or an understanding of modern plumbing, medieval survival techniques. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world, possibly while hoarding beans. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In the medieval world, fire wasn't a convenience. It was everything. Heat, cooking, light, protection, and possibly your only friend during a week-long storm in a thatched hut. So when you left home, you didn't pack snacks, you packed fire. Enter the portable fire bundle, the medieval version of a Zippo lighter. If that lighter was slow, smelled like sheep, and could burn your entire cart down if handled badly. Here's how it worked. You'd take a glowing ember from your home hearth, typically charcoal, and wrap it inside dried moss, fungus, or punk wood, often stuffed into a hollowed-out horn or a fireproof leather pouch. Sometimes it was wrapped in linen soaked in saltpeter or animal fat for longer smouldering. The ember would smoulder for hours, sometimes even an entire day, ready to be revived with a bit of breath and some gentle coaxing, much like your self-esteem after a peasant tax audit. The whole bundle was lightweight, reusable, and vital. It saved you from the misery of having to strike sparks from flint and steel for 30 minutes straight while pretending you knew what you were doing. Firemaking was notoriously fickle, especially if your tinder got damp or your hands were frozen into sad little claws. Carrying fire meant you could walk into a clearing, build a shelter, unpack your moss-wrapped miracle, and with a puff of breath and a prayer to Saint Smoky of the Ember, have flames ready for soup, warmth, or dramatic shadow puppet storytelling. You could even hand one to a neighbour on their way to market, passing the literal torch, because no one liked being the guy who had to beg for fire at dusk. Socially awkward and occasionally met with, "Should have packed your moss, Gerald." If you've ever looked at a prepper pantry, it's basically a museum of vacuum-sealed ambition. Jerky, beans, mystery cans from 2011, and enough freeze-dried stroganoff to survive a small apocalypse and still complain. But medieval folks, they preserved meat the old-fashioned way, with smoke, salt, and the quiet terror of having nothing to eat come February. Now, most people today think of smoking meat as something you do with a grill, a beer, and mild barbecue delusions. But in the Middle Ages, smoke wasn't for flavour. It was for survival. And not just any smoke. This was strategic, sneaky smoke. Hidden smoke. You see, in many homes, especially cottages with open hearths, meat wasn't displayed proudly above the fire like in a fantasy movie. It was hung behind the fire, tucked high up in rafters, out of reach from animals, children, and that one neighbour who always showed up at dinner. Why behind the fire? Because that's where the cool smoke drifted, slow and steady, rising through the house and wrapping itself around whatever unfortunate chicken or pig part you'd managed to obtain. Over days, weeks, and even months, the smoke would dry the meat, kill off bacteria, repel insects, and make sure your ham survived longer than your New Year's optimism. This wasn't your sweet applewood barbecue kind of smoke. This was pine and despair smoke, thick, acrid, and full of character. After a few months, the meat was hardened, darkened, and fully armed against decay, bugs, and relatives dropping in unexpectedly. Even better, hidden meat smoked slower and was harder to steal. That matters when you live in a village where "I didn't see your sausage hanging there" is somehow a legal defence. And don't forget the dual benefit. While the meat smoked, the house stayed warm and pest-resistant. Nothing says cosy medieval evening like sitting under a smouldering ham in a room filled with smoke and hope. Today's preppers love perimeter defence. Motion sensors, tripwires, camera drones, and that one guy who always insists his dog can smell looters from a mile away. But medieval folks had their own version of property defence, and it didn't require batteries, barking, or Wi-Fi. It was called a living fence. And yes, It was exactly what it sounds like. Imagine trying to keep your cows in and your neighbour's children out without using lumber, nails, or yelling. The solution? Grow your wall. Living fences, also called hedgerows, were created by planting fast-growing bendy trees like willow, hawthorn, hazel, or blackthorn close together. As they grew, you didn't just let them shoot upward like overachieving weeds. No, you bent, wove, and interlaced the branches into a thick, snarling hedge that could stop a pig, redirect a goose, and absolutely ruin a thief's evening. It wasn't just effective, it was elegant, in a spiky, borderline violent sort of way. Some hedges were laid, meaning the trunks were partially cut and bent sideways, encouraging new growth while still alive. Others included thorny plants that doubled as burglar deterrents and a free berry source, assuming you had the hands of a masochist. And here's the beauty of it. Living fences grew stronger over time. Unlike wooden fences that rot, collapse, and invite every carpenter in town to give you a quote, hedgerows became thicker, denser, and more impenetrable each year. Medieval farmers weren't just building walls, they were cultivating fortresses. They also served multiple roles. Birds nested in them, pollinators loved them, and they prevented soil erosion. Basically, they were medieval multi-tools, if your multi-tool had thorns, bees, and the occasional hidden ferret. They were also beautiful. Some hedgerows still visible in England today are over 700 years old, meaning they've outlived wars, kings, and several attempts at Brexit. When you hear clay battery, you might imagine monks in pointy hats zapping frogs with static or medieval peasants accidentally inventing the Tesla. But no, this kind of battery had nothing to do with electricity and everything to do with temperature control, long before thermostats, mini-fridges, or the phrase climate anxiety. Clay, as it turns out, is not just for pots, questionable sculptures, and preschool. In the medieval world, it was also an unspoken genius of thermal mass, which is a fancy way of saying it holds on to heat, or cold, like a stubborn grandmother holds on to grudges. Let's break it down. Medieval homes and food storage pits often used clay-lined vessels or walls to regulate temperature. In the summer, clay kept food cooler than the surrounding air. In the winter, it retained heat longer than most building materials. This wasn't science fiction, it was just physics with mud. People would store milk, butter, or stew in unglazed clay pots soaked in water. As the water evaporated from the porous surface, it cooled the contents, kind of like a medieval refrigerator, but cheaper, quieter, and less likely to make your leftovers taste like Freon. Some even buried clay pots in cellars or shaded pits, where the Earth's steady underground temperature helped preserve food, drinks, and sometimes Grandma's emergency apple pie. They could also be heated near a fire, then used to slowly release warmth through the night. Clay bricks were placed in beds, under cloaks, or even wrapped in wool and carried on wagons, the medieval equivalent of a hot water bottle, but earthier. And unlike modern batteries, these never exploded. At worst, they just cracked and quietly gave up. If you've ever cursed at a pan because your eggs decided to permanently fuse with it, you might appreciate Teflon. But if you lived in the Middle Ages, long before non-stick coatings and late-night infomercials, you relied on something far simpler and far more blister-inducing: friction glaze. Yes, medieval folks actually polished their cookware by hand to create a smooth, semi-resistant surface that helped reduce food sticking. It wasn't magic, and it wasn't perfect, but it worked surprisingly well, especially if your expectations were already shattered by a lifetime of cabbage-based disappointments. Here's how it worked. Pottery, especially cookware, was usually made of coarse clay, which is about as non-stick as sandpaper. But by rubbing the still damp pots with smooth stones, bone tools, or even hard wood, they compressed the surface, aligning particles and sealing pores. This painstaking polishing created a subtle shine known as a burnished glaze. Imagine someone spending half a day massaging a soup pot like it owes them money. That's friction glaze. Now, did this stop everything from sticking? No. This wasn't a miracle, It was medieval innovation, but it reduced food adhesion enough to make cleaning easier and stew less crusty. Some even coated their burnished pots with a thin layer of animal fat, then fired them to help seal the surface, a kind of prehistoric seasoning process. It also helped the pots last longer by making them more resistant to water and cracking. And for extra points, burnished pots looked nicer. In a time when most things were grey, wooden or dying, a shiny cooking pot was basically the medieval equivalent of kitchen bling. Of course, the process was labour-intensive, and likely gave many potters permanent shoulder problems, but it meant the difference between usable cookware and a vessel that turned porridge into plaster. Modern preppers might spend hundreds on titanium cookware or whatever the latest anti-stick miracle is. But medieval folks? They sat down, grabbed a rock, and just kept rubbing until the pot obeyed. Primitive? Maybe. Effective? Absolutely. Long before GPS, Google Maps, and that one friend who swears he knows a shortcut and absolutely doesn't, people had to navigate using their ears, especially in fog, or forests, or those charming medieval mornings when the mist was so thick you couldn't see your own cartwheel. Enter the lost art of sound navigation. Not a superpower, not echolocation by bat, but practical survival through careful listening. And frankly, we don't give our ancestors enough credit for this. These were people who could identify their village by the angle of a church bell and determine how lost they were by how many dogs were barking. Let's say you're travelling on foot. No compass, no landmarks, just fog, mud, and a deep suspicion that you're walking in circles. You tune your ears to the bells, church bells, cowbells, even strategically placed clappers or gongs in certain regions. Towns often rang their church bells not just for mass, but as auditory lighthouses. Sound that cut through the mist and reminded you that civilization still existed. Somewhere. Herds were often equipped with cowbells or sheep bells, not just so you could find them again when they wandered off to commit mischief, but so you could follow the noise back home, assuming you didn't follow the wrong herd and end up in Gerald's pasture again. Forests and passes sometimes had wind chimes, clanging pots, or drums hung from trees to help mark trails. A clatter on the wind meant you were going the right way, or at least a way that someone had gone before and possibly survived. Fishermen used horns and echoes to find harbour entrances. Travellers would shout, clap, or bang sticks to judge distances by echo return. Primitive sonar minus the wetsuit. Even taverns helped. Many had musicians or loud gossip that spilled into the street like a beacon of ale-fueled safety. Follow the loot, and you'd find warmth, food, and possibly your cousin passed out under a bench. Like you lived in the Middle Ages and wanted to keep your teeth from rotting out of your skull prematurely, you had one go-to, charcoal. Not toothpaste, not floss, just burned stuff. Medieval people didn't exactly have Colgate. What they had was charred wood, ground into powder and mixed with salt, dried herbs, or crushed shells, applied directly to the teeth using fingers, sticks, or in the case of the particularly fashion-forward, a rag tied around a twig. This rustic blend became a sort of tooth scrub that could polish enamel, remove food build-up, and maybe, if the saints were kind, delay total tooth collapse until your 40s. Now, was it pleasant? Absolutely not. Rubbing gritty ash against your teeth feels exactly how it sounds, like chewing sand during a bonfire. But it was better than the alternative, which was to let plaque party freely until your gums staged a violent revolt. Charcoal also had mild antibacterial properties, meaning it helped fight bad breath. Sort of. Fresh breath in the medieval context meant you could speak within 3 feet of someone without causing tears. Some recipes added mint, rosemary, or sage, not for effectiveness but for the illusion of hygiene. Others swore by vinegar rinses afterward, which likely undid any good the charcoal did, and added a nice enamel-melting bonus. Dental work, when things went bad, involved pliers, strong arms, and a total absence of anaesthesia. So yes, smearing ashes on your molars suddenly looked like a very attractive alternative. Today, charcoal has made a comeback, in hipster toothpaste and spa treatments. But let's be clear, medieval folks didn't use it to be trendy. They used it because the only other option was having your teeth pulled by a guy named Bartholomew who also sharpened knives. Let's be honest, modern housing is mostly drywall, concrete and IKEA furniture that collapses if you even think about leaning on it wrong. But medieval peasants, they built homes out of sticks, mud, straw and sheer optimism. The method? It was called wattle and daub, which sounds like a quirky folk band, but was actually the backbone of everyday survival architecture. Here's how it worked. First, you start with wattle, which is just a fancy word for woven branches, twigs, or long flexible sticks. Think basket weaving, but taller, colder, and way more likely to collapse on your goat. These wattle panels were then fastened between wooden posts, creating what looked like the skeleton of a very confused fence. Next came the daub, a charming hand-mixed concoction of mud, straw, clay, and animal dung. Yes, dung. Because in the Middle Ages, if it wasn't at least partially made of poop, were you even trying? This delightful paste was smeared into the wattle and left to dry, forming a surprisingly strong, insulated wall. It kept out the wind, held in heat, and provided the kind of rustic scent that said, "Home sweet, slightly composting home." Now, it wasn't glamorous. Your walls might occasionally crack, flake, or attract curious chickens, and patching them up was just part of your weekly to-do list, right between "don't starve" and "yell at the neighbour's goat." But it was cheap, effective, and best of all, locally sourced. No shipping fees, no carbon footprint, just earth, labour, and possibly a little trauma. Despite how primitive it sounds, wattle and daub could last decades, even centuries with maintenance. Some medieval homes still standing today have their original wattle walls, which means some peasant in 1350 did a better job than your last contractor. Picture medieval bedtime, a rickety straw mattress stuffed with regret, a thatched roof dripping something suspicious, and the constant threat of fleas, lice, and things that buzz, bite, or crawl with suspicious confidence. Enter the surprisingly elegant solution: herb-laced bedding, a rustic blend of aromatherapy and pest control. Invented not because they were fancy, but because medieval peasants didn't want to wake up as a banquet for parasites. You see, stuffing your mattress with plain straw was just asking for company, the itchy, twitchy, blood-sucking kind. So instead, smart households mixed in strong scented herbs like lavender, mint, wormwood, pennyroyal, and rosemary. Not for luxury, for defence. These herbs were nature's medieval bug spray. Their strong scents repelled fleas, lice, and mosquitoes, and occasionally your spouse. Some herbs, like tansy or rue, were even believed to keep away demons. Conveniently, they also kept away nosy in-laws. The result? A bed that smelled like a suspiciously pleasant salad and kept the crawlies at bay, for a few nights at least. After that, you had to refresh the herbs, or risk being scratched awake by a tick with anger management issues. It didn't stop at mattresses either. Herbs were strewn across floors, woven into door frames, and hung in bunches over beds. Basically, if you could shove a sprig of wormwood into it, you did. It turned homes into slightly terrifying apothecaries, but cleaner, safer, and better smelling than the neighbour's goat barn. In an age before bug nets and DEET, this was brilliant. Entire manuals were written on which herbs worked best. Some people even believed that dreams were sweeter when you slept on lavender. Science? Questionable. But if it made you forget the damp ceiling and the fact your pillow was a sack of oats, then bless it. Long before the age of refrigerators humming in the kitchen and light-up freezer drawers filled with forgotten peas, medieval folks had to get creative to keep their food from turning into science experiments. Enter the marvel of passive preservation. Stone cooling shelves, also known as slab shelves, larders, or, to put it simply, that cold rock we put the cheese on. Here's how it worked. Thick slabs of stone, often slate or marble if you were fancy, were built into the shaded walls of homes, particularly on the north-facing side, where the sun rarely touched. These stone shelves absorbed the naturally cooler temperatures of the earth and surrounding air, creating a sort of ambient cold zone, basically a medieval version of a mini-fridge, but with less noise and more spiders. In cooler months, they kept milk, butter, meats, and whatever passed for leftovers from spoiling too quickly. Even in warmer weather, the stone remained cooler than the air, thanks to its thermal mass, which is science speak for rock doesn't care how hot it is outside. No cords, no motors, no light bulb to shame you at 2 a.m. Just stone, shade, and sheer hope. Some homes even had entire stone pantries or cold rooms with thick walls and earthen floors. These were precursors to modern root cellars, and they were usually located as far away from the cooking fire as possible, because while medieval people loved hot soup, they didn't want it slowly heating their butter storage. In wealthier households, these shelves could be lined with damp cloths or porous jars filled with evaporating water to enhance the cooling effect. A clever use of physics without ever uttering the word evaporative. In poorer homes, it was just put the milk on the cold slab and hope it doesn't curdle before lunch. These days, if you twist an ankle or get stung by a bee, you reach for an ice pack, painkillers, or maybe a gel that promises cooling relief and delivers mild regret. But in the Middle Ages, when medicine often involved leeches or someone whispering Latin over a goat horn, people had a more accessible, less terrifying option. Cabbage leaves. Yes, cabbage. The humble vegetable known today for ruining school lunches and making boiled dishes smell like despair, once played a starring role in medieval first aid. Cabbage leaf dressings were used for everything from swelling and bruises to mastitis, joint pain, and the occasional plague-adjacent mystery rash. The logic? Simple. Cabbage is cooling, flexible, and slightly antimicrobial. A natural compress that came pre-wrapped in its own leafy packaging. You'd take a large, preferably cold cabbage leaf, crush it slightly to release the juices, and then wrap it around the injured area, often securing it with linen or a bit of wishful thinking. The effect was surprisingly soothing. The leaves' cool moisture helped reduce inflammation, while the natural compounds, including sulfur, flavonoids, and enough farm smell to keep relatives at arm's length, did the rest. Some healers would warm the leaves instead, depending on the ailment. For chest congestion or sore joints, a heated cabbage poultice was the medieval equivalent of Vicks Vapo Rub, only leafier and less minty. And unlike many treatments of the era, it didn't involve bloodletting or chanting under the moon. It was simple, repeatable, and didn't require a trained monk or a full moon sacrifice. Just a cabbage and a bit of patience. Of course, in lean times, those same leaves might end up in your soup pot once you were done using them, which adds a whole new level of appreciation for medieval resilience. And stomachs made of iron. Before electricity, candles, or the smug glow of a solar-powered lantern, medieval people had to get creative about keeping the darkness at bay. And when torches were expensive and candles were for churches or the rich, everyday folks turned to something cheaper, smellier, and weirdly effective. Rushlights, also known as bacon torches for the budget-conscious. So what exactly is a rushlight? Imagine a long, thin reed or rush plant, commonly found in marshy areas, so basically everywhere you didn't want to walk barefoot. These rushes were dried, peeled, and then soaked in animal fat, usually bacon drippings, mutton tallow, or anything vaguely greasy and not immediately needed for dinner. The result? A slow-burning, semi-flammable wick that could be propped up in a metal clip and lit like a candle. The light wasn't exactly romantic. It sputtered, smoked, and had all the charm of a bacon-scented fire hazard. But it worked, and in the Middle Ages, that was good enough. Each rushlight could burn anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes, depending on how well it was soaked and how thick the rush was. If you needed more time, you lit another one. If you needed better light, you moved closer. And if your rushlight went out in a drafty room, well, welcome to the fun world of medieval darkness. Rushlights weren't just for lighting, though. They were timers too. Need to boil something for half a rushlight's length? Done. Want to see how long it takes Gerald to return from the alehouse? Light one and count. They were cheap, fast to make, and surprisingly sustainable, assuming you didn't mind your house smelling faintly like fried pig and marsh water. Today, we store butter in refrigerators, plastic tubs, or inside artisanal wooden churns if you're really committed to pretending you live on a Victorian dairy farm. But in the Middle Ages, refrigeration wasn't an option. So, naturally, someone looked at a swamp and thought, yeah, let's put the dairy product in there. And thus, bog butter was born. Bog butter is exactly what it sounds like. Butter, or sometimes lard, that was buried in a peat bog. Why a bog? Because, despite being full of mud, insects, and things that probably hiss when disturbed, bogs are cold, oxygen-poor, and acidic. Nature's least inviting but surprisingly effective preservation chamber. People would take large quantities of butter, wrap them in cloth, bark, or even wooden barrels, and bury them deep in the peat, and not for a few hours. We're talking months, years, or in some cases, centuries. Archaeologists in Ireland have found bog butter over 3,000 years old. That's right. Some ancient Celtic peasant's forgotten snack is now in a museum instead of on toast. The cold, airless bog kept bacteria and fungi from spoiling the butter, and the tannins in the peat helped prevent oxidation. The result? A weirdly preserved lump of dairy that, according to brave modern taste testers, smells like cheese, smoke, and earthy regret. Now, was this the go-to for your everyday kitchen butter? No. This was long-term, survival mode storage, likely used for winter rations, tribute, or that cousin who always came uninvited in spring asking for food. Burying your butter in a bog also had the benefit of security. Want to keep thieves away? Hide your valuables in a freezing, ankle-deep mud pit. No one's digging for breakfast in that. If you're imagining medieval people living in cosy hobbit holes with rustic larders and shelves of neatly labelled preserves, think again. Food storage was often less Pinterest and more, please don't let this go rancid before winter kills us all. And one of the cleverest solutions? Hollow trees? Yes, the original pantry that grew itself, required zero carpentry, and came with built-in camouflage. Hollow trees were surprisingly common across the medieval countryside. Whether naturally formed from age, lightning, rot, or over-enthusiastic squirrels, these cavities became impromptu storage units for peasants, travellers, and anyone with something perishable and no better options. Need to stash cheese, dried meat, or apples away from the house? Shove it in a tree? Want to keep food from being stolen by the neighbour's goat, or worse, the neighbour? Tree. Travelling through the woods and need a cold place to store that questionable pheasant you found? Tree. The interior of a hollow tree provided shade, insulation, and natural concealment. The thick bark and enclosed cavity kept temperatures relatively stable and helped slow spoilage. Not ideal for long-term preservation, but perfect for short-term storage, especially in cooler months. Some even lined the inside with leaves, moss, or bark to keep things dry and add a touch of that rustic medieval feng shui. Others placed food inside ceramic or leather containers before tucking them into the hollow, which at least gave the illusion that squirrels weren't licking your dinner. It wasn't just for food either. Hollow trees were also used to hide valuables, weapons, herbal remedies, and in a pinch, small children, during raids, not as a babysitting technique. A good tree could be the difference between starving and surviving, or at least the difference between cold cheese and suspiciously warm cheese. In the survival world, eating bark is usually code for things have gone very wrong. But in the Middle Ages, it was actually a legit survival food. Introducing bark bread, a medieval delicacy that says, I didn't starve, but I did chew a pine tree. During times of famine, which was often, peasants turned to the forest, not for game or mushrooms, too seasonal, too poisonous, but for tree bark. Specifically, the inner bark, or cambium, from pine, birch, or elm trees. This isn't the tough outer stuff, it's the soft, moist layer just beneath that was shaved off, dried, ground into flour and mixed into bread dough. Was it delicious? No. Was it nutritious? Actually, surprisingly, yes. Bark contains fibre, trace minerals, and complex carbs. It kept people alive when grain stores were empty, taxes were due, and the cows had mysteriously stopped producing milk, probably unionizing. Most recipes mixed bark flour with whatever was available, acorns, nettles, actual flour if you were lucky, and baked it into flat, chewy loaves that looked like bread and tasted like forest. But when your choices were bark bread or becoming bark yourself, you chose carbs. Some people even toasted or roasted the bark before grinding it, which gave it a smoky flavour, or at least distracted from the fact that you were eating tree. And it wasn't just for peasants. During sieges and harsh winters, entire communities relied on bark-based food to survive, sometimes even taxing how much cambium you could harvest from communal forests. Too much bark collection, and the tree died. Not enough, and the villagers did. So if the world ends and you're standing in the woods, no food in sight, don't panic. Just look for a birch, channel your inner peasant, and remember, you can totally eat that. In the land between the Tigris and Euphrates, beauty was a daily devotion. Ancient Mesopotamians didn't just groom themselves, they ritualized it. For them, cleanliness and adornment were signs of civility, favour with the gods, and even political status. You weren't just putting on a face for the world, you were preparing yourself for divine observation. Let's start with the eyes. Thick black eyeliner wasn't born in Cleopatra's boudoir. It was thriving centuries earlier in Sumer. Both men and women painted dramatic lines using kohl, a powdered concoction of lead, copper ore, and antimony. While this might horrify modern dermatologists, they believed it protected them from evil spirits, and, more practically, from the desert sun's glare. Their skincare routine would make modern influencers pause. Crushed semi-precious stones were mixed into oils to exfoliate and brighten the skin. Mud from the riverbanks, full of minerals, was smeared onto the body in thick, cooling layers. After it dried, it was gently scraped off, leaving the skin smooth and luminous. Yes, the first clay masks were less spa day and more ancient science. Hair removal was another ordeal. Using sharpened seashells or early tweezers, they plucked, scraped, or burned off body hair. Smoothness was equated with refinement and with godliness. The more polished your appearance, the closer you were to resembling divine perfection. Even their statues of gods and priestesses are hairless and immaculately styled, with symmetrical features and wide, painted eyes. And let's not forget the scent. Fragrant oils weren't just pleasant, they were powerful. Myrrh, frankincense and cedar were infused into animal fats and applied to the skin like perfumes. People believed these scents purified the body and pleased the gods. In royal courts, perfumed oils were so valuable that they were offered as tribute. Eyebrows? Tattooed. Permanent cosmetics weren't invented in the 20th century. They were already practiced in ancient temples. Women inked their brows using soot or natural dyes, creating bold arches that framed their faces dramatically. It was beauty with commitment. If you think today's beauty trends are extreme, let's talk about Cleopatra. Yes, the Queen of Eyeliner was more than just a seductress. She was the poster girl for Greco-Roman beauty obsession. While her face graced coins, her influence reached into every apothecary and boudoir from Alexandria to Rome. And she wasn't alone. Roman women inherited Egypt's taste for luxury, and then dialed it up to 11. Let's begin with the iconic milk bath. Cleopatra was rumoured to bathe in donkey milk daily. Whether it was 500 donkeys or just a strong rumour, the truth is this. Lactic acid, found in sour milk, is a natural exfoliant. Romans copied this enthusiastically. Elite women bathed in milk, honey and rose petals, believing it would smooth wrinkles and lighten the skin. And yes, it worked, just not for your wallet. Now to the face. Roman women desired pale, almost ghostly skin, a sign you were wealthy enough to avoid sunlight. Enter cerussa, a face powder made of white lead, highly toxic, but hey, it gave that flawless matte finish. Women applied this daily, layering it on thick over the cheeks and forehead. Over time, it caused sores, hair loss, and in some cases, death. But looking like a goddess, worth it. Rouge and lip stain were made from red ochre, crushed beetles, or mulberry juice. The more vivid your lips and cheeks, the more youthful and seductive you appeared. For eyeliner and eyebrows, soot mixed with animal fat did the trick. And if your eyebrows weren't naturally bold, no problem, just draw them on. Or better yet, tattoo them, just like in Mesopotamia. Hair was another battlefield. Roman women curled their hair into intricate styles using heated metal rods, long before your grandmother's curling iron. They dyed it using herbs, ash, or even fermented leeches. Yes, seriously, for that fashionable blonde look. Wigs made from German slave hair were common among elite Roman women trying to show off their wealth and style. And perfume? An empire in itself. Romans were addicted to scent. Oils infused with saffron, cinnamon, and roses were rubbed into every crease of the body. Bathhouses smelled like botanical gardens dipped in musk. In ancient China, beauty wasn't flashy. It was philosophical. Where Rome chased glamour, the Chinese aesthetic prized balance, harmony, and inner key. But don't mistake subtlety for simplicity. The beauty rituals of dynastic China were just as rigorous, deeply spiritual, and sometimes shockingly intense. Start with the skin. Chinese beauty standards revered a pale, porcelain-like complexion, not because they feared the sun, but because fair skin symbolized nobility and leisure. Peasant women worked the fields under harsh sunlight. Aristocratic women? They stayed indoors and preserved their complexions like priceless scrolls. White lead powder, ground pearl, and even powdered rice were common ingredients. It wasn't just makeup, it was medicine too. Many formulas were designed by court physicians and believed to boost qi or prolong life. But the real star of ancient Chinese skincare was jade. Jade rollers, which TikTok made trendy again, were used centuries ago by Han Dynasty women. Cool to the touch and symbolically connected to immortality, jade tools were rolled across the face to promote circulation, reduce puffiness, and maintain youth. Even emperors were known to keep jade pillows, believing the stone would draw toxins from the skin while they slept. Eyebrows were serious business. Women shaped and painted their brows to reflect fashion and politics. In some dynasties, long swooping brows were in vogue. In others, short and upward tilted lines dominated. Ink made from burnt willow or charcoal was applied with brushes made from rabbit fur. Some trends even encouraged removing natural brows altogether and redrawing them higher on the forehead, achieving a more heavenly appearance. Lips were tinted with a blend of cinnabar and animal fat, sometimes mixed with beeswax. Rouge, made from safflower petals, was dabbed on cheeks in small circles. And beauty marks? They weren't accidental. Some women painted tiny black dots near their lips or eyes, considered flirtatious symbols of charm and mystique. Hair care was a daily ritual. Women used fermented rice water and camellia oil to wash and nourish their hair, which they often grew down to their knees. Elaborate updos, held in place with jade pins and golden combs, weren't just about style. They were a declaration of status, elegance, and cultural refinement. To the ancient Chinese, beauty wasn't loud or lethal. It was meditative, disciplined, and symbolic. It was artful restraint paired with quiet power, written not in words, but in the soft glow of powdered faces and the curve of a perfect brow. If ever there was a time when beauty killed, literally, it was the Renaissance. In the courts of Italy, England, and France, women weren't just enhancing their appearance, they were slowly poisoning themselves in pursuit of perfection. The goal? A glowing, alabaster white face with blood-red lips and high, delicate brows. The method, a chemical cocktail that would terrify a modern dermatologist. Let's start with the most infamous, Venetian ceruse. This was a luxurious face paste made from white lead and vinegar. It gave a smooth, bone-white finish, hiding blemishes and wrinkles. Queen Elizabeth I wore it religiously. Under candlelight, it gave a luminous glow that made skin look porcelain. But the downside: skin corrosion, paralysis, tooth decay, and, eventually, death. It was the Renaissance equivalent of a slow-drip time bomb. But wait, there's arsenic too. For women who wanted to brighten their complexion or lighten freckles, arsenic wafers were sold as miracle pills. Swallowing small doses supposedly gave the skin a translucent look. It also caused vomiting, kidney damage, and internal bleeding. But beauty waits for no one, not even your liver. Eyebrows were plucked into thin arches, or removed entirely. A high, rounded forehead was fashionable, so women sometimes shaved their hairlines an inch or two to create the illusion of a larger brain, and therefore higher virtue. Balding was rebranded as high status. Cheek colour came from crushed berries, cochineal bugs, or vermilion. Lips were painted with similar mixes. Some women used mercury-based red dyes, which added a seductive pop of colour and irreversible nerve damage. Flushed cheeks were not just pretty, they indicated youth and vitality, something aristocrats cherished in an era of short lifespans. And the smell? Cloying. Fragrances made from ambergris, musk, and civet were worn not just for allure, but to mask the unwashed reality beneath layers of toxic cosmetics. After all, bathing was still viewed with suspicion in many parts of Europe. Hair? Golden locks were ideal, especially in Italy. Women bleached their hair using mixtures of sulfur, soda, and lemon juice. Then sat in the sun wearing wide-brimmed hats with the tops cut out to expose only their hair. It worked, but also fried their scalps. Long before modern skincare touted natural as a buzzword, ancient India had already written the manual. And it wasn't just skincare, it was Ayurveda, the science of life. Indian beauty rituals weren't isolated routines. They were extensions of spiritual wellness, diet, and inner balance. Beauty was the outer mirror of your doshas, your elemental energies. Let's start with the bath. The ritual of cleansing was sacred. Women of the Vedic period bathed in turmeric-infused water or milk, followed by exfoliation with ubtan, a paste of chickpea flour, sandalwood, turmeric, milk, and rosewater. It brightened the skin, slowed aging, and purified energy. No parabens, no microplastics, just ingredients from the kitchen that doubled as sacred medicine. Hair was a crowning glory. Coconut oil, amla, Indian gooseberry, and hibiscus were infused into warm oils, massaged into the scalp to stimulate growth, calm the mind, and ward off premature greying. Thick, waist-length hair wasn't just an aesthetic. It was a marker of vitality and femininity. Hair oiling sessions were communal, intimate, and meditative. Kajal, the black eyeliner still used across India today, had spiritual roots. Made from soot and ghee, it was believed to protect from the evil eye. Mothers would apply it not just to themselves, but to their babies as a shield against negative forces. But it also framed the eyes beautifully, giving them the depth of ancient poetry. Fragrance? Entire cities like Kanauj became famous for distilling attars, perfumes made from flowers like jasmine, rose, and vetiver. These oils were rubbed onto the skin, used in hair, and even mixed into bath water. Their purpose wasn't just seduction, but spiritual clarity. Scents helped align the senses with the divine. Lip and cheek tints came from beetroot, saffron, and crushed rose petals. And teeth? Cleaned with neem sticks and charcoal long before plastic toothbrushes arrived. Even dental hygiene was a ritual, timed with moon cycles and linked to doshic balance. Perhaps most unique was mehendi, henna, Used to decorate hands and feet, especially during weddings, henna wasn't just cosmetic. It cooled the body, lowered stress, and signified joy, fertility, and transformation. Every swirl in the design told a story. The ancient Greeks adored beauty, but not in the flashy, gilded sense of later empires. For them, beauty was moral. Physical perfection reflected a virtuous soul. A sculpted body or symmetrical face wasn't just attractive, it was a sign of inner harmony, intelligence, and divine favour. So it's no surprise that grooming in classical Greece was practically a civic duty. Let's begin with the skin. Like the Romans, Greeks idolised pale complexions. A white face meant leisure and nobility. A tanned face meant you worked outside, which was for slaves and peasants. To achieve this ghostly ideal, Greek women used powders made from white lead, again, chalk or crushed seashells. These powders weren't subtle. In fact, some women layered them so thickly that they cracked when they smiled. But hey, beauty is sacrifice. Red lips and cheeks came from mulberries, red iron oxide, or even wine dregs. The richer the red, the more desirable the look. However, application had to be light. Heavy makeup was frowned upon. A modest flush meant good health and chastity. Too much. That was associated with prostitutes, known as hetaerae, who famously used richer rouge and elaborate cosmetics to entertain philosophers and statesmen alike. Hair care was no afterthought. Greek women prized long, wavy hair, often styled in braids, buns, or knots, and held together with ivory or bronze pins. To lighten their hair, they rubbed in vinegar, lemon juice, and sometimes used ashes. Blonde hair, especially, was idealized as divine and foreign. Think Helen of Troy. Wigs and hairpieces made from enslaved northern women weren't uncommon among the elite. Eyebrows were key. A single, continuous brow, yes, a unibrow, was a sign of purity and intelligence. Women who weren't naturally blessed would fake it using powdered antimony or soot. Some even glued goat hair between their brows. All for that soft, scholarly look. Perfumes were blended with care, using olive oil as a base mixed with herbs like marjoram, thyme, and iris root. They were applied after bathing, which the Greeks did obsessively, often in public baths. Cleanliness was next to godliness, literally. In the jungles and highlands of Mesoamerica, beauty wasn't soft, and it definitely wasn't subtle. For the Aztec and Mayan civilizations, beauty was bold, a physical badge of identity, power, and sacred duty. The ideal body was crafted, carved, and sometimes painfully altered, all in service of the gods and societal status. Let's start with the most intense, cranial modification. Among both the Mayans and Aztecs, shaping a baby's skull was seen as an enhancement. From infancy, wooden boards were gently but firmly bound to a child's head to elongate the skull into a sloped, almost cone-like shape. It was a sign of nobility, intelligence, and beauty. The longer and smoother the forehead, the higher your social standing. Next up, dental decoration. Forget whitening strips. Mayan elites embedded jade, turquoise, and even hematite into their teeth. Tiny holes were drilled with obsidian tools and precious stones were glued in with natural resins. The sparkle when they smiled, literal. The pain tolerance, astronomical. Filed teeth were also fashionable, shaped into sharp points or symmetrical patterns to mimic animal traits, suggesting strength or divine connection. Skin and face painting played a major role in daily life and ritual. Aztec women often wore red and yellow pigments on their cheeks, while both men and women used black paint for ceremonies. The colours weren't random. They had meaning. Red was for life and fertility. Black often signified war or devotion. Some paints were made from crushed insects, like cochineal, giving a vibrant crimson hue. Piercings and tattoos were spiritual commitments. Ear, nose, and lip piercings were common, often adorned with jade or bone jewellery. Tattoos, created with thorns and ink, displayed one's family lineage, religious role, or even battlefield honours. These weren't subtle accessories. They were declarations of loyalty to gods like Quetzalcoatl or Ixchel. Even crossed eyes were considered attractive among the Maya. Mothers dangled beads in front of their infants' noses, training them to look inward until their eyes misaligned. This wasn't seen as a defect, but as a sign of mystical insight. Across the vast and varied landscapes of ancient Africa, beauty was as diverse as the terrain itself. From the lush Nile Valley to the savannas of Nubia and the trade cities of West Africa, beauty rituals were both practical and profoundly symbolic. Adornment wasn't just a matter of style, it was a statement of identity, status, and even cosmic alignment. Let's begin in ancient Egypt, where beauty was practically a science. Both men and women wore kohl around their eyes, not just for allure, but as protection. The black pigment, made from galena or lead sulfide, reduced sun glare and warded off infections. The dramatic lines extended beyond the lids, creating the famous almond-eyed look of Egyptian art. Eyes weren't just mirrors of the soul, they were sacred instruments, channels to the divine. Perfume was a luxury and a necessity. Egyptians loved scent so much that they created perfume cones, wax cones infused with myrrh, cinnamon, and lotus oil that were worn on the head during ceremonies. As the cone melted in the heat, it released fragrance, coating the hair and body. Daily hygiene included scented oils after bathing, often applied with stone or alabaster jars that were art pieces in themselves. Skincare was rooted in both beauty and climate survival. Palm oil, shea butter, and castor oil were used to protect the skin from harsh sun and dryness. These oils weren't just moisturizing, they were medicinal. Mixed with herbs, they healed wounds, soothed rashes, and preserved the skin's glow. Body scrubs were made from sand or crushed seeds, keeping skin exfoliated and clean long before loofahs were invented. In Nubia, hairstyles were central to identity. Elaborate braids and shaved patterns told stories of tribe, age, and marital status. Hair was often dyed with henna, or decorated with beads, shells, and gold threads. A towering styled coif was more than fashionable. It was regal. Further west, in ancient Yoruba or Songhai territories, body painting using indigo and ochre pigments played a role in rituals and celebrations. Tribal markings, either scarified or painted, were not seen as blemishes, but beauty enhancements and markers of strength and heritage. Beauty has always demanded something in return: time, effort, money. But in the ancient world, it could also demand your health, your sanity, and even your life. Across civilizations, the pursuit of perfection often crossed into dangerous territory. While these rituals were admired and even worshipped, they sometimes left scars far deeper than the cosmetic. We've already seen the chilling ingredients: lead, arsenic, mercury, and crushed insects, all used in makeup and skincare. What these substances had in common was toxicity. Lead face powders, used in Rome, Greece, and later Renaissance Europe, caused hair loss, muscle paralysis, and slow organ failure. And yet, the paler your skin, the higher your desirability. It was a poison wrapped in a compliment. In ancient China, women of the elite class once bound their feet from an early age in pursuit of the so-called lotus foot, an ideal that symbolized grace and obedience. Though foot binding became more dominant during later dynasties, early iterations of similar practices already existed. The result was permanent deformity. But it wasn't considered cruelty, it was considered beauty. Let's not forget the ritualized pain of tattoos, piercings, and body modifications. For the Maya and Aztecs, inserting jade into your teeth or reshaping your skull was seen as a mark of honor, but the risk of infection, pain, and permanent damage was high. Likewise, in ancient African and Middle Eastern cultures, scarification was a sign of strength and beauty, but involved cutting intricate patterns into the skin, often without antiseptics. Even perfumes could be dangerous. In Egypt, perfume cones often included ingredients like cinnamon oil, which in high concentrations can burn the skin. And since bathing with water was a luxury, heavy oils could trap dirt and bacteria, leading to infections. Cosmetics and treatments weren't regulated or standardized. One person's beauty secret was another's slow demise. And since many rituals were passed down by word of mouth or inscribed in secretive texts, misinformation was as common as vanity itself. In every culture, the pursuit of beauty reflected the values of the time, power, divinity, nobility, virtue. But the cost? It was often paid in silence. The scars were hidden beneath powders, perfumes, and elaborate hairstyles. Long before Monopoly ruined family dinners, the people of ancient Mesopotamia were already obsessed with board games, especially one called the Royal Game of Ur. Discovered in the 1920s by British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley in the Royal Cemetery of Ur, this game dates back over 4,500 years. But it wasn't just some idle diversion tucked away in a dusty corner. It was sacred, symbolic, possibly even cosmic. The game's board itself is a masterpiece, a small rectangular box with 20 decorated squares made of lapis lazuli, shell, and red limestone, inlaid in bitumen. Imagine something that looked less like a toy and more like a divine artifact. Players moved their pieces using tetrahedral dice, four-sided pyramid shapes, to race from one end of the board to the other. The goal? Get all 7 of your pieces off the board before your opponent. Sounds simple enough, but the deeper you look, the more layered it becomes. Some scholars believe the layout represents a spiritual journey, a metaphor for the soul's progress through fate and chaos. The middle squares were thought to be dangerous or magical, places of chance, protection, or divine judgment. In this view, winning wasn't just about luck. It was about navigating the cosmos wisely, like threading a needle through the will of the gods. And speaking of gods, yes, they were involved. Clay tablets from later periods describe how people used the game for divination. Scribes would consult dice throws and interpret them as omens, using the game as a sort of oracle. Think of it as ancient tarot by way of competitive backgammon. The Royal Game of Ur wasn't just played in temples or palaces. Versions of it have been found as far away as India and Egypt, suggesting it spread along trade routes and captivated multiple cultures. It may have been the first truly international board game, long before chess or checkers were even invented. For the ancient Sumerians, playing the Royal Game of Ur wasn't merely about killing time. It was about confronting fate, testing divine favour, and perhaps glimpsing the hidden structure of the universe. It was a game, yes, but also a ritual, a race, and a rehearsal for eternity. Senet wasn't just a board game, it was a passport to the afterlife. Played as early as 3100 BCE, Senet appears in tomb paintings, funerary texts, and even on the laps of pharaohs like Tutankhamun. To the ancient Egyptians, Senet wasn't merely for entertainment. It was a ritual simulation of the soul's journey through the underworld, where every move on the board could echo through eternity. The Senet board consisted of 30 squares, arranged in 3 rows of 10. Each player had 5 or 7 pieces, and the object was to move them across the board and safely off the final square. The twist? Movement was determined by casting sticks or bones, which acted as rudimentary dice. But luck alone wouldn't win you the game. Strategy and timing were essential. What began as a casual pastime soon gained spiritual weight. By the New Kingdom period, around 1550 BCE, Senet had evolved into something far more than a household diversion. It was now a symbolic enactment of the soul's voyage through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld. Certain squares on the board came to represent key stages of that journey: rebirth, judgment, peril, purification. Each turn of the game wasn't just a gamble, it was an invocation of divine will. The iconography around Senet became increasingly mystical. Some boards were inscribed with hieroglyphs representing protective deities or spells. Square 26, for example, often symbolized the House of Rebirth, while Square 27 might be the House of Happiness. Landing there could mean divine protection, while other squares spelled delay or even danger. The board became a microcosm of the afterlife, a spiritual obstacle course laid out in cedar and paint. Senet was also closely tied to the goddess Ma'at, the embodiment of truth, justice, and cosmic order. Playing senet well was a symbolic rehearsal for navigating the trials of the afterlife, where the soul would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Win the game, and you might win immortality. Lose? Let's just say you'd better hope someone packed extra amulets in your tomb. So while senet may look like an ancient version of backgammon, it was much more. Part game, part theology, part guidebook to the netherworld. In Egypt, you didn't just play senet, you prayed through it. To the untrained eye, knucklebones looked like child's play, just a handful of oddly shaped bones tossed in the air. But in ancient Greece, it was far more than a simple pastime. It was a game of skill, chance, flirtation, and even divine symbolism. Whether in bustling Athenian marketplaces or quiet temple courtyards, knucklebones clattered across stone floors, echoing laughter, rivalry, and ritual. The game was originally played using the small ankle bones of sheep or goats, known as astragaloi. Unlike modern dice, these four-sided bones didn't roll in uniform patterns, making each throw unpredictable. Players tossed them into the air and tried to catch them on the back of their hand, or land them in certain positions to score points. The rules varied by region and era, but the thrill was universal. It wasn't just kids who played. Adults, particularly women, adored it. Greek vases and sculptures often show young girls playing knucklebones in elegant robes, their faces full of concentration. For many, it was a game of elegance and dexterity, a kind of ancient fidget spinner meets social ritual. In fact, it was sometimes used as a courtship display, where a graceful throw might catch the eye of a passing suitor. But there was also something deeper. The astragaloi were often linked to fate and the gods. Each side of the bone had a name and a numerical value, which made them ideal for both gaming and divination. A good throw might be interpreted as a sign from the gods, perhaps even a message from Apollo or Hermes. And if you threw 4 of the same side? That was the coveted Venus throw, a win so perfect it was said to be touched by divine favour. The game also had strong ties to death and the afterlife. Knucklebones were often placed in graves as toys or tools for divination in the next world. Some believed spirits could play through them, or that they helped the dead predict the future. Eventually, the game evolved. Greeks began casting knucklebones made of bronze, glass and ivory. But the core appeal remained. It was easy to learn, hard to master, and steeped in mystique. In Greece, knucklebones were more than a game. They were flirtation, fate, and fun, all rolled into a single toss. If chess is war on a board, then ludus latrunculorum was Rome's declaration of battle. This ancient Roman game, often shortened to latrunculi or the game of little soldiers, wasn't just a way to pass time in a villa courtyard. It was an intellectual sparring match, a brainy rehearsal for real-world conflict. To play it well was to think like a general. The exact rules of ludus latrunculorum have been lost to time, but enough fragments, wooden boards, clay pieces, and literary references remain to paint a compelling picture. Played on a grid, often 8x8 or 9x10 squares, each player controlled an army of small uniform pieces called latrones, or mercenaries. The objective? Outmaneuver your opponent and capture their pieces by surrounding them. No dice, no luck, just cunning. What made it thrilling was its subtlety. This wasn't a race game like or senet. It was tactical, demanding foresight and psychological warfare. Players would bait, feint, and trap, just like in actual military campaigns. Roman authors like Varro and Ovid mention it as a pastime favoured by both soldiers and statesmen. Some saw it as a test of character. Others just liked humiliating their friends in front of a crowd. Interestingly, the game wasn't confined to the elite. Latrunculi boards have been found scratched into stones, floors, and even rooftops across the Roman Empire, from Britain to Egypt. Soldiers played it while stationed on the frontier. Merchants played it between negotiations. It transcended class and culture, offering both escape and strategic training. The pieces themselves varied. Simple pebbles, carved ivory tokens, or glass counters. Some boards featured special squares, possibly fortresses or thrones, where key captures could occur. Scholars debate whether a single king piece existed in some versions, but regardless, the game rewarded ruthless logic over brute strength. Roman poets often used the game as a metaphor. Losing a piece was like losing favour in court, getting surrounded, like political betrayal. Even the gods were said to play versions of it, suggesting that strategy was not just human, but divine. Ludus Latruncalorum may be extinct, but its spirit survives in modern games like chess and checkers. It was Rome's intellectual bloodsport, a game where victory meant more than bragging rights. It meant superiority of mind. Before Senet reigned supreme in ancient Egypt, there was Mehen, a mysterious, spiral-shaped board game named after a protective serpent god. Mehen wasn't just a game. It was a riddle wrapped in mythology, strategy, and ceremony. While the exact rules have vanished into the sands of time, the surviving boards and game pieces suggest that Mehen was more than just recreation. It was cosmic symbolism in motion. The board itself was striking. A coiled serpent, its body segmented into rectangular spaces, spiralling inward toward the head. The serpent, Mehen, was believed to protect the sun god Ra during his nightly journey through the underworld. So in essence, each game was a reenactment of a divine voyage. Players navigating the coils of danger, transformation, and rebirth. The pieces discovered alongside Mehen boards include small lion-shaped tokens and round marbles or spheres. Scholars believe each player controlled a set of marbles that travelled through the serpent's body, possibly escorted or threatened by the lion figures. The lions may have acted as guardians, obstacles, or even competitive attackers. While it's unclear exactly how movement worked, it likely involved dice or casting sticks, as with other Egyptian games. What makes Mehen so fascinating is its rapid disappearance. Popular during the Old Kingdom, around 2600 to 2300 BCE, it abruptly vanished from records and archaeological finds by the Middle Kingdom. Why? No one knows. Some theorize that its religious associations fell out of favour. Others believe it was simply overshadowed by Senet's growing role in funerary rites. Either way, Mehen became a relic, leaving behind only beautiful serpent-shaped boards and silent, lion-headed pieces. Its presence outside Egypt is equally intriguing. Similar spiral boards have been found in Cyprus and the Levant, suggesting the game, or at least its imagery, travelled through trade or conquest. Did it retain its symbolic meaning in foreign lands? Or was it stripped of myth and reduced to a puzzle? The evidence doesn't say, but the mystery only adds to Mehen's allure. In the end, Mehen was more than a pastime. It was a walk along the divine spine of a serpent, a metaphor for protection, risk, and the eternal cycle of life and death. To play it was to enter a spiral, one where each move echoed with myth. Long before the Vikings wrote sagas or carved runestones, they played Tafel, a family of asymmetric board games that mirrored their brutal world of raids, sieges, and survival. From frozen longhouses in Norway to trading ports in Ireland, Tafel games were spread across the Norse world, sharpening minds as much as swords. These were not gentle pastimes. Tafel was warfare, distilled into strategy, deception, and calculated risk. The most famous version is Hnefatafel, or King's Table, played on a square grid that varied in size, most commonly 11x11 or 13x13. The asymmetry is the game's signature. One player commands a king and a small group of defenders in the centre of the board. The other controls a larger army of attackers on the edges. The king's goal? Escape to a corner square. The attacker's goal? Capture the king by surrounding him on all four sides. There are no dice, no luck, only logic, planning, and brute positional play. And just like in Viking raids, the odds are not even. The attackers outnumber the defenders 2-1, forcing the king's player to think like a desperate leader, constantly evading, redirecting, and outwitting the enemy. Tafel boards were often carved from wood, antler, or even stone, with intricate grid patterns and stylized playing pieces. Wealthier warriors might own versions made of glass or bone, with figures shaped like warriors, kings, or dragons. The boards were portable, easy to carry on longships, and the rules, though regional, shared the same heartbeat: conflict. It wasn't just entertainment. Tafel trained Viking minds for real-world leadership and ambush tactics. It taught when to retreat, when to sacrifice, and how to think several moves ahead. In an age where alliances shifted like wind on the fjords, the ability to anticipate your opponent could mean the difference between glory and death. Tafel was so embedded in Norse culture that even Christian missionaries used it to connect with pagans, sometimes replacing the king piece with a bishop. But as chess spread into Scandinavia during the medieval period, Tafel began to fade, seen as a relic of the old gods. By the 12th century, it was nearly extinct, though echoes of it still survive in regional games like Tablet. In its prime, however, Tafel was more than a board game. It was a Viking battlefield, just quieter, cleaner, and played with bone instead of blood. In the grand courts of ancient India, amid elephants, incense, and sacred chants, a game was being played, not just for fun, but for fate. Pachisi, known as the national game of India, was more than just a pastime. It was a cosmic dance of karma, kingship, and calculated risk. With origins dating back to at least the 6th century CE, and possibly earlier, Pachisi was a favourite of emperors, especially the legendary Akbar the Great, who didn't just play it, he lived it. The game board is shaped like a giant cross, symbolising the 4 cardinal directions and the intersection of fate. Each arm of the cross forms a path of squares, converging at a central square, representing the throne or home. Players race their 4 pieces around the board, trying to return them all to the centre before their opponents. The twist? Movement is determined by throwing 6 or 7 cowrie shells, not dice. The number of shells landing open side up dictates the movement. So every turn blends chance, choice, and divine whim. But Pachisi isn't just about movement. It's about capture. Land on an opponent's piece, and you send them back to the beginning. Timing, positioning, and bluffing are everything. A rash move can lead to disaster. A patient strategy can dominate the board. It's a game of nerves, much like the chess of war or the politics of court life. And yes, it was played in real life. Literally. Akbar famously built a massive courtyard version of the board at Fatehpur Sikri, where real people dressed in colour-coded clothing acted as game pieces. He played from above, moving human tokens with royal authority. It was spectacle, statecraft, and spiritual theatre all rolled into one. Pachisi's symbolic layers run deep. The cross-shaped board reflects the intersection of dharma, duty, artha, prosperity, karma, desire, and moksha, liberation. Success requires not just skill, but alignment with universal order. A good game, like a good life, balances risk and restraint. Later, British colonists adapted Pachisi into Ludo, flattening its symbolism into something more digestible. But the original game remains a masterpiece of ancient Indian thought. Pachisi was more than a race. It was a lesson in destiny, patience, and the subtle dance of karma across a board, where every throw mattered. If you were an Aztec, rolling the bones wasn't just a gamble, it was a spiritual transaction. Patoli, one of Mesoamerica's oldest known games, was part gambling, part ritual, and part cosmic drama. It was played everywhere, from humble village corners to the great temples of Tenochtitlan, and always under the watchful eye of the gods, especially Macuilxochitl, the patron of games, dance, and excess. The game board was simple in appearance. A cross-shaped grid, typically drawn on mats, stone, or even carved directly into temple steps. It contained 52 spaces, mirroring the Aztec calendar cycle of 52 years. This wasn't accidental. Time, fate, and cosmic cycles were embedded in every square. Players began with 6 beans marked with dots, functioning like primitive dice. These were thrown to determine how many spaces a player's token could move. Each player had a set of markers, often stones, bones, or carved figurines, that they manoeuvred around the board in an effort to complete a circuit before their opponent. But Patoli wasn't just a race, it was a duel. Land on an opponent's piece and you could send it back to the start, or worse, eliminate it completely. But danger worked both ways. Certain squares were penalty spaces, tied to bad omens, where landing meant forfeiting progress, or goods. That's right, goods. Because Patoli wasn't just played for pride, it was a full-blown gambling event. Players bet everything from food and blankets to gold dust, jade, and even slaves. High-stakes games could get intense. Spectators would gather, cheering or jeering, and priests sometimes oversaw matches to ensure fairness and spiritual propriety. Players made offerings to Mquilxochitl before major games, asking for luck or forgiveness in case of loss. To play Patoli was to risk not only wealth, but divine disfavour. The Spanish, upon arriving, were horrified. They saw Patoli as a gateway to vice and paganism. Gambling was outlawed and boards destroyed. But the game lingered in memory, passed on secretly, or morphed into less dangerous variants. What made Patoli unique wasn't just its mechanics, but its fusion of luck, strategy, and cosmology. The board was a miniature universe. Each throw was a spin of fate, and every game mirrored the eternal gamble between order and chaos, life and loss. To modernize, games are usually seen as leisure, something to unwind, compete, or kill time. But in the ancient world, games were often sacred. They weren't just entertainment, they were mirrors of the cosmos, training grounds for rulers, and rehearsals for death, fate, and rebirth. Across civilizations, from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, play was never just play, it was ritual in disguise. Take Senet and Patoli, for instance. These weren't casual pastimes. They were embedded with religious meaning, often played in temples, tombs, and ceremonial contexts. Senet boards were found in the tombs of Egyptian pharaohs, not as toys but as tools to guide the soul through the duat, the underworld. Winning a Senet game wasn't about outsmarting your opponent, it was about proving your spiritual readiness for the afterlife. Likewise, in the Aztec world, Patoli was played under divine surveillance. Mquilxochitl, the god of games and excess, demanded offerings and observance. The throws of beans weren't just lucky or unlucky, they were messages from the gods, signs of favour or punishment. Losing your possessions could be seen as karmic justice. Winning, a momentary alignment with cosmic forces. Even more abstract games like Mayhen and Pachisi carried rich symbolic weight. Mayhen reenacted the serpent god coiled around the sun god Ra during his nightly journey through the underworld. Every movement on the board symbolized protection, progress, or peril. Pachisi, with its cross-shaped layout, wasn't just about reaching the center. It was a model of dharma, karma, and moksha, the entire spiritual cycle rendered in cowrie shells and tokens. And the role of games in education and warcraft can't be overstated. Games like Ludus Latruncalorum and Tafel weren't just distractions for soldiers. They were tactical simulations. Emperors, generals, and young nobles played them not just to win, but to learn. Games trained the mind to anticipate moves, counter threats, and balance aggression with strategy. They forged leaders in silence, away from the battlefield. So whether they were rolled in temples, chanted in courts, or carved into stone, ancient games served multiple roles. They amused, yes, but they also taught, healed, judged, and prepared. They connected humans to the divine, players to fate, and time to eternity. In the ancient world, when you sat down to play, you weren't escaping life. You were living it deeper. Mary Wollstonecraft. Godwin entered the world on August 30th, 1797, with more pressure in her first breath than most feel in a lifetime. She was born into an intellectual earthquake. Her parents, Mary Wollstonecraft and William Godwin, were two of the most radical thinkers of their time. Her mother was the author of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, a fiery feminist treatise that dared to argue women were rational beings worthy of education and equality. Her father was a political philosopher and novelist who rejected monarchy, organised religion, and traditional marriage. Together, they formed one of the most revolutionary unions in Enlightenment England. And then, 11 days after Mary's birth, her mother died. From the beginning, Mary's life was marked by brilliance and loss. Raised by her father in a house filled with books, ideas, and visiting radicals, she grew up surrounded by the ghost of a mother she never knew but whose voice rang through the pages of her writing. Her father did not hide these works. He encouraged Mary to read them. Her education was anything but ordinary. She absorbed Greek myths, science, poetry, philosophy, and history before most children had learned to write a paragraph. The garden became her classroom. Her thoughts were fed by the likes of Coleridge, Rousseau, and Voltaire. But the household was far from idyllic. William Godwin eventually remarried, and Mary's relationship with her stepmother, Mary Jane Clairmont, was cold and contentious. The new Mrs. Godwin favoured her own children and viewed Mary as a moody, defiant girl with too much imagination. Mary, for her part, despised the domestic expectations placed on her and found solace only in writing and dreaming. By age 10, she was scribbling her own stories. By 14, she was reading books most adults would fear to touch. She was not a girl built for embroidery and tea. She was a storm, quietly gathering strength. Mary's childhood, framed by the ideals of political revolution, personal freedom, and feminist rebellion, laid the foundation for a life unlike any other. Her origins were haunted by death, defined by genius, and forged in fire. She was not simply her parents' daughter. She was already becoming something stranger and far more powerful. Mary Shelley, the future mother of science fiction. In the summer of 1814, Mary Godwin, just 16 years old, did something that would ignite scandal across literary London. She ran away, but not alone. She eloped with the already married, wildly idealistic poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, a man 5 years her senior, who was both her father's admirer and his greatest disappointment. What began as a romantic rebellion would soon unravel into grief, exile, and artistic fire. Mary met Percy in her father's home, where the poet often visited to debate philosophy and pay homage to Godwin's writings. But it was Mary, not her father, who enchanted him. Quiet yet intense, she shared Percy's fascination with liberty, science, and the supernatural. They read together by her mother's grave in St. Pancras churchyard, where she would often retreat to be near the woman she'd never known. It was there, between headstones and candle-lit books, that their love story began. Their departure was abrupt and reckless. Mary, Percy, and Mary's stepsister Claire Clairmont left England and sailed across the Channel to France with barely a change of clothes and no clear plan. Percy abandoned his pregnant wife Harriet, a decision that would haunt all of them. The trio wandered through revolutionary France and Switzerland on foot, writing in their journals by day and sleeping in flea-bitten inns by night. Their money ran out quickly, forcing them back to England in disgrace. What followed was a spiral of hardship. Percy's creditors hounded them. Mary's father, once the voice of free love, shunned her, and the children began to die. Mary gave birth to a daughter who died within weeks. "Dream that my little baby came to life again," she wrote in her journal. "Awake and find no baby." Grief had entered her bloodstream, and it never left. Yet through the turbulence, Mary's mind sharpened. She was reading voraciously Greek myths, alchemy, galvanism, scientific theories about reanimation. She was living in exile, a radical woman in a conservative world. Her relationship with Percy was both intoxicating and exhausting. He was brilliant, erratic, emotionally distant, yet passionately supportive of her writing. Mary Shelley had become an outcast, but she was no victim. Her life, already overflowing with rebellion and heartbreak, was laying the groundwork for something extraordinary, and in just a few short years, on the shores of Lake Geneva, lightning would strike. In the summer of 1816, Mary Godwin, now Mary Shelley, found herself at the heart of one of literary history's most infamous vacations. She was in Switzerland, staying at the Villa Diodati by Lake Geneva with her lover Percy Shelley, her stepsister Claire Clairmont, the notorious Lord Byron, and Byron's physician John Polidori. The weather was miserable. Thanks to the eruption of Mount Tambora the year before, the skies were choked with ash. Crops failed. Temperatures dropped. It became known as the year without a summer. Trapped indoors, the group passed the time telling ghost stories and discussing science, poetry, and philosophy. One night, Byron proposed a challenge. Each person should write their own supernatural tale. A creative storm began to brew, one that would change literature forever. Mary was just 18. Byron and Shelley were already celebrated poets. Polidori would go on to write The Vampire, a precursor to Dracula. But it was Mary, quiet and observant, who would shatter expectations. At first, she struggled to come up with an idea. Days passed. Then, during a conversation about galvanism, the use of electricity to reanimate dead tissue, something clicked. That night, Mary had a vision. In her words, "I saw the pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. I saw the hideous phantasm of a man stretched out. She had dreamed of a scientist, and the monster he brought to life. Thus was born Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus. The novel wasn't just horror, it was a fusion of science, myth, and grief." Victor Frankenstein's obsession with creating life mirrored the age's fascination with scientific progress. The creature, shunned and unloved, reflected Mary's own feelings of abandonment and otherness. Themes of parenthood, isolation, and guilt bled onto every page, drawn from her losses and the chaotic men around her. When Frankenstein was published in 1818, it was anonymous. Many assumed Percy had written it. He had penned the preface. He was the husband. He was the man. But the truth couldn't stay hidden. The world would come to know Mary Shelley not only as the wife of a poet, but as the mother of science fiction. In one summer she had taken lightning, death, and her own sorrow, and made a monster that would never die. After the birth of Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's life didn't settle into literary triumph. Instead, it plunged deeper into sorrow. Death had always circled her, but in the years following 1818, it closed in relentlessly. Even as her creation began to walk in the public imagination, her own family began to vanish. Mary and Percy returned to England, where grief struck again. Their two young children, Clara and William, both died. Clara from dysentery in Italy, William from malaria shortly after. Mary was devastated. She had now lost 3 children in as many years. The pain was bottomless. She wrote, "I am not now in a state to be comforted." She isolated herself, her mind darkened by nightmares, and her health began to deteriorate. Yet amidst the sorrow, a glimmer of life emerged. In 1819, she gave birth to her only surviving child, Percy Florence Shelley. He would become her anchor in the years to come, but even he could not shield her from the next blow. In 1822, tragedy struck again, this time brutally and suddenly. Percy Shelley drowned in a storm while sailing off the coast of Italy. His body washed ashore, unrecognizable except for a volume of Keats's poetry in his pocket. Mary was just 24 years old, widowed, broke, and emotionally shattered. She had lived through the deaths of 3 children, her half-sister Fanny's suicide, the suicide of Percy's estranged wife Harriet, and now the drowning of the love of her life. It was a gothic horror no fiction could rival. Yet somehow, she endured. Mary gathered Percy's remains, both literal and literary. She preserved his poems, his reputation, and even allegedly kept a piece of his calcified heart wrapped in silk, stored in her writing desk. Grief was no longer just a companion, it was her constant muse. And through it all, she kept writing. Her pen became her lifeline. She composed Valperga, a historical novel, The Last Man, a post-apocalyptic vision of plague and isolation that eerily mirrored her own desolation, and she edited and published Percy's works, ensuring his legacy wouldn't drown with him. Mary Shelley didn't just survive tragedy, she absorbed it, transformed it, and turned it into art. Love had defined her early years, but now loss would shape her myth. By the mid-1820s, Mary Shelley was alone in a way few young women of her era could imagine. At just 28, she had already buried most of the people she had loved: her parents, her children, her half-sister, her husband. What remained was her pen, her son Percy Florence, and the crushing weight of legacy. She was no longer the radical teenager who fled England for love. She was now a widow, a single mother, and a woman surrounded by ghosts. And yet, she endured. Financially unstable, Mary relied on her writing to survive. But Victorian society wasn't kind to women who had lived too much. She was judged not only as a female author, but as the scandalous wife of a controversial poet. Publishers wanted her to be palatable, respectable. So she learned to navigate the literary world with care, balancing her radical past with the need to provide a stable life for her son. She wrote tirelessly. Novels like Perkin Warbeck, Lodore, and Faulkner, each weaving themes of political exile, lost mothers, and moral conflict. They weren't as revolutionary as Frankenstein, but they reflected her evolving perspective, less idealistic, more grounded, and deeply introspective. She also produced biographies, travel journals, and countless editorial projects, including the monumental task of preserving and promoting Percy Shelley's poetry. She shaped his legacy with the same diligence she once used to shape her stories. But Mary wasn't simply a caretaker of memories. She remained intellectually sharp, politically engaged, and fiercely protective of her privacy. She rejected multiple marriage proposals. She refused to publish gossip or expose secrets. She maintained friendships with writers, philosophers, and publishers, but trusted very few. Her greatest devotion was to her son, Percy Florence. She ensured he received the best education, protected him from scandal, and gave him the quiet life she herself had been denied. In doing so, she created a version of stability that had eluded her for decades. Mary's later life was marked by physical illness, recurring headaches and paralysis in her right arm. But she never stopped writing, never stopped thinking, never stopped being the woman who had stared down grief and defied it with ink and paper. She was the last woman standing, not untouched by tragedy, but undefeated by it. Her life was no longer just a Gothic novel. It was an act of endurance. By the time Mary Shelley reached her 30s, she had become a quiet force in the literary world, not through loud acclaim, but through sheer persistence. She was no longer merely Percy Shelley's widow or the daughter of famous radicals. She was Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein, a novel that, over time, had begun to take on a strange life of its own. Frankenstein had first been dismissed by critics. Some saw it as a disturbing oddity, others assumed it had been written by her husband, but the public couldn't look away. By the 1830s, the story had already begun evolving beyond the page. Theatre adaptations sprang up across Europe, including The Popular Presumption, or The Fate of Frankenstein, which portrayed the creature as a mute brute, far from Mary's eloquent tragic original. Still, it proved the novel's cultural power. Her monster was no longer just hers, it belonged to the world. And with that came something extraordinary. A new genre was beginning to form. Frankenstein had unknowingly birthed science fiction. Long before Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, Mary Shelley had asked the terrifying question, what happens when man plays God? She had fused Gothic horror with Enlightenment-era science. threading human tragedy through speculative imagination. It wasn't just a horror story, it was a warning. Mary herself didn't claim to have invented a genre. In fact, she rarely called attention to herself at all. But scholars now regard her as the mother of science fiction, a title she earned not through intention, but innovation. She had taken the anxieties of her era, about science, morality, motherhood, and death, and moulded them into a timeless parable. As she edited Percy's works and navigated the male-dominated publishing world, Mary quietly influenced generations of thinkers. Her writings explored not only politics and feminism, but ecological disaster, existential dread, and ethical boundaries. Her 1826 novel, The Last Man, imagined a world ravaged by plague and loneliness, a vision that would only be fully appreciated a century later. Though ill for much of her later life, she never stopped engaging with the world through her writing. Her legacy was already in motion, creeping out of the lab, across the stage, through the press, and into the bloodstream of modern culture. Mary Shelley had breathed life into an idea that would never die, and for that, literature would never be the same. Mary Shelley's life was shaped not only by love and loss, but by identity, an identity she was constantly forced to defend, reshape, and preserve. Being a woman writer in the 19th century was already a political act. Being Mary Shelley, the daughter of revolutionaries, the widow of a radical poet, and the creator of a morally complex monster, made her existence even more loaded. After Percy's death, Mary was left in a precarious position. Though she had taken his surname through their marriage, her status as his literary executor and the guardian of his legacy was not guaranteed. His family, the aristocratic Shelleys, had never approved of Mary. They viewed her with suspicion, considered her dangerous, and offered her a meagre allowance on the condition that she stay out of their affairs. They allowed her to raise her son, but not to speak too freely. Mary played a long and careful game. She towed the line between respectability and rebellion, crafting a public persona that was quiet, literary, and maternal, while still protecting her radical lineage beneath the surface. When editing Percy's poetry and writing his memoirs, she subtly sanitized his atheism and revolutionary views, ensuring that his works could reach a wider, more conservative Victorian audience. Critics have debated this move for decades. Was it betrayal or strategy? Perhaps it was both. Mary understood the politics of reputation better than most. But while she worked to preserve Percy's legacy, she also fought for her own. Publishers wanted her to be silent, anonymous, or at best, the footnote to her husband's genius. Mary refused. She continued writing novels under her own name. In an era when women were still publishing under male pseudonyms, Mary Shelley insisted on visibility. At the same time, she quietly inserted political themes into her fiction. In Lodore and Faulkner, she explored issues of female autonomy, flawed fatherhood, and the social limitations placed on women. In The Last Man, she imagined the collapse of civilization and the futility of empire, hardly subtle commentary. Mary Shelley's pen was not just a creative tool, it was a weapon. Through fiction, biography, and quiet editorial work, she shaped not only the memory of a generation, but the framework of modern literature. As the Victorian era bloomed around her, Mary Shelley entered her final decade with a quiet dignity shadowed by physical decline and emotional isolation. Though she was still recognized for her intellect and literary contributions, the world that had once swirled with radicalism and romanticism was fading, and Mary was one of its last living witnesses. The vibrant coterie of her youth, Byron, Percy, Clare, even her father William Godwin, were gone. The revolutionary fire of the early 1800s had given way to Victorian restraint. Mary found herself increasingly alone, burdened by chronic illness. She suffered from debilitating headaches, partial paralysis in her arms, and what may have been a recurring brain tumour. Yet she rarely complained. Her pain was simply folded into her routine, like ink into paper. Still, she remained committed to her son, Percy Florence Shelley, who had grown into a dutiful and affectionate young man. Unlike his parents, Percy Florence lived a conventional life. eventually inheriting the baronetcy denied to his father. Mary clung to his companionship, focusing her remaining energy on ensuring his success and protecting him from scandal, especially the ghosts that still followed the Shelley name. Though her days of bold creation were behind her, Mary kept working. She maintained correspondence with publishers, friends, and fellow intellectuals. She continued reading widely: history, science, political theory, remaining intellectually engaged even as her body betrayed her. She kept editing Percy's works, carefully curating his poetic legacy while tiptoeing around the more incendiary pieces to preserve public favour. But the shadows never fully lifted. She lived modestly, sometimes on the edge of poverty, and never remarried. Marriage, to Mary, was never about security. It had been about passion and shared ideals. No one else could fill the space Percy had occupied, nor would she allow them to try. In 1851, at the age of 53, Mary Shelley died of what was likely a brain tumour. She passed quietly, surrounded by her son and his wife. After her death, they found among her belongings locks of hair from her lost children, and the rumoured piece of Percy Shelley's heart wrapped in silk. Even in death, Mary Shelley remained the keeper of memory, a woman shaped by loss, elevated by genius, and driven to write through every shadow. Mary Shelley died in 1851, but her voice never went silent. In the decades that followed, her work, especially Frankenstein, grew beyond her wildest imagination. What began as a ghost story by a teenage runaway became one of the most influential novels in human history. Mary Shelley wasn't just remembered, she was resurrected, again and again. At first, her fame lingered quietly. During her lifetime, she had been praised mostly for her loyalty to Percy and her editorship of his poetry. Her own fiction, though respected, was often dismissed or misunderstood. Frankenstein was still seen as a curiosity, filed under Gothic horror, its deeper themes ignored by a world not yet ready to question science, morality, and man's place in the universe. But time revealed her genius. By the 20th century, Mary's monster had become a cultural icon. Film adaptations, beginning with the silent era and exploding with Universal's 1931 Frankenstein starring Boris Karloff, gave her creation a new face. Literally. The creature became a misunderstood symbol of modern anxiety, a tragic being forged by human arrogance and cast out by society. Each adaptation reflected the fears of its time: war, technology, nuclear power, artificial intelligence, and always, at the core, Mary Shelley's fingerprints. Scholars began to revisit her work with new eyes. Feminist critics championed her not just as the wife of a poet, but as a literary architect in her own right. They explored her insights into motherhood, grief, creation, and power. The Last Man, once overlooked, was re-evaluated as an early dystopian masterpiece. Her life itself, marked by rebellion, intellect and endurance, became as fascinating as her fiction. Today, Mary Shelley is not just remembered, she is revered. She is called the mother of science fiction, the queen of Gothic literature, a pioneer who fused the personal with the philosophical. Her legacy lives on in classrooms, laboratories, film studios, and political discourse. Whenever we ask what it means to be human, or what happens when creation outruns conscience, we're speaking in her language. She gave us a monster. But in doing so, she gave voice to every outsider, every orphaned idea, every mind cast out for being too curious. Mary Shelley didn't just write a novel, she rewired literature's DNA. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the rather tangled lives of the most inbred women in medieval history. Born of cousins, married to uncles, and occasionally both, these ladies were caught in the royal tradition of keeping it in the family, genetically and politically. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Juana of Castile was born in 1479, the third child of two very important people who were also very related. Her parents were Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, the same power couple who financed Columbus, kicked out the Moors, and somehow thought cousin marriage was still a solid strategic move. Juana came from the Spanish Trastamara dynasty, which already had a strong tradition of marrying within the family. By the time she arrived, the royal bloodline had been stirred just enough to be technically alive, but not enough to avoid issues like emotional instability, chronic melancholy, and the occasional unfortunate chin. In her teens, Juana was shipped off to Flanders to marry Philip the Handsome, who, despite the name, was less handsome and more genetically optimized Habsburg. He was her cousin. Of course he was. The Habsburgs loved two things: collecting crowns and ignoring genetic warnings. At first, things looked promising. Juana was intelligent, striking, and reportedly very much in love with Philip. Unfortunately, Philip was less in love with her and more in love with every woman who wasn't his wife. Juana's passionate nature and jealousy didn't go over well with a court that was used to cold marriages and lukewarm fidelity. When Philip died suddenly, allegedly from typhoid, possibly from karma, Juana didn't take it well. She refused to be separated from his corpse. Refused. She had his coffin carried with her as she travelled across Spain, occasionally opening it to check on him. Medieval romantic? Maybe. Unhinged? Also maybe. Her political enemies, and she had many, jumped on this behaviour. Her father, Ferdinand, used it as proof she was unfit to rule. Her son, Charles, later Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, did the same. Conveniently, both men got to rule in her place while she remained under care in a convent for most of her life. Was Juana actually mad? Historians still debate it. Some say she suffered from mental illness, exacerbated by grief and confinement. Others argue she was just politically inconvenient in a world where being an emotional woman, especially one who noticed her husband's cheating, was basically considered treason. Either way, Juana wasn't just a tragic figure. She was a perfect storm of royal pressure, dynastic inbreeding, and the world's worst coping mechanisms. If there were a prize for most predictable genetic outcome, Maria Anna of Spain would be holding the trophy while her son drooled on it. Born in 1634, Maria Anna was the daughter of King Philip III of Spain and Margaret of Austria, who were themselves cousins in that uniquely enthusiastic Habsburg way. So naturally, Maria Anna married her uncle. That's right. Not distant cousin, not second cousin twice removed, but her actual uncle, Ferdinand III, Holy Roman Emperor. Because when your family tree is just a loop with ambition, why not double down? Maria Anna was intelligent and devout, fluent in several languages, politically aware, and apparently kind-hearted. She brought dignity to the imperial court, along with the genetic equivalent of photocopying a photocopy. Her most significant contribution to history? Giving birth to Charles II of Spain, arguably the most inbred monarch to ever sit on a throne without falling off. Charles inherited not just the crown, but the entire Habsburg gene backlog: an oversized jaw, a weak chin, chronic illness, infertility, and a suspected cognitive delay. He struggled with basic functions, such as eating and speaking, which, to be fair, is relatable before coffee, but less so when you're ruling a global empire. Was all of this Maria Anna's fault? Of course not. She didn't invent Habsburg matchmaking. But she did play her part in the long-running family tradition of turning political alliances into genetic daredevils. To her credit, she deeply loved her son and was protective of him throughout his fragile life. She acted as regent during his minority and tried to shield him from court manipulation, which was like trying to stop a food fight in a room full of starving toddlers with daggers. Maria Anna died in 1696, a year after her son. The Spanish Empire she helped birth into decline soon collapsed into the War of Spanish Succession, a war triggered, in part, because Charles II couldn't produce an heir. Because, of course, he couldn't. If you've ever wondered what happens when a family treats marriage like a spreadsheet formula, Isabella of Habsburg is your answer. Born in 1501, Isabella was the daughter of Philip the Handsome, yes, that one again, and Juana of Castile, also known as Joanna the Mad, though at this point, Joanna the Understandably Stressed might be more accurate. This made Isabella the sister of Emperor Charles V and the niece of half of Europe. Her DNA was less a mystery and more a royal recipe repeated too many times, a base of Habsburg, a dash of Trastamara, and absolutely no fresh ingredients. At the age of 17, Isabella married Christian II of Denmark, a king famous for reform attempts, erratic behaviour, and the general vibe of a man one poor breakfast away from declaring war on the furniture. Their union was, predictably, both strategic and deeply awkward. Isabella and Christian were cousins, of course, but what really sealed the genetic deal was that her Habsburg bloodline was already looping like a medieval screensaver. She was expected to bring stability, charm, and political advantage, and maybe also disguise the fact that her family tree was looking more and more like a wreath. Life in the Danish court was not kind to Isabella. Christian's rule went poorly. He was overthrown, imprisoned, and at one point, exiled. Isabella followed him loyally, which is either true love or hereditary stubbornness. Her health declined during years of court drama and political exile, and she died young, at just 24, from what some suspect was complications related to childbirth or illness, worsened by stress and royal politics. Their children continued the noble tradition of inbreeding, naturally. One of them, Dorothea, married Frederick II, Elector Palatine, a solid Habsburg match. Because if there's anything the dynasty valued more than jawlines and titles, it was ensuring that no family gathering ever needed name tags. Eleanor of Austria was born in 1498, which already puts her at a disadvantage, being sandwiched between the Renaissance and 1,000 royal expectations. She was the daughter of Philip the Handsome and Juana of Castile, making her the older sister of Charles V, and a proud owner of what can only be described as deluxe Habsburg genetics. Her childhood, a diplomatic waiting room, her teenage years, a series of almost marriages. At one point, she was promised to Henry VIII of England, but that fell through. Lucky her. Dodging that particular marriage was one of the few times Habsburg inbreeding may have accidentally improved someone's quality of life. Instead, Eleanor's first marriage was to Manuel I of Portugal, who was not only a much older man, but also her first cousin once removed, which, in the world of royal matrimony, is basically the medieval version of marrying someone from down the hall. She became Queen of Portugal, had 2 children, and was widowed before she hit 30. So naturally the solution was to marry her off again. This time to Francis I of France, a man who had previously been held prisoner by her brother Charles V. Romance. Francis wasn't particularly fond of Eleanor, viewing her less as a wife and more as a political olive branch with a Habsburg return address. Their marriage was childless and chilly. He spent more time with his mistresses than with his queen, while Eleanor spent most of her time reading, praying, and politely pretending not to notice. Despite being married to the King of France, Eleanor remained loyal to her Habsburg roots, and you can't blame her. They may have been inbred, but they were predictable. Eleanor outlived both her husbands and retired quietly into the political shadows, dying in 1558. She was known for her piety, composure, and the remarkable ability to survive 2 royal marriages without causing a scandal, an Olympic-level achievement in her family. Her life was a masterclass in silent endurance. Though she didn't spark wars or scandals, she embodied the Habsburg woman's job description: marry the cousin, produce the heir, and pretend that the family resemblance isn't getting stronger with each generation. Catherine of Aragon was born in 1485 to Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, Spain's power couple and part-time genealogical bottleneck. As a princess of two united kingdoms, Catherine had everything: wealth, education, titles, and a family tree that circled tighter than a medieval drinking song. By the time she turned 3, Catherine was already betrothed to Arthur, Prince of Wales, eldest son of Henry VII. Why? Because Europe's royal families had a charming habit of marrying their cousins to other cousins, preferably in matching coats of arms. Catherine and Arthur were second cousins through John of Gaunt, which, in noble terms, is basically barely related. They married in 1501, and Arthur promptly died 5 months later. Did the marriage include relations? That question would come to define English history, spark the Reformation, and confuse lawyers for generations. In the meantime, Catherine was stuck in diplomatic limbo, a teenage widow living in England, no husband, no dowry returned, and still very much a pawn in the game of royal alliances. Enter Henry VIII, Arthur's younger brother, and eventually her second husband. It's not every day you marry 2 sons from the same family. But hey, the Trastamarras were all about reusing names, titles, and apparently spouses. Their early years were genuinely affectionate. Catherine was intelligent, graceful, and politically savvy. She gave Henry prestige, an alliance with Spain, and 5 pregnancies, only one of which survived: Mary, later known as Mary I. Unfortunately, Henry wanted a son, and Catherine, after years of miscarriages and heartache, couldn't deliver one. That's when things went from awkward to apocalyptic. Henry claimed their marriage was invalid because Catherine had been married to his brother. Catherine, backed by the Pope, insisted it was legitimate. Thus began the world's most dramatic annulment request, featuring theological debates, political threats, and one very determined king creating his own church just to get out of it. Catherine was banished, stripped of her title, and forced to live out her days in isolation, still insisting to the end that she was Henry's rightful wife. Her royal blood may have been blue, but it was also suspiciously concentrated. Her marriage helped shape English history, not through battle or diplomacy, but by reminding everyone that marrying within the family tree rarely ends quietly. Margaret of Austria was born in 1480, the only daughter of Emperor Maximilian of Austria and Mary of Burgundy. She was a Habsburg from birth, which means her family tree was essentially a circle drawn by an ambitious toddler with a crown. From the start, Margaret's life was all about strategic packaging. At age 3, she was engaged to Charles VIII of France. At age 12, she was returned like an ill-fitting wedding gift when Charles decided to marry someone else, Anne of Brittany, who came with better geography. Margaret, humiliated but composed, reportedly remarked, "I shall be revenged." And to her credit, she managed to rule half of Europe later, so fair play. Her second engagement was to Juan of Castile, son of Ferdinand and Isabella, and yes, her cousin. Naturally. The match was designed to cement Habsburg-Spanish relations and keep the gene pool as shallow as possible. Juan died shortly after their marriage, and Margaret, still under 20, was now twice rejected by royal husbands, once by choice, once by fate. She was offered other suitors, including one of Henry VII's sons, but Margaret declined. She had officially retired from the royal marriage roulette. She never remarried, dedicating her life instead to statecraft, art, and surviving her relatives, which was no small feat. Appointed governor of the Netherlands by her nephew, Charles V, Margaret ran the region with intelligence, diplomacy, and sheer Habsburg grit. She negotiated treaties, balanced volatile provinces, and was one of the few women in Europe actually trusted with power. Possibly because her last name was Habsburg, and also because she wasn't busy birthing her uncle's cousin's heir, Despite the endless dynastic drama around her, Margaret lived a relatively scandal-free life. She collected art, patronised music, and even tried to teach young Charles some basic ruling skills. A thankless task, considering he was emperor by 19 and related to almost everyone on the planet. Margaret died in 1530 after a relatively minor foot injury turned fatal, because medieval medicine was just a very elaborate way of saying, "You'll probably die from that." She remains one of the few Habsburg women remembered more for her policies than her pedigree, though the pedigree, naturally, was still incredibly inbred. Blanche of Castile was born in 1188, a time when nobles still considered marrying your cousin a power move rather than a biology risk. As the granddaughter of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Henry II of England, and the daughter of King Alfonso VIII of Castile and Eleanor of England, Blanche entered the world with more royal blood than hemoglobin. By the time she could walk, her family was already plotting which relative she'd marry. The winner, Louis VIII of France, her cousin. Not just third cousin twice removed at Christmas. More like, we share grandparents, should we still do this? But of course, this was medieval royalty, where if your intended didn't share a family tree branch with you, it was considered bad diplomacy. At age 12, Blanche sailed to France to marry Louis, whose father, King Philip II, allegedly said, "She is small, but she will grow." Charming. They were married in 1200, launching Blanche into a life of dynastic chess, religious fervour, and politely ignoring the fact that most of her husband's ancestors were also hers. Blanche wasn't just a ceremonial figure. When Louis became king, she became queen consort, and after his death, she became the real power behind the throne. As regent for her young son, Louis IX, later Saint Louis, she ruled France like a woman who knew exactly how unstable her extended family could be. She organised crusades, crushed rebellions, and managed to keep the kingdom intact, all while navigating barons who doubted her because she was both a woman and slightly more Castilian than they preferred. She answered with diplomacy, force, and occasionally house arrest. Genetically, Blanche represented centuries of consolidation, English, Castilian, French, all smushed together into one determined little queen. If DNA had a warning light, hers would have been blinking furiously. She was pious, fiercely protective of her children, and absolutely not to be underestimated. Louis IX later became a saint, but Blanche was the one who kept him alive long enough to earn the title. Anne of Bohemia and Hungary was born in 1503, which, in Habsburg terms, meant she was born with half a crown and half a family reunion in her veins. Her parents were Vladislaus II of Hungary and Bohemia and Anne of Foix-Candale. And while that second Anne may sound like a breath of genetic fresh air, don't be fooled. This was still very much an arranged tangle of royal repeat relations. Anne grew up knowing she would eventually be married off, like a particularly valuable diplomatic briefcase. And sure enough, in 1521, at the ripe old age of 18, she was married to her double first cousin, Archduke Ferdinand of Austria, who would later become Ferdinand I, Holy Roman Emperor. That's right, double first cousin, meaning they shared both sets of grandparents. Basically, a mirror match. In modern terms, marrying your double first cousin would raise some eyebrows. In the Habsburg world, it raised dynastic stability, and also possibly the rate of birth defects. Priorities, right? Despite the genetic risks, the marriage was politically golden. It united the Habsburgs with the crowns of Hungary and Bohemia. It also produced 15 children. Yes, 15. Because if you're going to consolidate royal bloodlines, why not do it thoroughly? Anne herself was described as pious, kind, and dutiful, which is another way of saying she didn't complain, while being used as the glue in a massive European political jigsaw puzzle. She accompanied Ferdinand on his various imperial campaigns, and held court in multiple locations, depending on which part of Europe needed a reminder that the Habsburgs were still in charge, and still very much into family weddings. Sadly, Anne died young, in 1547, likely worn out from a lifetime of childbirth, statecraft, and pretending her family wasn't aggressively in love with itself. She didn't live to see Ferdinand crowned Holy Roman Emperor, but through her, the Habsburgs had successfully gobbled up Central Europe like it was on clearance. Anne of Bohemia and Hungary's life was a case study in elite inbreeding. A woman born to a dynasty that prioritized borders over biology, stability over sanity, and somehow still ended up producing half the emperors in Europe. Joanna of Naples, also known as Joanna I, ruled from the mid-14th century, a time when marrying your cousin wasn't just fashionable, it was practically a survival strategy for the nobility. Born in 1326 to Charles, Duke of Calabria, and Marie of Valois, Joanna entered the world already triple-stamped with royal legitimacy and at least 2 layers of cousin marriage residue. Her family tree was a Mediterranean spaghetti bowl. On one side, the French House of Valois. On the other, the Angevins of Naples. Her uncles were kings, her cousins were kings, and her marriage prospects were, inevitably, also kings and cousins. Joanna's first husband was Andrew of Hungary, her cousin naturally. The marriage was an awkward political pairing arranged by the Pope, which is rarely the recipe for a happy union. Andrew was reportedly boorish, unpopular, and about as well liked in Naples as plague rats. Joanna wasn't thrilled, the Neapolitan nobles weren't thrilled, and soon after Andrew was crowned co-ruler, he was murdered. Probably strangled with a curtain cord. Probably with Joanna's awareness, if not blessing. Let's call it a mutual incompatibility. She went on to marry 3 more times, to Louis of Taranto, her cousin, James IV of Majorca, also a cousin, and Otto of Brunswick-Grubenhagen, a minor noble with surprisingly little blood relation. Scandalous. If marrying into your own family was an Olympic event, Joanna meddled 4 times. Politically, Joanna was a powerhouse. She ruled Naples in her own right, stood up to the papacy, and supported reforms in a deeply corrupt kingdom. She was even excommunicated at one point for backing the wrong pope during the Western Schism. You know you're doing medieval politics right when both your relatives and the Vatican want you dead. She was eventually overthrown by Charles of Durazzo, yet another relative, who invaded Naples, imprisoned her, and had her smothered to death with a pillow. Which, given her track record with husbands and family, might have seemed oddly familiar. Joanna of Naples ruled boldly in a male-dominated world, married her way through multiple family branches, and died in the arms of someone who probably shared her great-grandmother. Born in 1566, Isabella Clara Eugenia was the daughter of Philip II of Spain and Elizabeth of Valois, a marriage between close cousins, because at this point the Habsburgs were less a family and more a controlled genetic experiment with a crown budget. From the moment she could hold a quill, Isabella was being groomed to rule, which, in Habsburg terms, meant learning diplomacy, religion, and how to politely ignore that half your uncles were also technically your cousins. Her father, Philip II, was incredibly fond of her. This may be because she was intelligent and poised, or simply because she didn't try to rebel or marry outside the family. She was considered a strong candidate to inherit the entire Spanish Empire, but the pesky issue of male preference meant that her future would hinge on marriage, naturally to another Habsburg. She was eventually married to Archduke Albert of Austria, who was also her cousin. If that surprised you, welcome to your first day learning about European royalty. Together, they were appointed co-sovereigns of the Spanish Netherlands, a lovely way of saying, you get to govern a politically volatile region and deal with endless revolts while reporting to Madrid. Despite the challenge, Isabella rose to the occasion. She ruled with intelligence, religious zeal, and the calm focus of someone who had memorized every papal encyclical ever written and still found time to micromanage her courtiers. Her marriage to Albert was reportedly happy, or at least peaceful, possibly because they shared enough DNA to communicate telepathically. When he died in 1621, Isabella continued to rule solo as governor on behalf of the Spanish crown. She took religious vows and dressed as a nun, which didn't slow her down one bit. She oversaw peace treaties, kept the provinces semi-loyal, and even maintained a working post office. Yes, the Habsburgs trusted her to handle war, rebellion, and logistics. That's practically sainthood. Isabella died in 1633, leaving behind a reputation as one of the most competent rulers of her day. Her reign was a rare moment where Habsburg inbreeding produced not just twitchy chins and erratic rulers, but actual competence. Mary of Burgundy was born in 1457, the only child of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, and Isabella of Bourbon. Her inheritance? A massive chunk of European land, a family line that prided itself on noble marriages with familiar surnames, and the expectation that she'd marry another noble with equally recycled DNA. Her father, Charles the Bold, died in battle when Mary was just 19, leaving her suddenly in charge of the richest and most politically unstable duchy in Europe. Everyone wanted a piece of Burgundy. The French, the Habsburgs, the neighbours, the cousins. Especially the cousins. To stabilise things, Mary married Maximilian of Austria, future Holy Roman Emperor, and naturally her second cousin once removed. A solid match by Habsburg standards, where the dating pool was basically just the family swimming in circles. The marriage was politically brilliant. Maximilian got access to the Burgundian territories, and Mary got an energetic husband who knew how to swing a sword and sign a treaty, often in the same afternoon. Despite being a power match, it was also reportedly affectionate, which is downright scandalous by arranged marriage standards. But her reign was short and dramatic. She was constantly pressured by French ambitions, rebellious Flemish cities, and courtiers who thought a woman shouldn't be allowed to rule unless she was sewing something at the same time. Mary pushed back, signing the great privilege to grant more rights to her subjects, asserting her authority alongside her husband, and generally doing the medieval equivalent of running a Fortune 500 company with a baby on one hip. Then, in 1482, disaster struck. While out hunting, because aristocrats often like to flirt with fatal injuries for sport, Mary fell off her horse, broke her back, and died at just 25. It was sudden, tragic, and the kind of ending that left Maximilian wearing black and Europe scrambling to claim custody of their children. Her death was a turning point. Burgundy, once an independent powerhouse, got folded into the Habsburg Empire through her son, Philip the Handsome. Yes, that Philip. The one who married Joanna the Mad and passed his jawline to half of Europe. Maria Theresa of Austria was born in 1717, the only surviving child of Emperor Charles VI. Her birth was met with a royal shrug, since she wasn't a son. But Charles, ever the optimist, or perhaps just blind to European politics, issued the Pragmatic Sanction, a fancy imperial document that basically said, yes, I know she's a woman, but she still gets the empire, okay? Spoiler alert, Europe was not okay with that. When Charles VI died in 1740, Maria Theresa inherited the sprawling Habsburg dominions and a diplomatic mess. Nearly every European power challenged her right to rule. Why? Because she had the audacity to be a woman with a crown who hadn't married a first cousin yet. Actually, scratch that. She had. Maria Theresa married Francis Stephen of Lorraine, who was technically her distant cousin, because of course. Their union produced 16 children, including future emperors, queens, and Marie Antoinette. Yes, the let-them-eat-cake one. With that many offspring, Maria Theresa didn't just pass on the crown, she passed on all the chromosomes. But make no mistake, this was no pampered monarch hiding behind velvet curtains. Maria Theresa was one of the most effective rulers of her era. She reformed the military, overhauled taxation, centralized bureaucracy, and modernized education, all while pregnant roughly every other year. It's the kind of multitasking that makes even modern supermoms look like part-timers. And yet, she was still a Habsburg, which meant a healthy level of micromanaging, strict Catholicism, and a reflexive preference for marrying her children into the same handful of families over and over again. The result? an even more tightly wound web of Habsburg cousins, now spread across all of Europe like an aggressively bred royal ivy. She ruled until her death in 1780, having outlived her husband, survived multiple wars, and ensured that the Habsburg name stayed plastered across the continent for another generation or 5. Her son Joseph, or Joseph II, Holy Roman Emperor, inherited the empire, and her genetic legacy continued marching stubbornly into the Enlightenment. Born in 1384, Yolande of Aragon was royalty from cradle to crypt, the daughter of King John I of Aragon and Violent of Bar. In other words, she had more noble surnames than most people had teeth, and naturally, her family tree was less tree and more repeated root system, where half your relatives doubled as potential in-laws. Yolande's upbringing was as regal as it gets. She was intelligent, politically savvy, and, by medieval standards, dangerously opinionated. This made her both a valuable dynastic prize and a nightmare for anyone expecting a quiet queen. Her marriage? Louis II of Anjou, a French prince, and, yes, her cousin. Because nothing says true love like mutually shared great-grandparents. As Duchess of Anjou and Queen Consort of Naples, though only on paper, Yolande was never content to sit still and embroider coats of arms. She was the behind-the-scenes architect of alliances, the financier of armies, and, fun fact, one of the few royals who actually managed to support Joan of Arc and survive the politics afterward. While her husband gallivanted about claiming thrones he couldn't really hold, Yolande ran things. She raised armies, negotiated treaties, managed estates, and acted as the true power in Anjou. Her children were married off to other royals, again, often cousins, and she personally made sure they were equipped with both political advantages and just enough Habsburg DNA to be considered legitimate. Her son René of Anjou became known as the Good, possibly because he inherited his mother's brains and only some of her family's chromosomes. Her daughter Marie married Charles VII of France, giving Yolande influence over the French throne, and more importantly, access to manipulate Joan of Arc's military campaigns without ever lifting a sword. Yolande wasn't just another stitched-in name on a royal tapestry. She was one of the few medieval women who wielded power without officially holding a throne. Behind every weak king and ambitious general stood a Yolande, occasionally rolling her eyes and correcting the map. She died in 1442, having outlived enemies, husbands, and the worst of the 100 Years' War. She was inbred, yes, but also incisive, calculating, and every bit as influential as the kings she quietly outplayed. Margaret of York was born in 1446 to Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, and Cecily Neville, 2 people so noble they could barely enter a room without tripping over their own heraldry. As the sister of Edward IV, Richard III, and roughly half the War of the Roses, Margaret's DNA was already programmed for intrigue, bold decisions, and close proximity courtship. So, naturally, she married Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, a man known for his ambition, terrifying military obsession, and, crucially, for being yet another cousin in the pan-European gene loop. Their union in 1468 was less about romance and more about making France nervous. Margaret brought English prestige, and Charles brought, well, a remarkably pointy beard and unrelenting stubbornness. Despite the political matchmaking, their marriage was reportedly respectful, and even, dare we say, functional. Margaret fit in surprisingly well at the Burgundian court, which was less dusty medieval and more pre-Renaissance Instagram influencer, full of silks, tapestries, miniature dogs, and a dangerous obsession with embroidery. Her intelligence and diplomatic skills quickly earned her the nickname the Great Lady of the Netherlands. She played hostess to dignitaries, managed court finances, and even handled correspondence when Charles was out doing Charles things, usually starting wars he couldn't finish. After he died, predictably in battle, Margaret didn't pack up her gowns and retire. No, she doubled down. She became regent and protector of her stepdaughter Mary of Burgundy and advisor to her stepson-in-law, Maximilian of Austria. And yes, that's the Maximilian who married Mary and passed the Habsburg name into even more European branches like a particularly smug virus. Margaret didn't have children of her own, but her influence on dynastic politics was undeniable. She helped raise Philip the Handsome, the guy who married Joanna the Mad and ultimately gave the world Charles V. So if you're wondering where that dynasty's streak of self-important chin-heavy ambition started, Margaret helped raise it. She died in 1503, outliving her brothers, most of her enemies, and the fading golden age of Burgundy. She may not have added another strand to the inbred family knot, but rest assured, she tied it tighter with impeccable etiquette and just enough royal smugness to make it last. Catherine de' Medici was born in 1519 into the powerful but somewhat scandal-prone Medici family of Florence. Technically not born inbred by Habsburg standards, meaning she had at least a few non-cousins in her ancestry, Catherine soon made up for lost dynastic entanglement by marrying into the French royal family and producing a small army of genetically familiar monarchs. Her husband was Henry II of France, not her cousin by blood, but definitely a close match politically. Their marriage was strategic. Italy meets France, money meets military power, and Medici ambition meets Bourbon drama. Catherine, for her part, adapted quickly. She arrived in France with no real influence, a suspicious accent, and an awkward third wheel named Diane de Poitiers, her husband's very public mistress. Undeterred, Catherine spent a decade quietly building alliances, learning court intrigue, and collecting children. 10, to be exact. And yes, most of them would go on to marry cousins, because while Catherine wasn't born a Habsburg, she certainly learned to parent like one. When Henry died from a jousting accident, because nothing screams fragile masculinity like taking a splinter to the eye for sport, Catherine became Queen Mother, and suddenly the most powerful woman in France. Her sons, Francis II, Charles IX, and Henry III, all took turns wearing the crown, and Catherine took turns ruling behind each of them. She was deeply Catholic but politically flexible, which in 16th century France meant occasionally funding Protestant weddings and occasionally arranging for the mass murder of Protestants at said weddings. Cough. St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. Cough. Her reputation took a hit after that one. Even for a woman who married her daughters into 3 major European dynasties, that was considered excessive. Catherine was blamed for nearly everything: the wars of religion, the court's decadence, the suspicious poisoning rate at state dinners. But she was also a patron of the arts, a brilliant strategist, and somehow managed to keep the Valois dynasty stumbling forward despite constant wars, rebellious nobles, and family dinners that probably required food tasters and a lot of wine. She died in 1589, politically spent but still plotting. Her legacy? A generation of royals who looked suspiciously similar and ruled with a blend of charm, Catholic guilt, and aggressive cousin-hugging. In ancient Greece, falling asleep wasn't just about getting rest. It was a sacred act, a bridge to the divine. And nowhere was this more literal than in the Asclepieia, dream temples dedicated to the healing god Asclepius. These weren't cozy inns or rustic shrines. They were sprawling spiritual complexes where the sick, the weary, and the hopeful came not just for treatment, but for transformation. To prepare for sleep in these sanctuaries, you didn't just climb into bed. First came ritual purification. Pilgrims had to fast for days, bathe in sacred springs, offer animal sacrifices, and often abstain from sex or even certain thoughts. The goal was to cleanse both body and spirit before attempting incubation, a spiritual sleep where healing visions might appear. Inside the abaton, a dark, enclosed chamber, supplicants would finally lie down on stone slabs or animal skins. Torches flickered on the walls. Priests whispered prayers and burned incense. Sleep here was an intentional descent into another realm. Dreams were not random or meaningless. They were believed to be direct messages from Asclepius himself, offering symbolic, or occasionally very literal, guidance for healing. One might dream of snakes slithering over their body, which, oddly enough, was a good sign. Snakes were sacred to Asclepius, representing rejuvenation and divine intervention. In fact, non-venomous snakes were often allowed to roam the temple grounds, especially the sleeping chambers. Yes, people knowingly fell asleep surrounded by snakes and considered it a divine honor. In the morning, the temple priests, many of whom acted more like dream analysts than doctors, would help interpret the visions. Sometimes they prescribed herbal remedies or changes in diet. Other times, the dream itself was the cure, believed to have realigned the soul or spirit. The Greek dream temples show us that sleep, for ancient people, wasn't just a biological necessity. It was a mystical voyage, a conversation with the gods. And if you were lucky, that midnight whisper from the divine might not just mend your body, it might change your fate. In ancient Egypt, sleep wasn't merely the absence of waking. It was a miniature death, a time when the soul, or Ba, left the body and wandered through spiritual realms. To guide that journey and protect the dreamer from malevolent forces, the Egyptians developed sleep rituals that were part mysticism, part medicine, and entirely woven into their cosmic worldview. Before going to bed, many Egyptians, especially the wealthy or priestly class, followed elaborate nighttime routines. Incense played a central role. Frankincense and myrrh weren't just exotic aromas, they were sacred tools. Burning these resins was thought to cleanse the air of demons, invoke the favour of the gods, and calm the mind. The smoke itself symbolized the rising of prayers to the heavens, wrapping the sleeper in divine protection. Then came chanting or prayer recitations, often spoken aloud by priests or whispered privately by individuals. These spells weren't just soothing bedtime mantras. They were active spiritual defences, invoking deities like Thoth, the god of wisdom and dreams, or Bez, a squat lion-faced dwarf god who warded off nightmares and evil spirits. Images of Bes were frequently carved onto headboards or painted on bedroom walls. His grotesque features were meant to scare off anything lurking in the shadows. The bedroom itself was prepared as a sacred space. Beds were often raised and made of woven reeds or wood, and some even included built-in amulets or protective symbols. Special headrests, which look wildly uncomfortable by modern standards, were believed to keep the soul aligned with the stars during sleep. For the Egyptians, orientation mattered. Many aligned their sleeping direction to the rising sun or constellations like Orion, associated with Osiris and the afterlife. If one had troubling dreams or wanted divine insight, they might visit a temple, especially those dedicated to Serapis or Imhotep, where dream incubation rituals similar to those in Greece took place. Here too, sleep was invited through chants, oils, and incense, but always with the intent of receiving guidance from beyond. For ancient Egyptians, preparing for bed wasn't just about comfort. It was a ritual choreography meant to harmonize body, soul, and cosmos. Sleep was dangerous, sacred, and full of possibility. In ancient Babylon, the line between dream and destiny was razor-thin. Sleep wasn't simply a passive act. It was a battleground of omens, spirits, and divine messages. Babylonians took their dreams seriously. So seriously, in fact, that entire professions revolved around them. Dream priests, known as sha'ilu, were trained interpreters of the nightly visions that came to kings and commoners alike. Before going to sleep, Babylonians often performed protective rituals to ensure that the right kinds of dreams found them. It was believed that dreams could be sent by gods like Marduk or Ishtar, but also by demons or wandering spirits. To ward off malevolent forces, people wore amulets, placed protective tablets under their beds, and traced magical symbols around their sleeping quarters, a kind of astral security system. Incense made from juniper, cedarwood, and tamarisk was burned at sunset, filling the house with sacred smoke. This wasn't just to scent the air. It was believed to purify the environment and appease the gods. Sleep, to the Babylonians, wasn't just rest. It was a gateway to divine communication, and the gods preferred a clean entrance. Many Babylonians recited nighttime prayers or incantations to encourage prophetic dreams. These prayers asked for clarity, protection from false visions, and safe passage through the dream world. If someone was hoping for guidance on a decision, whether to go to war, plant a crop, or propose marriage, they might sleep in a temple or under the open sky, a practice called dream incubation. The hope was that the gods would send a dream so vivid, so unmistakable, that it would guide the dreamer's actions by morning. And when the dreams came, they were recorded on clay tablets, sometimes accompanied by sketches of their content. Over time, the Babylonians compiled dream dictionaries, massive catalogues of symbols and their interpretations. Dream of a lion might mean victory in battle. Dream of drowning, expect betrayal. These books were so influential that their structure would later influence Greek and Roman dream analysis. To the Babylonians, dreams weren't psychological fluff. They were messages from the divine realm, and every night was a chance to read the gods' intentions, provided you performed the right rituals and slept under divine favour. In the ancient Vedic world of early India, sleep was more than a biological necessity. It was a cosmic event. The Vedic texts, composed thousands of years ago, describe sleep as a sacred state where the Atman, or soul, returns to the universal spirit, Brahman, before being reborn again at dawn. And like any sacred ritual, entering sleep required preparation, discipline, and awareness. One of the most important aspects of ancient Indian sleep culture was breath control, known as pranayama. Practitioners were taught to calm their minds and slow their breathing before bed, not to fall asleep quickly, but to align their breath with the pulse of the universe. This wasn't spiritual fluff. It was considered essential to help the soul travel peacefully during the night. Vedic sages believed that disturbed sleep could lead to mental confusion, spiritual imbalance, or even bad karma. So rituals were carefully followed. Many individuals recited evening mantras, Sanskrit hymns that praised the gods or sought protection during slumber. A popular nighttime chant was the Gayatri mantra, often whispered while facing the direction of the setting sun. The sleeping space itself was important. It was considered inauspicious to sleep with your head pointed north, as that aligned with the realm of death. South was avoided for similar reasons. The preferred direction was east, toward knowledge, or west, toward rest. People used natural bedding made of kusa grass, cotton, or animal hides, believing certain materials could influence the soul's dreams. Oils and herbs also played a part in preparing for sleep. Ancient Ayurvedic texts describe the use of warm sesame oil massages before bed, known as abhyanga. This practice calmed the nervous system, relaxed muscles, and prepared the mind for deeper rest. Herbal infusions made from ashwagandha, brahmi, or tulsi were consumed or burned as incense to promote lucid, insightful dreams. Dreams themselves were seen as reflections of one's inner truth, shaped by karma, desire, and purity. A disturbing dream wasn't just random. It was a signal that the soul was out of balance. In some cases, dream interpretation required consulting a rishi or spiritual teacher. In Vedic India, sleep wasn't an escape. It was a return. A reunion with the eternal self, wrapped in breath, mantra, and divine intention. In ancient China, particularly within Taoist traditions, sleep was more than rest. It was an energetic reset, a time when the body rebalanced its internal energies and the spirit journeyed beyond the physical realm. To sleep well wasn't just about being tired, it was about being in harmony with the cosmos. According to Taoist philosophy, the human body was filled with qi, a vital life force that flowed through channels called meridians. If this flow was disrupted, sleep would suffer. So, nighttime rituals were focused on preserving and regulating qi before bed. This involved specific diets, breathing exercises, postures, and even the timing of sleep. You didn't just go to bed, you entered a sacred process of tuning the body with heaven and earth. Taoist monks developed pre-sleep practices like qigong or slow, mindful movements paired with deep breathing. These were often followed by meditation to calm the shen, or spirit, which was believed to reside in the heart. If the shen was agitated, due to emotions, poor diet, or even noisy surroundings, the dreamer might experience nightmares, restless sleep, or even spiritual attacks. Sleep environments were carefully curated. Beds were made of wood or bamboo, materials thought to support good energy flow. Headrests were firm and low, so the body's alignment remained correct and kui circulated freely. Rooms were often sparsely decorated to avoid overstimulation. Cleanliness wasn't just a preference, it was energetic hygiene. The position one slept in also mattered. Lying on the right side was considered best for digestion and dream clarity. Feet and head direction were aligned with geomantic principles, similar to what would later evolve into feng shui. Dreams were seen as journeys of the hun, the ethereal soul. While the po, the physical soul, remained with the body, the hun travelled through the spirit world during sleep. If a person awoke feeling depleted or frightened, it was believed their hun had become lost or attacked. Protective talismans or cinnabar-based charms were sometimes placed under pillows to keep spirits safe. Taoists didn't view dreams as mere psychology. They were diagnostic tools, spiritual maps of energy and karma. Sleep, when done properly, was a form of internal alchemy, a practice of nurturing immortality one night at a time. Long before contact with Europeans, many indigenous American tribes regarded sleep and dreams as gateways to spiritual guidance, ancestral wisdom, and personal transformation. Among the Lakota, Navajo, Hopi, and other nations, dreams were not merely personal experiences, they were communal and cosmic messages that had the power to shape a person's destiny or even the fate of the tribe. Night rituals varied from tribe to tribe, but a shared belief was that dreams connected the dreamer to the spirit world, often through the intervention of animal guides, ancestors, or deities. To prepare for this connection, individuals engaged in ritual purification. One common method was the sweat lodge, a ceremonial steam bath used to cleanse the body and spirit. Participants would sit in a dome-shaped structure filled with steam from water poured over heated stones, chanting prayers and songs to invite guidance and clarity before sleep. For those seeking deeper visions, especially young men coming of age, tribes practiced the vision quest, a sacred rite involving fasting, isolation, and often sleeping in nature for several nights. The initiate would find a remote location, construct a small space or circle, and sleep there under the stars with no food, water, or company. The goal wasn't just survival, it was to dream. The dream would then be interpreted by tribal elders or shamans, and often dictated the seeker's future role: warrior, healer, storyteller, or leader. In everyday life, many indigenous communities believed in dream catchers, a now popular symbol that originated with the Ojibwe people. These intricate webs of sinew and beads were hung above the bed to filter dreams, allowing only good ones to pass through while trapping bad ones until the morning light dissolved them. For children, dream catchers were both protective and symbolic, helping the young navigate a world where dreams could teach, warn, or bless. Elders were often revered as dream keepers, individuals who carried knowledge of symbols and could decipher the meanings hidden within dreams. A vision of a bear might signify strength, while a hawk could indicate clarity or an approaching challenge. Dreams were rarely dismissed. They were discussed around fires, woven into myths, and sometimes even used to guide tribal decisions. Among indigenous American traditions, sleep was a sacred dialogue with the unseen. Not escape, but awakening. In the cradle of civilization, ancient Mesopotamia, sleep was tightly interwoven with the divine. The Sumerians, Akkadians, and later Babylonians believed that every dream was a message, and that the night itself was ruled by powerful gods who controlled what the dreamer would see. Sleep wasn't a break from reality. It was an active state of spiritual communication, and preparing for it was almost as important as the dream itself. The Mesopotamians had a rich pantheon of deities associated with the night and dreams. Chief among them was Nanshu, the goddess of social justice, prophecy, and dreams. Her temples welcomed those seeking answers through visions, especially during sacred festivals when the veil between the worlds was believed to be thinner. Worshippers would sleep in the temple precincts in hopes of receiving guidance through what they called dream incubation. To encourage meaningful dreams, people undertook ritual cleansing before sleep. This might include bathing in sacred rivers like the Euphrates or Tigris, anointing the body with perfumed oils, and reciting invocations to Nanshi or Ea, the god of wisdom and magic. Priests often prescribed these rituals as spiritual prescriptions for dreamers seeking help with illness, personal crises, or political decisions. Inside homes, sleep chambers were modest but spiritually fortified. Small clay tablets with inscriptions or protective charms might be placed under pillows or hung near the bed. These included apotropaic spells to ward off night demons like Lamashtu, a fearsome female spirit said to harm women and children in the night. Amulets of the demon slayer Pazuzu were especially popular, positioned to guard sleepers from harm. Dream interpretation was a highly respected profession. Dream readers, or baru, compiled thick manuals, proto-dream dictionaries, based on centuries of observed symbolism. These tablets categorized dreams by content: animals, weather, food, celestial events, and even the emotions felt during the dream. A lion might predict royal favor. A collapsing house might mean impending disaster. The Mesopotamians were early masters of structured oneiromancy, or divination through dreams. Sleep in ancient Mesopotamia was never passive. It was a ritual, a risk, and a revelation. Entering the world of dreams meant entering the jurisdiction of the gods, and you better be prepared with your prayers, your oil, and your protective charms. Among the ancient Celtic peoples, from the misty highlands of Scotland to the oak groves of Gaul, dreams were seen as portals to the otherworld, a mystical plane inhabited by spirits, fae, ancestors, and deities. While the Celts left behind fewer written records than some ancient cultures, oral traditions and later Roman accounts reveal that sleep rituals, especially among the Druids, were rich with symbolism, mystery, and sacred intent. The Druids, spiritual leaders and scholars of Celtic society, believed that during sleep the soul could cross into the other world, a place not of the dead, but of deeper truth. This world existed in parallel with the human realm, and dreams were one of the rare bridges between the two. To access it properly, the body and spirit had to be primed. Night rituals often began with purification using herbs. Mugwort, vervain, and yarrow, plants still associated with dreams and visions today, were burned or placed under pillows to enhance dream clarity. The smoke from these herbs was believed to thin the veil between worlds. Some even brewed them into teas or potions before bed, consumed with whispered prayers to the fair folk or ancestral spirits. Sleep spaces were deliberately chosen for geomantic alignment. Certain hills, stone circles, or sacred groves were believed to be points of energetic convergence, places where dreams could be more potent or the spirits more accessible. During certain festivals, especially Samhain, the Celtic New Year and ancestor celebration, people would sleep in these areas to receive visions from their departed loved ones, or messages from gods like Brigid or the Dagda. Some warriors and leaders reportedly sought prophetic dreams before battle, sleeping alone in caves or forests after intense fasting and chanting. These dreams were believed to carry omens about victory or doom, and were treated with immense seriousness. Symbols from dreams, like animals, colours, or landscapes, were brought to the Fili, Celtic poets and seers, who interpreted them in verse. A white stag might mean transformation. A dream of drowning in a forest might point to betrayal. Dreams were woven into Celtic mythology, shaping both personal destinies and communal stories. In the Celtic world, the night wasn't silent. It pulsed with whispers from beyond, carried into the dreams of those brave or pure enough to listen. In ancient Japan, the line between sleep, magic, and the unseen was carefully navigated through a spiritual system known as onmyodo, the way of yin and yang. Rooted in a blend of Taoist cosmology, Shinto spirituality, and Buddhist elements, onmyodo offered both elite courtiers and commoners tools to protect the soul during slumber and to harness the messages embedded in dreams. Central to onmyodo was the belief that the night was a time when the yin forces, dark, hidden, and often chaotic, were strongest. Sleep made a person vulnerable to possession by malevolent spirits known as yokai or yurei, and to being influenced by bad kimon, or directional energy. To combat this, practitioners used a variety of pre-sleep rituals that combined spiritual defense and purification. One such ritual involved the placement of ofuda, paper talismans inscribed with sacred spells, on bedroom walls or near sleeping mats. These charms were often blessed by an onmyoji, a specialist trained in astrology, divination, and exorcism. The talismans could repel spirits, seal bad dreams, or channel good fortune. Before bed, it was also common to light incense made from sandalwood or aloes wood. The scent was believed to please guardian spirits and create a purifying barrier. In noble households, ritual chanting or silent recitation of Buddhist sutras might be performed to calm the mind and invite peaceful sleep. Those particularly sensitive to the spirit world would sleep facing auspicious directions, never north, which was associated with death. Children were especially vulnerable, so they were often protected with engraved amulets or had special dolls placed nearby to absorb or ward off negative energy. These dolls, called hitogata, were thought to take on the burden of the sleeper's spiritual vulnerabilities. Dreams themselves were frequently recorded in private journals or shared with monks and diviners. If someone dreamt of fire, blood, or animals, it could signify impending illness, betrayal, or divine warning. Conversely, dreams of flying, waterfalls, or lotus flowers might herald spiritual growth or blessings. Dreams were messages, but only if you knew how to read them, and only if you survived the night unscathed. For the ancient Japanese, sleep was not to be taken lightly. It was a ritual, a strategy, and a spiritual gauntlet passed through nightly, under the silent watch of spirits and stars. Long before the city of Alexandria dominated the Egyptian coastline, there was Heracleion, known to the Egyptians as Thonis. For centuries, it stood as the primary port of entry into Egypt, a thriving centre of commerce, religion, and diplomacy, where Greek merchants, Egyptian priests, and foreign emissaries crossed paths in a vibrant cultural melting pot. But by the time historians of the late medieval period were writing their chronicles, Heracleion had seemingly disappeared from history. Its location forgotten, its name preserved only in faded texts and half-remembered myths. Many dismissed it as a legend, a sort of Egyptian Atlantis. And yet, it was real. Heracleion once sprawled across the Nile Delta, its canals winding past massive stone temples and marketplaces. Monumental statues of gods like Amun-Gereb and Horus towered above the harbours. Ships from Greece, Phoenicia, and beyond docked there to pay taxes and seek permission to enter inland Egypt. Its customs house was one of the most important in the ancient world. It was also a religious capital, a place where pharaohs would perform ceremonial rites to gain legitimacy from the gods before their reigns began. So how does a city like that just vanish? Sometime between the 2nd and 8th centuries CE, a series of natural disasters struck the region. Earthquakes, rising sea levels, and a sudden phenomenon called liquefaction, where the soil beneath the city essentially turned to jelly, caused entire sections of Heracleion to collapse into the Mediterranean Sea. Over time, sand and silt buried the ruins, and the currents of the Nile's estuary erased what remained from view. Heracleion was literally wiped off the map. For over 1,000 years, the city remained hidden beneath the waves, whispered about only in fragments by Herodotus and a few Greek scholars. No one truly believed it could be found. Not until the year 2000, when French underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio made a shocking discovery off the coast of Aboukir Bay. There, in the silt-rich seabed, lay a city preserved like a time capsule, waiting patiently beneath 30 feet of water. Colossal statues, shipwrecks, gold coins, and inscribed steles began to surface, revealing that Heracleion had not been lost forever, only sleeping beneath the sea. At its peak, Heracleion was far more than a coastal outpost. It was the beating heart of Egypt's international trade, the first stop for foreign merchants and emissaries before they could pass further into the Nile's interior. Strategically positioned near the canopic mouth of the Nile, the city functioned as a customs checkpoint and a cultural filter. Everything coming into Egypt by sea had to pass through Heracleion first. Ships laden with olive oil, wine, incense, silver, cedarwood, and luxury textiles arrived from the Aegean and the Levant. In return, Egypt offered its signature exports: papyrus, grain, linen, glassware, and gold. Heracleion was the first place where these exchanges were logged, taxed, and blessed, often under the watchful eyes of priestly officials and divine statues. The Greeks who arrived there were fascinated, and often intimidated, by what they saw. The temples were immense, carved from solid blocks of stone, and flanked by statues over 5 meters tall. One temple in particular stood out, a massive sanctuary dedicated to Amun-Gereb, the fusion of the Egyptian god Amun and a local deity. Pharaohs would come here to receive the divine blessing of their rule, participating in ritual coronations that reinforced their legitimacy in the eyes of both gods and men. And yet Heracleion wasn't just about religion and trade. It was also a cosmopolitan city where Egyptians, Greeks, Phoenicians, Libyans and others lived, worked and mingled. Artifacts recovered from the seabed include inscriptions in both Greek and Egyptian, amulets, jewellery, and even tax records scratched into tablets. These finds reveal a city that thrived not on isolation, but on connection, a city that lived and breathed through its interactions with the wider Mediterranean world. Frank Goddeau's underwater excavations have uncovered over 70 ancient shipwrecks, many of which were used to ferry goods to and from Heracleion's busy docks. Anchors, ceramics, and coins confirm that trade was both extensive and regulated. Temples kept detailed records of taxes collected from incoming cargo, gold for the state, incense for the gods. In short, Heracleion was Egypt's maritime soul, a place where divine authority met international commerce. It stood as the guardian of the Nile, welcoming the world and guarding its secrets until the sea reclaimed them. One of the most astonishing revelations about Heracleion came not from coins or ships, but from the massive temples that still rest beneath the sea. These weren't minor shrines tucked into corners. They were sprawling, monumental structures made of limestone and granite, dedicated to gods who ruled the Nile and the cosmos itself. The crown jewel of the city was the Temple of Amun-Gereb, a massive religious complex that likely served both political and spiritual functions. It was here that pharaohs received divine sanction, performing rituals to confirm their legitimacy. Heracleion wasn't just a customs checkpoint, it was a place of ritual coronation, where Egyptian rulers spiritually tied themselves to the divine order, the concept known as Mayat. But the real marvel is how much of it still survives. When Frank Goddeau and his team dove beneath the silt-choked waters of Abukir Bay, they discovered colossal statues, many still standing upright. Some measured over 5 meters tall, including a massive statue of the god Hapi, symbol of abundance and the flooding Nile. Others included statues of queens and pharaohs, carved with astonishing precision. What's more shocking? Some were found nearly intact, despite being underwater for over 1,000 years. Then there were the stelae, giant stone slabs inscribed with hieroglyphs. One particularly important find was the decree of Nectar Nebo Phi, an official proclamation carved into granite, which listed religious laws and temple privileges. Its survival underwater is a miracle in itself, and it offered hard proof that Heracleion wasn't just myth, but a major religious hub backed by the state. Temples in Heracleion were not only religious centres, they also acted as repositories of wealth and knowledge. Offerings from around the Mediterranean poured in: gold, alabaster jars, ritual knives, and incense burners. Statues of Osiris, Isis, and Horus lined temple halls, and ceremonial boats were used in sacred processions, some of which were found submerged but astonishingly well preserved. What these temples reveal is clear. Heracleion was a spiritual capital, not just a trade port. The rituals performed here shaped the destiny of kings, blessed the economy, and bridged the world of the living with the realm of the gods. All now eerily silent, but preserved in stone beneath the waves. For over 1,000 years, Heracleion was lost, buried beneath layers of sediment, forgotten by maps, and dismissed by many as myth. But in the year 2000, the silence of the sea was finally broken. French underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio, backed by the European Institute for Underwater Archaeology, i.e. MESM, made a discovery that would stun the world: the sunken remains of a city that defied time. Goddio had spent years studying ancient texts and scouring the murky waters of Abukir Bay, just off the coast of modern-day Alexandria. The region had long been suspected of hiding secrets. Clues were buried in the writings of Herodotus, Strabo, and Egyptian records, all hinting at a once great city swallowed by the Mediterranean. But until Goddio's expedition, no one had found physical proof. Using advanced sonar and magnetometry, his team scanned the sea floor, identifying anomalies hidden beneath meters of silt. What emerged wasn't just a scattering of relics, it was a fully submerged city. Whole streets, canals, temples, statues, and shipwrecks lay preserved in the anaerobic depths, protected from erosion by layers of mud and river sediment. The first things recovered were colossal statues, including 2 imposing 5-metre figures of a Ptolemaic king and queen, believed to represent a ruling couple who had once governed Heracleion. Soon followed a massive stele inscribed in both Egyptian and Greek, confirming the city's identity. The bilingual inscriptions were a historian's dream, tangible proof that Thonis and Heracleion were in fact the same city, known by different names to Egyptians and Greeks. Over the next few years, Goddio's team uncovered over 70 ancient shipwrecks, thousands of coins, weights, religious artifacts, and ceremonial vessels. What made this discovery extraordinary wasn't just the volume, but the state of preservation. Unlike ruins found on land, these artifacts were untouched by looters or weather, frozen in time beneath the silt. Frank Goddio's rediscovery of Heracleion wasn't just an archaeological achievement, it was a resurrection. A city believed to be legend was now re-emerging, piece by piece, offering a stunning glimpse into a world thought lost forever. And perhaps most exciting of all, only a fraction of the city has been excavated. Heracleion still sleeps, waiting for the next dive. Heracleion's rise was spectacular, but its fall was slow, silent, and devastating. Unlike cities destroyed by fire or war, Heracleion vanished beneath the sea in a gradual, almost ghostly decline. There was no single day of doom. Instead, the city was lost through a series of natural disasters that unfolded over centuries, the kind of events too quiet to make headlines, but powerful enough to erase a civilization. The first culprit was tectonic activity. The Nile Delta sits on a seismically active zone, and Heracleion's foundations were particularly vulnerable. Small but repeated earthquakes may have weakened the soft, waterlogged ground beneath the city, which was built on silt and clay rather than firm bedrock. But it wasn't just the tremors that doomed Heracleion. It was a geological phenomenon known as liquefaction. Liquefaction happens when the ground becomes saturated with water and loses its ability to support weight. Imagine a layer of wet sand suddenly turning to quicksand. That's what happened beneath Heracleion. As earthquakes shook the delta and rising sea levels pushed salt water further inland, the earth literally liquefied and whole sections of the city began to sink. Buildings, temples, even ships pulled downward into the mud. Over time, the city fragmented, Canals overflowed, quays collapsed, and temples began to tilt and vanish below the surface. The bustling port slowly became unusable, forcing trade to shift westward toward Alexandria, which rose in prominence. By the end of the 2nd century BCE, Heracleon's importance was waning. By the 8th century CE, it had almost completely disappeared beneath the waters of the Mediterranean. What's chilling is how little anyone did to stop it, because no one could. Nature moved slowly, but relentlessly. The people of Heracleion didn't flee in panic. They adapted, rebuilt, and prayed. And then one day, it was simply gone. Boats still sailed over its submerged ruins. Fishermen cast their nets where stone gods once stood. The memory of the city faded, until even its name became legend. Today, Heracleion's sinking is a stark reminder. Even the greatest cities can be undone, not by enemies, but by the quiet, steady hand of nature. Heracleion may have vanished beneath the sea, but the artifacts recovered from its ruins paint a vivid picture of what daily life might have looked like in this once thriving Egyptian port. Far from being a purely ceremonial or political centre, Heracleion was a lived-in city, bustling with markets, temples, courtyards and shipyards, a place where people worshipped, traded, argued and dreamed. The city's layout, partially mapped through underwater surveys, shows a network of canals that ran between stone buildings and quays. Boats moved goods and people through the streets, just as carts would have in other cities. Heracleion was often referred to as the Venice of Egypt, though it predates Venice by well over 1,000 years. The architecture blended traditional Egyptian forms, pylons, obelisks, and temple courts, with Hellenistic influences brought in by Greek settlers. The people who lived here were a diverse mix: Egyptians, Greeks, Phoenicians, Libyans, and other seafaring merchants. Excavated artifacts include Greek amphorae, Egyptian scarabs, and gold coins stamped with various rulers' faces. This melting pot of cultures meant that multiple languages were spoken, multiple gods were worshipped, and multiple traditions coexisted, often within the same household. Religion was central to everyday life. Morning offerings to deities like Amun, Isis, and Osiris were as routine as breakfast. Temples weren't just for ceremony. They acted as economic engines, employing artisans, scribes, and priests. They stored wealth, administered law, and even recorded taxes. One stele recovered from the site reveals detailed temple protocols, including the taxation of imported goods, proving that religious life and trade were inseparably linked. Food came from both land and sea. Fish and shellfish were abundant, thanks to the Nile Delta's brackish waters, while inland farms supplied grains, figs, and beer. Markets near the quays would have been noisy, colourful places filled with spices, textiles, and stories from faraway lands. And of course, there was entertainment. Statues and inscriptions suggest the presence of music, dance, and festivals, especially those honouring Osiris, which included ritual boat processions and dramatic performances. Heracleion was not just functional. It was alive. In the end, Heracleion wasn't just a port or a holy site. It was a home. Its people lived ordinary lives beneath the shadows of colossal gods, unaware that their world would someday become legend, entombed in water. As Heracleion's fortunes began to decline, a new city was rising just a short sail down the coast: Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BCE. In many ways, Alexandria didn't just succeed Heracleion, it supplanted it, becoming the jewel of the Mediterranean and the new beating heart of Egypt's maritime and intellectual life. But the relationship between the two cities wasn't purely competitive. It was part of a larger transformation in Egypt's political and cultural identity. At the time of Heracleion's prominence, Egypt was still ruled by native dynasties, and the city's importance was rooted in traditional Egyptian religion and its strategic location near the Nile Delta's entry point. Heracleion was where foreign ships were inspected, taxes were collected, and divine rituals legitimized kingship. But when the Ptolemies, the Greek rulers who succeeded Alexander, took power, they shifted focus dramatically toward Greek customs, urban planning, and administration. Alexandria, with its grand library, massive lighthouse, and sweeping harbours, was built to impress and centralise power. The Ptolemies channeled trade through their new city, bypassing Heracleion in favour of a fresh Hellenistic capital. They imported Greek architecture, philosophy, and governance, and made Alexandria not just a trade hub, but a centre of science, art, and politics. But for a time, the two cities coexisted. Religious ceremonies were still held in Heracleion, and temples remained operational. However, the balance was shifting. Administrative control moved to Alexandria, as did the elite classes and international attention. Heracleion slowly became a shadow of its former self, still holy, still respected, but no longer essential. Then came the environmental blows, the liquefaction of the ground, the rising sea levels, and the eventual submergence of Heracleion. As the city disappeared beneath the waves, Alexandria rose untouched, its coastal position more stable and better fortified. It inherited the legacy and the traffic that Heracleion once enjoyed. Today, the ruins of both cities tell two sides of the same story. One lies buried beneath the sea, its stones wrapped in silence. The other still buzzes with life, though much of its ancient grandeur has faded. But without Heracleion, there would be no Alexandria. The old city was the gateway and the foundation upon which Egypt's future was built. When Heracleion slipped beneath the sea, it took with it not just temples and statues, but the everyday belongings and sacred objects that defined life in a great city. And thanks to the oxygen-poor, silt-rich waters of Abukir Bay, many of these items have been preserved in astonishing condition, allowing modern archaeologists to piece together not just what the city looked like, but how its people lived, worked, worshipped, and sailed. Among the most breathtaking discoveries are the colossal statues, some measuring over 5 meters tall. These include representations of Ptolemaic rulers, Egyptian deities like Isis and Hapi, and even monumental sphinxes. Though toppled by time, many were found lying where they fell, surrounded by temple debris, as if the moment of collapse had been frozen in mud. Their expressions, posture, and inscriptions are still visible, testifying to the artistic skill of the city's craftsmen. But it's not just the monumental that survived. Divers have uncovered thousands of smaller artifacts: gold coins, lead weights, ceremonial tools, jewellery, and fragments of pottery. One particularly fascinating find was a cache of bronze ritual vessels, likely used in temple ceremonies, bearing intricate inscriptions and religious iconography. Others include oil lamps, writing tools, and personal adornments, the kinds of things someone might have carried in a satchel or kept on a home altar. Heracleion was also a port, and its maritime legacy is undeniable. Over 70 shipwrecks have been identified, many preserved with their cargo still aboard. Wooden hulls, anchors, and nautical tools have helped researchers understand how ancient Egyptians and their foreign visitors navigated trade. Some ships even appear to have sunk while docked, suggesting they went down during the same seismic events that doomed the city. Perhaps most mysterious are the stelae and bilingual inscriptions written in both ancient Egyptian and Greek. These texts serve as legal documents, religious edicts, and temple inventories, offering direct testimony from the past. One stele confirmed the city's dual identity as both Thonis and Heracleion, solving a historical mystery that had puzzled scholars for generations. In essence, the sea became Heracleion's accidental museum, a place of ruin, yes, but also of preservation. The artifacts pulled from the depths are not just remnants, they are living whispers from a forgotten world, etched in stone, bronze, and silence. Heracleion may be underwater, but its story is far from buried. In fact, the city's rediscovery has sparked a renaissance in how we understand ancient Egypt's relationship with the sea, with foreign cultures, and with the divine. What was once dismissed as a myth, a name whispered by Herodotus, half believed by scholars, is now a powerful reminder that history still holds secrets waiting to rise from the deep. In many ways, Heracleion challenges the traditional image of Egypt as a desert civilization locked along the Nile. This was a maritime city, cosmopolitan and open to the world. Its culture was not static or insular. It embraced foreign influence while retaining a deeply Egyptian soul. The very existence of bilingual inscriptions and Greco-Egyptian religious fusion shows a society that was adaptive, fluid, and complex. For archaeologists and historians, Heracleion is a goldmine, not just of physical objects, but of context. It helps fill the gaps in our understanding of Egypt's late dynastic and early Hellenistic periods. It shows us what a living port city looked like, how temples functioned as both sacred and bureaucratic centres, and how natural disaster could slowly unmake an empire's gateway. But the city's legacy isn't just academic, it's deeply human. The statues, the coins, the wrecked ships, they tell stories of real people. Merchants tallying cargo, priests whispering incantations in temple courtyards, sailors docking in foreign harbours under the eyes of stone gods, mothers praying to Isis for their children's safety. All of that life, preserved under water, silent for 1,000 years, now speaks again. The discovery of Heracleion has also changed the future of archaeology itself. It's proof that submerged cities aren't fantasy. With the rise of sea levels and shifting climates, modern scientists are now rethinking what might lie beneath other coasts. Carthage, ancient Alexandria, even parts of India and Southeast Asia. Heracleion has become a blueprint for uncovering the past in the most unexpected places. Today, its treasures are displayed in museums. Its story is told in documentaries and books. But the city still sleeps beneath the waves, mostly unexcavated, vast and waiting. Heracleion is no longer lost, but it remains a mystery, a ghost city between worlds, whispering across time from a sunken age of gods, trade, and vanished empires. Long before modern dentistry and fluoride toothpaste, ancient humans already understood a painful truth. Toothaches suck, and they didn't just suffer through them, they actually tried to treat them. In fact, some of the earliest evidence of dental care goes back nearly 9,000 years, showing that early humans were far more medically inventive than we tend to assume. In the Mehrgarh region of present-day Pakistan, archaeologists uncovered human remains dating back to around 7000 BCE. What they found stunned the scientific community. Several skulls with teeth that had been drilled using flint tools. These weren't accidental marks or signs of trauma. They were precise, intentional holes, carefully bored into molars. The teeth belonged to adult individuals, meaning they survived the drilling process. And if that sounds painful, it probably was. There's no evidence of anesthetic. Just grit, sharp stones, and a willingness to endure agony in the name of relief. These drills were likely powered by bowstrings, using a technique similar to fire starting, back and forth spinning, that allowed the flint bit to grind into enamel. It's the earliest known form of dentistry, predating Egyptian civilization by millennia. Why did they do it? Theories suggest it was to remove decayed material, relieve pressure from abscesses, or possibly even for ritual reasons. In some cases, the teeth showed signs of bitumen or resin, which might have been used to seal the cavity afterward, a very crude form of filling. This wasn't an isolated case. In other prehistoric cultures, teeth were filed, pulled, and even stained. Among some African and Indonesian groups, tooth modification was common, not always for medical reasons, but as a form of social identity or spiritual protection. Still, the fact remains. Humans understood the importance of their teeth and weren't afraid to go DIY when decay set in. Even in these early eras, dental problems were more than just annoying. They could be deadly. An untreated abscess could lead to infection, fever, and even death, which explains why, in a world without antibiotics, drilling out the rot, no matter how crude the method, may have saved lives. So, while they lacked porcelain crowns and Novocaine, Prehistoric people weren't clueless. They faced dental pain with stone tools, raw courage, and shocking precision, setting the stage for everything that came next. When it comes to ancient medicine, Egypt often steals the spotlight, and dentistry was no exception. The Egyptians didn't just acknowledge tooth problems, they created an entire medical field around it. In fact, the world's first known dentist was an Egyptian named Hesi-Ra, who lived around 2600 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Djoser. His tomb bears the title Chief of Dentists and Physicians, suggesting that dental care was already a respected profession in the Old Kingdom. But if you're picturing a calm clinic with copper tools and smiling patients, think again. Egyptian dentistry was an intense blend of practical techniques and magical incantations. The famous Ebers Papyrus, a 3,500-year-old medical text, includes remedies for toothaches, infections, and gum disease. Some treatments involved chewed herbs and honey, both of which have antimicrobial properties. Others, however, involved placing a dead mouse on the aching tooth and reciting spells to drive away evil spirits. Not exactly Ada approved. Egyptians also understood the concept of oral hygiene. They used twig toothbrushes, chewed on aromatic sticks to freshen breath, and even made rudimentary toothpaste from crushed eggshells, ox hooves, pumice, and myrrh. It was gritty, abrasive, and not particularly minty, but it worked. In terms of real procedures, evidence from excavated mummies shows attempts at dental surgery. Some skulls show drilled molars, similar to those in prehistoric Pakistan, while others have abscesses that appear to have been drained. There are also signs of crude splints used to stabilize loose teeth. Still, most Egyptians likely suffered through dental problems without major intervention. Their diet, filled with stone-ground bread, introduced plenty of sand and grit into their mouths, which wore teeth down prematurely and caused fractures. Interestingly, archaeologists have found gold wires and metal bands in a few skulls, possibly the earliest examples of dental bridges or stabilization devices. Whether they were used in life or added posthumously is debated, but they prove one thing. Egyptians were thinking creatively about how to preserve the structure of the mouth. In essence, ancient Egyptian dentistry was part science, part superstition. They understood infection, practiced hygiene, and experimented with surgical tools, all while invoking gods like Sekhmet and Thoth for help. They may not have had anesthetic, but they had ambition, and that made all the difference. While the Egyptians were mixing myrrh and ox hooves into gritty toothpaste, the Etruscans of ancient Italy were pioneering something far more glamorous: dental prosthetics. Long before the Romans dominated the Mediterranean, these highly skilled artisans were crafting what could be considered the first dental bridges, elegant, functional solutions to missing teeth that would influence dentistry for centuries. Dating back to around 700 BCE, Etruscan burial sites have revealed skulls fitted with gold bands and wire ligatures holding replacement teeth in place. These weren't just functional fixes, they were status symbols. In many cases, the replacement teeth were not artificial at all. They were real human or animal teeth, sometimes from oxen, fitted neatly alongside the living teeth using loops of fine gold. It was delicate, precise, and quite possibly painful. But it worked. The Etruscans were known for their metallurgical skill, and that extended to dentistry. The gold bands used in their bridges were soft enough to manipulate, yet strong enough to hold teeth securely in place. These were not quick fixes for commoners. Rather, they were custom dental work for the elite, likely performed by skilled metalworkers or physicians associated with religious or noble households. What's remarkable is how aesthetic their dental solutions were. These bridges weren't just functional. They were crafted to restore facial symmetry and preserve appearance. The Etruscans understood, long before modern cosmetic dentistry, that missing teeth altered not just chewing, but the entire shape of the face. In a society where appearance and status were deeply intertwined, this mattered a great deal. There's no direct evidence that they performed extractions or surgeries, but the presence of dental appliances suggests that oral health was actively managed. and not purely for medical reasons. Like their elaborate tombs and intricate jewellery, Etruscan dental work reveals a people deeply invested in presentation, legacy and dignity, even in death. Some of these dental bridges remained in place after burial, suggesting they were worn in life and carried into the afterlife, a sign of how intimately dental care was tied to identity. In a world without dentures or implants, the Etruscans' gold-bound bridges were a mark of innovation and elegance, a gleaming smile from a civilization ahead of its time. By the time the Roman Empire rose to power, dentistry had evolved into a mix of practical treatments, surgical experimentation, and questionable cosmetics. The Romans didn't just inherit medical knowledge from the Etruscans and Greeks, they expanded it, codified it, and added their own uniquely Roman flair. Think of it as ancient dental care with a touch of militarized efficiency and vinegar rinse. One of the most famous Roman medical writers, Aulus Cornelius Celsus, described dental procedures in his medical encyclopedia De Medicina. He noted techniques for extracting teeth, treating toothaches, and even cleaning the mouth with abrasive powders made from crushed bones, oyster shells, and charcoal. Some recipes included urine, which sounds horrifying today, but actually provided a natural source of ammonia, a potent cleaning agent. Yes, Romans used urine as mouthwash. Bottled and imported from provinces like Portugal and Gaul, it was prized for its whitening effect on teeth. Elite Romans seeking bright smiles may have suffered through daily gargles of fermented ammonia, followed by a rinse of wine or vinegar to freshen the breath. Vanity, it seems, can override disgust. Beyond that, Roman physicians used forceps, scalpels, and dental elevators for extractions and oral surgeries. Metal tools have been found in excavation sites alongside surgical kits, showing that dentistry, while painful, was not uncommon. Soldiers, in particular, received treatment for broken or abscessed teeth, as oral health was considered vital to combat readiness. The wealthy, on the other hand, had access to early prosthetics inspired by Etruscan designs. These included bridges secured with gold wire and replacement teeth made from ivory or bone. Like their predecessors, Romans saw teeth as status symbols. A full white smile was associated with beauty, power, and good breeding, especially in the public arenas of the Forum or the baths. Even the philosopher Pliny the Elder chimed in, recommending remedies like burnt mouse ash for toothaches or chewing mint for bad breath. His works, while eccentric, reflect how deeply oral health was woven into everyday Roman life. In the end, Roman dentistry was as advanced as it was brutal. Painful, certainly. Effective, occasionally. But for an empire obsessed with control, hygiene, and appearance, taking care of one's teeth was a Roman duty, no matter how strange the methods. While ancient Mediterranean civilizations were using gold wire and crushed bones to clean their teeth, the Maya of Mesoamerica were turning dentistry into a literal art form. For the Maya, dental modification wasn't just about health, it was about status, identity, and spiritual symbolism. They didn't just fix teeth, they adorned them, carved them, and embedded them with precious stones, all without modern anesthesia. Archaeological findings from sites in present-day Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras have revealed skulls with intricate dental work dating back over 1,000 years. Many Mayan elites had inlays of jade, turquoise, hematite, or obsidian fitted into their front teeth, not after death, but while they were alive. The inlays were carefully set into small, perfectly drilled holes in the enamel, using primitive rotary tools tipped with obsidian or other sharp stones. It's believed they used water, powdered quartz, or even plant resins as lubricants and adhesives to keep the gems in place. The precision of these modifications is astounding. The drilled holes are so symmetrical and clean that researchers believe the Maya had a deep understanding of dental anatomy, even if they didn't frame it in medical terms. And remarkably, there's minimal evidence of nerve damage or infection, suggesting these procedures were not only common but successfully executed. But why did they do it? The answer lies in cultural meaning. For the Maya, the mouth was a powerful symbol, the place where breath and speech emerged, both considered sacred. Modifying teeth was a way to honor the gods, signal elite status, or align oneself with cosmic forces. Jade, for example, was associated with life, fertility, and divine favor. A ruler with jade-inlaid teeth wasn't just showing off, they were embodying sacred authority. The Maya also practiced tooth filing, reshaping canines and incisors into points, not unlike vampire fangs or symbolic glyphs. In some cases, the designs mimicked animal forms, likely invoking spiritual protection or transformation. And while some dental work served ceremonial purposes, evidence suggests others were functional repairs, like filled cavities or drilled abscesses. So the Maya weren't just performing ritual art, they were also treating real dental problems, centuries before European dentistry had caught up. To the Maya, dentistry was a fusion of medicine, magic, and aesthetics, a worldview drilled into every glittering smile. In ancient China, dentistry wasn't a separate science. It was deeply integrated into the broader philosophy of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. Rather than isolating the mouth as a separate unit, Chinese physicians believed that oral health reflected the health of the entire body. A sore tooth wasn't just a dental issue, it was a sign of internal imbalance in the organs, particularly the stomach and kidneys. And while they didn't use drills or bridges like other civilizations, the Chinese developed a sophisticated system of preventive and herbal dentistry that spanned centuries. As early as 3000 BCE, writings in texts like the Huangdi Neijing, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, made mention of dental issues. Ancient practitioners mapped meridians, energy channels, that connected the teeth to specific organs. For example, pain in a lower molar might point to issues in the bladder or stomach. Rather than attacking the symptom, Chinese medicine sought to restore balance through diet, acupuncture, and herbal treatments. To keep teeth healthy, daily oral hygiene was emphasized. People chewed fragrant twigs from aromatic trees like willow and miswak to clean their teeth, similar to toothbrushes. They also used salt water rinses, crushed herbs, and even powdered bone to scrub away buildup. Tooth powders often included cloves, mint, rhubarb root, cinnamon, and ginseng, all aimed at freshening breath, reducing inflammation, and strengthening gums. Toothaches were treated using acupuncture, specifically targeting points along the jaw, neck, and even hands to relieve pain and stimulate healing. This non-invasive approach was often paired with poultices, mixtures of ground herbs applied directly to the gum or cheek to draw out infection or reduce swelling. Interestingly, ancient Chinese texts also reference tooth regeneration techniques using mineral pastes or spiritual rituals involving dragon bones, fossilized animal bones believed to carry potent qi, life energy. These bones were ground into powders and sometimes mixed with wine or herbs to create a kind of early medicinal paste. There is limited evidence of surgical intervention or tooth extraction in early Chinese civilization, but that may reflect the cultural emphasis on preservation and balance rather than invasive correction. In many ways, their focus on prevention, clean diets, consistent hygiene, and body-wide balance mirrors some of the best practices of modern holistic dentistry. For the ancient Chinese, the path to a healthy mouth began not in the mouth, but in the harmony of the entire body. In ancient India, oral health wasn't treated in isolation. It was considered a vital part of the body's overall balance and energy flow, rooted in the ancient medical system known as Ayurveda. Dating back over 3,000 years, Ayurvedic texts like the Karaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita contain detailed observations on dental care, tooth diseases, and remedies, some of which are surprisingly aligned with modern understanding. The Ayurvedic approach to dentistry emphasized prevention, purification, and daily rituals. One of the most enduring practices was dantadavana, or daily tooth cleaning using herbal chewing sticks. These sticks came from specific trees like neem, licorice, or babool, all of which have antibacterial properties. People would chew on one end until it frayed, then use it to brush their teeth. This practice still exists in parts of rural India today, but oral care didn't stop there. Ayurveda also advocated oil pulling, known as kavala or gandusha, where oil, usually sesame or coconut, was swished in the mouth for several minutes. This wasn't just a hygiene ritual. It was believed to pull toxins from the body and strengthen teeth, gums, and jaw. Modern studies have found that oil pulling may actually reduce harmful bacteria and improve gum health, giving ancient wisdom some scientific credibility. The Sushruta Samhita, attributed to the surgeon Sushruta around 600 BCE, contains chapters specifically on tooth extraction, jaw fractures, and oral ulcers. Sushruta described surgical instruments for removing damaged teeth and draining abscesses, using iron tools and herbal pastes to disinfect the area. He also recommended cauterization, burning the infected area with a heated tool, for severe cases of decay or gum disease. Painful, yes, but methodical. Ayurveda classified dental diseases into categories like dantaharsha, tooth sensitivity, dantashakara, tartar buildup, and dantaveshta, gum inflammation. Treatments were tailored according to a person's dosha, their body constitution, vata, pitta, or kapha, and could involve dietary changes, herbal rinses, and even meditation to reduce stress-related grinding or jaw tension. For the ancient Indians, the mouth was a sacred gateway, a channel through which speech, nourishment, and breath all passed. To keep it clean, healthy, and balanced was not just a health decision, it was a spiritual obligation. In Ayurveda, dentistry wasn't just a branch of medicine. It was a daily act of alignment between body, mind, and spirit. In the ancient Greek world, medicine and dentistry were deeply influenced by philosophy, observation, and early anatomy. Unlike some civilizations that saw disease as purely spiritual, the Greeks, especially from the classical period onward, sought rational explanations for pain and decay, including dental issues. And while they didn't have dentists in the modern sense, their physicians practiced surprisingly advanced oral care for their time. Greek thinkers like Hippocrates and Aristotle wrote about teeth in medical and anatomical terms. Hippocrates, often called the father of medicine, described the structure and eruption of teeth, causes of tooth decay, and even methods of extraction. He believed that imbalances in the body's four humours, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, could lead to dental disease, especially gum infections and tooth pain. For the Greeks, diet played a central role in oral health. Physicians warned that soft, sticky, or overly sweet foods could cause decay. Instead, crunchy foods like apples, grains, and legumes were encouraged for scraping residue off teeth. There's also mention of chewing mastic gum, a resin from the mastic tree, to freshen breath and clean the mouth, a practice still popular in the Mediterranean today. When problems did occur, Greek physicians employed treatments that ranged from herbal remedies and poultices to rudimentary surgical procedures. Tooth extractions were done using metal forceps, often without anesthesia. The pain was intense, but sometimes relieved with herbal sedatives like opium poppy, mandrake, or henbane. For abscesses, physicians used lancing techniques to release infection, often followed by salt or wine rinses for disinfection. Aristotle took a particularly detailed interest in teeth, even noting that men and women had different numbers of molars, which turned out to be incorrect, but demonstrated his effort to systematize human anatomy. The Greeks also documented rare dental conditions, such as teeth erupting later in life, or even congenital toothlessness. Dentistry was not considered a separate field, but part of general medical training. Physicians treated everything from ulcers to fractures, and teeth were just another part of the body to be studied and healed. In essence, ancient Greek dentistry was a fusion of science, observation, and pain tolerance. It wasn't glamorous, but it was grounded in the belief that the body, even its teeth, could be understood, predicted, and corrected through logic and learning. Across thousands of years and dozens of civilizations, ancient dentistry evolved not as a single linear science, but as a global tapestry of innovation, ritual, and resilience. From flint drills in prehistoric Pakistan to gold bridges in Etruria, from jade-inlaid Mayan molars to Ayurvedic oil pulling, early societies approached dental care with a mix of bravery, ingenuity, and sheer necessity. Though their tools were primitive and pain management often non-existent, ancient cultures made surprisingly sophisticated advances. They didn't have bacteria theory or X-rays, but they understood that rotting teeth caused suffering, and they did what they could to intervene. Whether by drilling out decay, using herbs to numb the pain, or crafting prosthetics to preserve appearance, these early dentists, or healers, priests and artisans moonlighting as such, laid the foundation of a medical art that would eventually become a modern profession. More striking still is how interdisciplinary ancient dentistry was. It wasn't just medical, it was spiritual, cosmetic, philosophical, and even political. In some cultures, a bright, gemstone-studded smile conveyed divine favour or social status. In others, missing or misshapen teeth were tied to personal imbalance, or even considered omens from the gods. Oral health, it turns out, was never just about chewing. The tools left behind, obsidian blades, copper probes, gold ligatures, herbal scrolls, are fragments of a story that stretches across continents. They prove that ancient people, often thought of as primitive or superstitious, were curious problem solvers. They watched, they experimented, and they passed down what worked. And many of their practices endure. We still floss, rinse, and brush. We use herbal ingredients like clove, mint, and myrrh. Some even continue ancient customs like oil pulling or chewing neem sticks. Not because they're nostalgic, but because they work. Modern dentistry, with its implants, lasers, and 3D imaging, may seem worlds apart from stone drills and mouse skull poultices. But the goal remains the same: relieve pain, preserve teeth, and improve lives. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the bizarre slow-motion collapse into death of Henry VIII, the Tudor titan whose life was filled with wives, wars, and very questionable decisions involving axes. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. At the height of his reign, Henry VIII was the golden boy of Renaissance England. Tall, broad-shouldered, athletic, and by all accounts an absolute heartthrob in tights. Fast forward to his final years, and you'd be forgiven for mistaking him for a heavily decorated armchair with anger issues. By the 1540s, Henry had entered what historians politely call his decline. He had ballooned to over 300 pounds, mostly in the midsection, and was suffering from a delightful cocktail of health problems that included chronic leg ulcers, gout, and the general side effects of eating like meat was about to be banned. His transformation from prince to pudding was so dramatic, it deserves its own Greek tragedy, with gravy. This wasn't just your standard royal overindulgence. Henry was in pain. A lot of it. Every joint ached. His ulcerated legs throbbed constantly and smelled like something you wouldn't serve even at a 14th century tavern. He couldn't climb stairs, ride a horse, or even walk unaided. His once magnificent codpiece now served mainly as a barrier between him and reality. And yet, the image of the glorious king had to be maintained. Portraits continued to depict him as virile and broad-shouldered, with eyes that said, "I'm full of divine purpose," and not, "I've been sitting in this chair so long my armour has fused to it." His tailors struggled to keep up. One report claims that his last suit of armour required a waist measurement of 54 inches. And that's being generous. Behind the velvet and jewels, he was rotting, slowly, publicly, and with a considerable budget. Courtiers avoided standing too close. Servants prayed not to be assigned foot duty. His doctors tried everything from lancing to poultices, but most remedies had the same results: expensive linen soaked in royal ooze. By the end of his life, Henry VIII's most famous feature wasn't his beard or his codpiece, or even his wedding track record. It was his legs, or more precisely, what had happened to them. What began as minor injuries from a jousting accident in his 30s developed into what can only be described as royal horror. His legs became plagued by chronic ulcers, deep, festering wounds that refused to heal and constantly leaked fluid. Imagine trying to run a kingdom while sitting on top of a pair of infected meat sacks. That was Henry's day-to-day. The sores weren't just painful, they were legendary. Visitors commented on the smell from across the room. Ambassadors dreaded court audiences, not because of politics, but because they didn't want to breathe near his ankles. It said the ulcers were so deep you could see bone. The word ooze features heavily in letters of the time. If Shakespeare had written body horror, this would have been Act 1. Naturally, the best medical minds of the 16th century were brought in, which is another way of saying they slapped herbs on it and hoped for divine intervention. Treatments included poultices made of honey, rose oil, and whatever else sounded vaguely church-approved. They also tried cauterization. Yes, burning the wounds closed, which Henry did not enjoy, understandably. And then there was the lancing. Oh, the lancing. A daily ritual of draining the wounds with blades and cloths. Imagine being a physician who has to show up every morning and say, "Good morning, Your Majesty, I'm here to stab your legs again." There's a reason so many court doctors died young, probably of trauma. The ulcers also made it nearly impossible for Henry to exercise, which, combined with his famously rich diet, created a feedback loop of decline. More weight meant more pressure on the wounds. More pressure meant more pain. More pain meant more mood swings. And more mood swings meant someone nearby was probably getting fired, exiled, or worse, remarried. If you've ever wondered what would happen if a man tried to eat his way into sainthood, or out of reality, then look no further than Henry VIII's daily menu. His meals weren't just excessive, they were borderline weaponized. Breakfast alone could involve several eggs, hunks of beef, white bread soaked in ale, and possibly a roasted partridge just to get the digestion going. Fruit and vegetables? Not unless they were used as decoration or accidentally fell onto the roast. The Tudor court equated meat with masculinity. The more flesh on your plate, the more divine your rule. And Henry, bless him, took that as a personal challenge. Roasted swan, venison, lamb, eel pies, game birds, all coated in gravy, sauce, or symbolic meaning. If it once breathed, he ate it. If it didn't, it was probably used to thicken something that did. His favourite indulgence? Red wine. Gallons of it. Daily. Water was for peasants and washing out wounds, not for kings. By the end, his body was likely 60% Cabernet. Now, let's talk portion size. His meals were prepared in enormous quantities, not just for him, but for an entire royal household of taste testers, servers, musicians, and whatever groupie was in favour that week. But even factoring in the entourage, Henry ate like every meal might be interrupted by death. Spoiler. One eventually was. This high-fat, low-vegetable, high-gout diet naturally took its toll. Aside from the infamous ulcers, his digestion was known to be volatile. Royal physicians regularly noted his bloating, discomfort, and, let's say, audible distress. You could probably time your pocket watch to one of his post-feast groans echoing through Whitehall. And still, Henry refused to change. By the final years of his reign, he could barely chew with his rotting teeth, but he still insisted on massive portions. At banquets, food had to be pre-cut so he wouldn't tire himself. Even lifting a turkey leg was becoming an aerobic activity. There comes a point in every overindulgent monarch's life when gravity wins. For Henry VIII, that moment arrived sometime in his mid-40s, though it didn't knock politely. It arrived with a full marching band of gout, obesity, and increasingly irritated ulcers. By then, Henry had grown so large and immobile that his body required logistical planning. Gone were the glory days of jousting tournaments and athletic struts around court. Now getting him out of bed involved multiple attendants, pulleys, and something akin to emotional bribery. He didn't walk so much as was moved. Royal engineers reportedly designed a mechanical chair, something between a reinforced wheelchair and a throne on training wheels, to transport him through his palaces. His armour was custom-fitted not for battle, but to support the sheer bulk of royal volume. You could have lost a courtier inside one of his sleeves. Mounting a horse? Forget it. They had to build a hoist system, yes, a literal crane for kings, just to lift him into the saddle. And even then, the horse likely re-evaluated its career choices. Exercise, once considered noble, had become mythical. His only form of movement was turning to yell at someone, and even that required effort. His doctors encouraged gentle motion, like walking a few steps per day. But Henry preferred political executions over physical exertion. It burned fewer calories, but did wonders for morale. This physical decline wasn't just inconvenient, it was dangerous. Inactivity worsened everything. His circulation, his mood, his already hostile digestive system. And when you're a monarch, your health becomes everyone's problem. Entire days were scheduled around how far he could be rolled. Even court ceremonies had to be shortened. State functions were planned to keep the king seated for as long as possible. If the throne room had hosted a treadmill, it would have been purely symbolic, or used to power a spit roast. Yet no one dared say it aloud, that the most powerful man in England was quite literally weighed down by his own choices. Of all the indignities that accompany royal decay, few are as memorable, or as difficult to politely ignore, as smell. And Henry VIII, in his final years, had an aroma that reportedly arrived before he did. Now, body odour wasn't exactly rare in Tudor England. This was a time when bathing was more theory than practice. Perfume was considered healthcare, and the most effective deodorant was standing downwind. But even by 16th century standards, Henry's scent was remarkable. The culprit? His infamous leg ulcers. These weren't just minor wounds. They were cavernous, festering, constantly draining infections wrapped in silk stockings and denial. The royal physicians did what they could: honey dressings, herbal compresses, repeated lancing. But there's only so much you can do when the king's lower limbs are threatening to declare independence. The result was a lingering, acrid stench that haunted palace corridors. Courtiers were known to subtly back away mid-conversation. Ambassadors reportedly endured meetings while holding perfumed cloths to their faces, the Renaissance equivalent of tactical air support. And then there was the matter of his general hygiene. With movement nearly impossible and pain constant, regular bathing fell off the schedule. Instead, Henry relied on powders, oils, and layers upon layers of rich fabrics designed to absorb shame. He essentially mummified himself in velvet and linen, hoping no one would notice what was rotting underneath. Spoiler, they noticed. Even his own clothing was sacrificed. It's said his garments had to be burned after use, not washed, a fitting metaphor for how much of his dignity was now considered disposable. Despite all this, no one dared speak of it in his presence. If you so much as wrinkled your nose in the wrong direction, you might find yourself reassigned to the Tower of London, or worse, tasked with changing his bandages. And yes, that was an actual job. Historians don't know their names, but we all owe them a moment of silence. It's hard enough being a monarch. It's harder still when you're in constant pain, oozing from multiple orifices, and slowly sinking into your own furniture. By the end of his reign, Henry VIII wasn't just physically immobile, he was emotionally volatile. One minute, he was weeping over his dead wife Jane Seymour's memory. The next, he was accusing someone of treason for blinking too loudly. His court lived in a constant state of psychological whiplash. Servants learned to interpret the tilt of his eyebrows the way sailors read clouds before a storm. He's frowning. That's either constipation or war. Of course, Henry hadn't always been like this. Earlier in life, he'd been charismatic, intelligent, even playful. But as the ulcers deepened, so did the mood swings. The Henry of old had been replaced by something more unpredictable, a king whose primary foreign policy tool was rage. Medical historians suspect that alongside his physical ailments, he may have suffered from untreated depression, chronic pain-induced irritability, and possibly head trauma from a 1536 jousting accident. But in 16th century England, the go-to treatment for a bad mood was prayer, leeches, or blaming the French. Unfortunately, being king meant no one could tell him to take a break. Instead, advisors smiled nervously and agreed with whatever he said. Some even praised his divinely inspired fury, which is a nice way of saying, "We'd like to keep our necks, please." The results were messy. Dozens of courtiers were exiled, imprisoned, or executed simply for falling out of favour during one of Henry's mood hurricanes. Even his longtime friend and chancellor, Thomas More, wasn't spared, proving that Henry's inner circle was shaped more like a revolving door. By January of the year 1547, everyone in the royal court could see the end coming, except notably Henry VIII. He was, in every way, falling apart. But you couldn't legally say so. Under Tudor law, predicting the king's death was treason, which made royal physicians the most anxious, overqualified actors in history. Henry was confined to bed. Not just bedridden, but bed-dwelling. He hadn't walked in weeks, hadn't ridden in years, and spent his final days ruling England from beneath a mountain of embroidered cushions and questionable decisions. His legs were swollen. His breathing was laboured. His appetite was reduced. Well, by Tudor standards. He was still eating like someone who didn't realise his will was about to be the most important document in the country. Despite his obvious state, no one dared utter the word dying. Courtiers developed a whole glossary of euphemisms. He is resting deeply. His Majesty is in a reflective mood. The king is simply digesting vigorously. Even his doctors tiptoed around the subject. One physician reportedly declared, "His Majesty shall recover, God willing." A safe statement, vague, non-committal, and with divine backup. Meanwhile, said Majesty was drifting in and out of consciousness, probably hallucinating about roast goose and Protestant diplomacy. But even in his decline, Henry VIII still had paperwork to finish. He signed documents. He amended his will. He appointed a regency council for his 9-year-old son, Edward, who would soon be handed the kingdom and a debt the size of France. These weren't the majestic final acts of a noble ruler. They were scribbled commands from a very sick man whose court pretended he was just having a moment. Everyone around him knew the truth. Servants, courtiers, even the rats in the palace floorboards probably sensed something shifting. But still, they waited. Because the King of England couldn't die until it was safe to say so. And at this stage, no one wanted to go first. As January dragged on, Henry VIII hovered somewhere between lucidity and royal delirium. His body was shutting down, but his mind still had policies to bark out, people to snub, and a country to pretend he wasn't dying in front of. The denial was thick, possibly thicker than his ankles. He gave no formal confession, no emotional farewell, no cinematic final words. Instead, he issued instructions, edits to the will, tweaks to the Regency Council, and the usual paranoid rearranging of power players, just in case any of them got funny ideas after his eventual, and definitely not impending, death. Most notably, he finalized the succession plan. His sickly 9-year-old son, Edward, would take the throne, flanked by a hand-picked group of advisors. These men, it should be noted, had roughly the loyalty and backstabbing tendencies of a barrel full of Tudor eels. Henry also ordered that his tomb be completed, a grand structure he'd been planning for decades. Spoiler, it never got finished. For all his micromanaging and power hoarding, the thing that outlasted him was paperwork. As for religion, he managed to keep things impressively ambiguous. England was still Protestantish, but not too Protestant. Just Protestant enough to upset Rome without committing to anything doctrinal. It was the ecclesiastical equivalent of muttering something under your breath and walking away quickly. Even in his final days, Henry refused to acknowledge just how close the end was. When priests asked if he'd like to make peace with God, he dodged them like a man avoiding jury duty. One account suggests he eventually whispered, "All is lost." But even then, the court wasn't sure if he meant his soul, the kingdom, or just a misplaced turkey leg. Meanwhile, the palace operated under a strict "don't say he's dying" policy. If anyone was caught using phrases like last rites or funeral preparations, they were swiftly removed, not for disrespect, but for ruining the illusion that England's most powerful monarch wasn't dissolving in his own bed. In the grand tradition of royal drama, you'd expect Henry VIII to deliver a stirring deathbed confession, a Shakespearean monologue about sins, regrets, and the 6 wives he either married, murdered, or misplaced. Instead, we got silence. Or worse, administrative clarity. There were priests at his bedside, yes, but they were mostly ornamental. Henry, who had rebranded the entire Church of England just so he could annul a marriage and flirt with theology on his own terms, was suddenly very quiet about his spiritual affairs. No dramatic plea for forgiveness. No humble repentance. No, sorry about that whole beheading your mother chat with his daughter Mary. Perhaps he thought he had nothing to confess. After all, this was a man who believed God had personally endorsed his every decision, even the messier ones. From his point of view, he hadn't failed morally. He had just been chronically misunderstood by papists and wives with annoying survival instincts. According to one report, Archbishop Thomas Cranmer arrived in time to ask if the king still trusted in Christ. Henry VIII, barely conscious, supposedly squeezed his hand, a gesture open to interpretation. Was it affirmation? Was it muscle spasm? Was he simply annoyed the Archbishop hadn't brought wine? That squeeze would be the closest thing he ever gave to a final confession. For a man obsessed with control, it's telling that his final hours were filled not with reflection, but with paperwork, delegation, and vague gestures at spiritual matters. While other kings died repenting, Henry died reallocating. And while he had once described himself as the supreme head on earth of the Church of England, he now faced death with no more ceremony than a nod and a hand twitch. Divine authority apparently did not include an exit interview. But maybe that was the most Henry way to go. No apologies, no weeping monks, just the slow, steady decline of a man who always preferred the sound of his own laws to the echo of his conscience. And so passed Henry VIII, with no dramatic final words, no poetic closure, and absolutely no indication that he thought anything had gone wrong. When Henry VIII finally stopped breathing on January 28, 1547, the room didn't erupt into mourning or solemn proclamations. It sort of paused, then stood around awkwardly, then quietly panicked. Because here's the thing. It was illegal to declare the king dead without very specific authorization. Under Tudor law, to suggest the monarch had died, even if he was visibly deceased, was technically treason, which meant everyone in the room suddenly became deeply interested in pretending Henry VIII was simply resting, possibly very deeply and permanently. Doctors, courtiers and clergymen all stared at each other, waiting for someone to blink first. No one did. There was no press release, no moment of national mourning, no trumpets. Just the heavy silence of men thinking, well, now what? Eventually, they agreed to say nothing for several days. Not out of respect, but strategy. The succession still needed to be managed, the council assembled, and most importantly, the 9-year-old heir, Edward, informed that he now technically owned everything in England, including some very angry neighbours. In the meantime, Henry VIII's body remained in Whitehall Palace, still king in title, but now more biologically aspirational. Ministers quietly arranged his affairs while pretending he was still unavailable, which wasn't a lie, just a spectacular understatement. And while no one spoke the word dead, palace staff began making preparations with all the subtlety of a Shakespearean farce. Mourning clothes were quietly ordered. Seals were altered. Some opportunists probably started dusting off family trees to prove they were technically 12th cousins to the boy king and thus deserved land. Even foreign ambassadors weren't told right away. Diplomats from France and the Holy Roman Empire were still negotiating with courtiers who smiled through clenched teeth, hoping no one noticed the faint scent of royal decomposition wafting through the velvet drapes. The entire nation was being led by a man who, as far as the law was concerned, was still alive. Just unusually quiet, not currently moving, and about to need a very large coffin. Once Henry VIII was officially, if not immediately, dead, the royal handlers faced a new and urgent dilemma: what to do with the body. And unfortunately for everyone involved, the body had opinions of its own, mostly involving decomposition. Let's be blunt. The man was enormous. He weighed somewhere north of 300 pounds, and not a trim, symmetrical 300, more of a melting noble pudding shape. His body was riddled with infections, ulcers, and years of aggressive Tudor eating. So naturally, it began breaking down faster than expected. Much faster. In the chilly halls of Whitehall Palace, servants and embalmers scrambled to preserve the king. But this wasn't the golden age of refrigeration. Embalming methods were rudimentary, consisting of stuffing the corpse with spices and wrapping it in layers of cloth like a royal lasagna. The hope was that cinnamon and cloves would overpower the scent of decay. Spoiler, they didn't. Despite their best efforts, the body began to leak, slowly at first, then alarmingly. A mixture of bodily fluids seeped through the coffin, causing discomfort, confusion, and eventually widespread nausea. It got so bad that during the funeral procession to Windsor, the coffin reportedly emitted a dark stain and smell so potent that it startled the horses, and, in one now infamous account, attracted stray dogs. Yes, dogs. Licking the drippings from the former head of the Church of England, which is probably not how he imagined his legacy being honoured. To make matters worse, the coffin had been sealed hastily. Royal urgency overrode craftsmanship. It swelled from internal gases and, allegedly, cracked, The Tudor version of Tupperware, it was not. Everyone involved tried to keep a straight face. Mourning nobles walked beside the oozing coffin with the dignity of people pretending they couldn't smell anything, and no one, absolutely no one, brought it up in conversation afterward. It's not every day a monarch's corpse makes headlines centuries later for the way it malfunctioned. But then again, Henry VIII was never one to do things quietly. Not in life, and certainly not in death. As the funeral procession moved toward Windsor Castle, the sealed wooden coffin carrying the late king rumbled ominously. Now you'd think transporting the body of England's most iconic monarch would involve some kind of dignified marble-lined container, or at the very least, one that didn't behave like an overripe meat barrel. But alas, haste and biology conspired to make this final journey unforgettable, for all the wrong reasons. The coffin began to leak, not metaphorically, literally. Despite efforts to embalm the body, the combination of heat, internal gases, poor sealing, and sheer mass caused the coffin to sweat. And by sweat, we mean ooze. Contemporary chroniclers describe a black, putrid fluid leaking from the base of the coffin during a stopover at Sion Abbey, the kind of detail you don't soon forget, even if you desperately wish you could. It gets worse. One popular, if possibly apocryphal, account claims dogs were seen licking the fluid beneath the coffin. Imagine it. A royal procession halted in solemn silence, mourning nobles dressed in black, all while a couple of opportunistic hounds enthusiastically sample what is, by all accounts, the king. Tudor England had many rituals, but canine consumption was not supposed to be part of state funerals. And yet, no one said a word. The show had to go on. The coffin was cleaned as discreetly as possible. Everyone resumed walking, eyes forward, mouths shut, noses offended. This wasn't just an embarrassing leak. It became legend, a dark little parable whispered through the centuries. To some, it was divine retribution for Henry's cruelty. To others, it was a grim punchline to a lifetime of excess. Either way, Henry VIII had managed to do what few monarchs can claim: ruin a funeral with nothing but his presence. There's something deliciously poetic, or brutally ironic, about where Henry VIII ended up. Not in Westminster Abbey with the other great kings, not in some towering mausoleum of Tudor marble. No, the man who broke with the Catholic Church, who dissolved monasteries, and who declared himself the supreme head of the Church of England, was buried in a humble vault beneath the floor of St. George's Chapel, almost like an afterthought. He was placed next to his true love, Jane Seymour, the one wife who gave him a male heir and died before she could disappoint him. And that's it. No towering monument, no golden tomb. Just a slab on the floor that, for over a century, didn't even bear his name. It was only in the Victorian era that someone added an inscription. Until then, Henry VIII was resting in unmarked anonymity, just a few feet beneath tourists' boots and royal ceremonies. Here lies the man who once thundered across Europe with papal bulls in one hand and a turkey leg in the other. The man who decapitated 2 wives, dismantled centuries of religious tradition, and rewrote the spiritual map of England, now buried like a moderately successful merchant. The irony is rich, and yet somehow appropriate. After all the grandeur, the power, the ceremonies, and the political tantrums, it's almost fitting that Henry's final destination was quietly humble, even accidental. No glorious tomb commissioned during life, no elaborate effigy, no towering altar to his glory. Just a lead-lined box under a chapel floor, a fading memory in the company of Jane and, eventually, Charles I, whose own death was, let's say, not subtle. For all his desire to dominate history, Henry VIII ended up in a shared grave with minimal decoration and maximum foot traffic. Valeria Messalina didn't just stumble into the spotlight, she was born in it. A member of the powerful Claudian dynasty, she had imperial blood coursing through her veins. Her great-uncle was Emperor Tiberius, and her cousin would one day become Emperor Nero. In other words, Messalina was born into a family where power plays were more common than family dinners, and everyone had a dagger, if not in their hand, then firmly lodged in their back. She was raised in a Roman world defined by luxury, corruption, and high-stakes politics. It was a place where virtue was praised in public and discarded in private. From early on, Messalina would have understood the rules of this treacherous game. Loyalty was a currency, appearances were everything, and a well-timed affair or alliance could be the difference between exile and elevation. As a teenager, she was married off to her cousin, Tiberius Claudius Drusus, better known to history as Emperor Claudius. At the time, Claudius was seen as an unlikely political figure, awkward, physically impaired, and considered something of a harmless scholar. Few imagined he would ever rise to the throne. But power in Rome had a funny way of landing in unexpected laps. When Claudius suddenly became emperor in the chaos following Caligula's assassination, Messalina, barely in her 20s, became Empress of Rome, and she didn't waste time adjusting to the role. Almost immediately, she began reshaping her image, not as a ceremonial wife, but as a force to be reckoned with. Behind her, youthful beauty and public charm was a razor-sharp mind, already scheming how to consolidate her position. Rome expected its empress to be a symbol of modesty and grace. Messalina, on the other hand, had ambitions that were anything but modest. She wasn't content with being the woman behind the man. She wanted to be the one pulling the strings, using flattery, sex, alliances, and fear to climb even higher. And in a court where everyone had something to hide, she was fluent in the language of secrets. In the empire's golden halls, where gossip travelled faster than messengers, Valeria Messalina was about to become a legend and a cautionary tale. Rome had seen ambitious women before, but none quite like her. Once crowned empress, Valeria Messalina swiftly became one of the most influential women in Rome, not because of her title alone, but because of how she used it. She didn't just sit quietly beside Claudius in the imperial court. She was the one whispering in his ear, nudging decisions, arranging marriages, forging alliances, and eliminating enemies, all while pretending to be the loyal wife. But her influence wasn't just political. Messalina was infamous for something else entirely, her alleged sexual appetite. Ancient sources, mostly written by men with axes to grind, paint her as Rome's most depraved femme fatale. Tacitus, Suetonius, and Juvenal all gleefully described how she supposedly snuck out of the palace at night to work incognito in brothels, competing with prostitutes and returning before dawn. Whether these tales were fact or slander, one thing is clear: Messalina's reputation was unlike any other empress before or since. Behind every rumour was a strategy. Her lovers weren't always chosen for pleasure. Many were powerful men, senators, equestrians, noble heirs. Messalina used intimacy the way other politicians used bribes. Sleep with her, and you might find yourself promoted. Cross her, and you might find yourself mysteriously exiled, or worse. Claudius, meanwhile, remained either blissfully unaware or willfully ignorant. His reign was full of distractions, administrative reforms, political infighting, and his own insecurities as an underestimated ruler. Some historians suggest that Messalina manipulated Claudius by playing the role of the innocent wife, concerned, devoted, protective. Others think he simply didn't want to know. After all, the truth would have shattered the illusion of control he had over his court and his marriage. But Rome knew. The whispers in the forums, the jokes in the bathhouses, the snide comments from rival nobles. Messalina's escapades were legendary. And while her name became synonymous with excess and lust, she still held an iron grip on power. That contradiction, scandalous yet untouchable, made her even more dangerous. She blurred the line between seduction and politics, turning her body into a weapon and her bedroom into a war room. Rome's elite either feared her or fell for her, sometimes both. Still, as with all unchecked power, the walls would not hold forever, and the higher Messalina climbed, the more unstable the empire beneath her feet became. Messalina's reign as empress wasn't just defined by scandal. it was also a masterclass in manipulation. She understood the game of Roman politics intimately and played it with terrifying efficiency. Her targets weren't always her lovers. More often they were threats, rivals, critics, or anyone who dared to challenge her position as the imperial queenmaker. And she was ruthless. One of her favourite tactics was the false accusation. With Claudius often distracted or passive, Messalina could orchestrate the downfall of anyone by simply whispering a well-placed lie. She accused powerful senators of conspiracy, wives of adultery, and noblewomen of insolence. Many ended up exiled, executed, or forced to take their own lives. Their crime? Being inconvenient. She didn't operate alone. Messalina had allies, corrupt freedmen, informants, and sycophantic magistrates who owed their positions to her favour. These cronies helped carry out her purges, blackmailed the vulnerable, and ensured that her enemies were destroyed before they could react. Claudius, ever the detached ruler, often signed their death warrants without realizing he was removing loyal men who might have warned him of the storm building at his doorstep. Her most notorious manipulation, though, was deeply personal. When Claudius married Messalina, he was in his 50s and she was in her early 20s. That age gap created a power dynamic ripe for exploitation. She weaponized her youth, charm, and beauty to maintain a facade of domestic loyalty. Claudius, known for being affectionate with her in public, believed he had a devoted wife, but in private, Messalina used that trust like a dagger behind his back. She also secured her position by bearing Claudius a son, Britannicus. That made her not just empress, but mother to the imperial heir. It was a powerful shield, one that discouraged even the boldest of Claudius's advisors from speaking ill of her. Who would dare insult the mother of Rome's future? But the web she wove was tightening. The number of enemies she made was growing. Even her allies, fat on imperial spoils, started whispering about her recklessness. A court built on blackmail and fear can only last so long before it turns on itself. Messalina didn't notice, or refused to notice, that her empire of secrets was beginning to rot from within. And the people she had crushed on her way up? They were waiting, quietly, patiently. In the cutthroat theatre of Roman power, no queen sits unchallenged for long. Messalina's enemies were numerous, but one of the most dangerous threats to her position wasn't a scheming senator or a bitter noblewoman, it was a freedwoman named Narcissus. And he wasn't alone. Narcissus, a former slave turned trusted secretary to Claudius, wielded immense influence behind the scenes. He managed imperial correspondence, controlled access to the emperor, and most importantly, had Claudius's ear in ways few others did. For years, Narcissus tolerated Messalina's antics, perhaps even profited from them. But eventually, even he began to see the danger she posed, not just to the emperor's reputation, but to the very stability of the empire. Tensions reached new heights when Messalina's ambition began to grow teeth. No longer content with manipulating from behind the curtain, she started plotting something far more audacious, replacing Claudius entirely. Some sources claim that Messalina began an affair with the handsome senator Gaius Silius, not just another lover, but a calculated partner in a quiet coup. Silius was wealthy, influential, and dangerously popular. And Messalina didn't just want him in her bed, she wanted him on the throne. According to the ancient historian Tacitus, Messalina even went so far as to marry Silius in a public ceremony, while Claudius was still emperor. A move that was either madness or genius, depending on how successful she believed her scheme would be. It was the boldest political play of her life. But it was also the one that would break her. When Narcissus learned of the marriage, he was stunned. He knew Claudius to be slow to act, but even he couldn't ignore a betrayal of this scale. Narcissus had two options: report it and risk being ignored, or take matters into his own hands. He chose the latter. With speed and secrecy, Narcissus set a trap. He gathered evidence, alerted the Praetorian Guard, and prepared a case so damning that even Claudius couldn't look the other way. The imperial court was about to implode. The empress who had ruled with whispers, lust, and lies had finally made a misstep too grand to conceal. And now, the knives she once turned on others were being sharpened against her. The rival had returned, and this time he was coming for her crown. For years, Claudius had been underestimated, not just by Rome, but by his own wife. Seen as weak, bookish, and easily manipulated, he was the perfect husband for a scheming empress like Messalina. But betrayal on this scale, an alleged marriage to another man, was too massive to ignore, even for Claudius. When Narcissus finally approached the emperor with the damning news, Claudius's initial reaction was disbelief. His beloved wife, the mother of his son, had married another man, in broad daylight. Narcissus didn't just tell him, he showed him. Documents, witnesses, the ceremony itself. The emperor was stunned, and finally, furious. This was no longer palace gossip. This was treason. Claudius, long thought too slow-witted to rule, acted with uncharacteristic decisiveness. With Narcissus as his guide, he handed emergency powers to the freedman and instructed him to clean house. The Praetorian Guard, Rome's elite soldiers, was mobilized not to defend Messalina, but to destroy her. While Claudius returned to the palace, silent and pale, Narcissus moved quickly. Gaius Silius, caught mid-celebration, was dragged into the street and executed without trial. His allies, those who had lent support to the coup, or had simply known too much, were rounded up and eliminated in a brutal sweep of political housecleaning. As for Messalina, she didn't run. She didn't hide. In a strange, almost tragic twist, she believed, right until the end, that Claudius would forgive her, that her beauty, her charm, her role as mother of his heir would save her once again. She even fled to the gardens of Lucullus, begging for a chance to speak with him, to explain. But Claudius wasn't listening anymore. The man she had treated like a puppet had finally cut his strings. At first, Claudius hesitated to order her death. Despite everything, he still seemed torn. But Narcissus, fearing that Claudius might waver, acted first. He sent a centurion with a dagger and a message. Die with dignity, or be dragged through the forum in disgrace. Messalina, uncharacteristically paralyzed by fear, tried to stall. She took the dagger, but couldn't bring herself to use it. In the end, the centurion had to do it for her. The empress who had controlled Rome with seduction and silence died in a garden, alone, panicked, and powerless. And just like that, the most infamous woman in imperial history was gone. With Messalina dead, the imperial court fell into a cold, uneasy silence. It wasn't just the end of a scandal. It was the erasure of an era. Claudius, publicly stoic, ordered that her name be stricken from official records. Statues were pulled down. Inscriptions were defaced. Documents mentioning her deeds were quietly destroyed or rewritten. Rome was instructed to forget its empress. But how do you forget a woman like Messalina? The city whispered even more now that she was gone. Stories about her final moments circulated like wildfire. Some claimed she cried for Claudius to save her until her last breath. Others said she cursed him, defiant to the end. Either way, her memory refused to vanish as easily as her portraits did. The political cleanup continued. Silius and his supporters were just the beginning. Claudius, now suspicious of everyone, began purging his court with a paranoid edge. Freedmen and officials who had once dined with Messalina were either dismissed, imprisoned, or executed. The Senate, eager to appear loyal, passed motions denouncing her treason, calling it a stain on the empire that had now been righteously cleansed. Only one person remained untouched, Britannicus, Messalina's young son and the heir to the throne. Claudius couldn't bring himself to punish the boy for the sins of his mother. Yet Messalina's death had left a power vacuum, and every ambitious noblewoman in Rome noticed. Behind closed doors, powerful families began maneuvering to replace the fallen empress. And Claudius, emotionally gutted and politically adrift, was more vulnerable than ever. This wasn't a period of healing. It was a reset, a dangerous, unstable calm. Claudius's trust in those around him had shattered, and he became increasingly reliant on his freedmen, especially Narcissus, who now wielded influence so great he practically ruled by proxy. Rome, meanwhile, began rewriting its favourite bedtime story. Messalina wasn't just remembered as an adulterous empress, she became a cautionary tale, a byword for female lust and treachery. Her legend, twisted and magnified, became more powerful in death than she ever was in life. She had been purged from the imperial narrative, but not from the Roman imagination. And while her body was buried in obscurity, her ghost would linger in the shadows of the Palatine Hill. Whispered about, laughed at, feared, forever. In the wake of Messalina's execution, Claudius found himself in an awkward position. An emperor without an empress, a father with a vulnerable heir, and a court full of power-hungry opportunists. The empire needed a new matron, someone to stabilize the palace and manage the imperial household. But Claudius, still wounded by betrayal, was reluctant to remarry. Enter Agrippina the Younger. She was everything Messalina had been, and more. Beautiful, intelligent, calculating, and dangerous in her own right. But unlike Messalina, Agrippina wasn't reckless. She was methodical. Born into the Julio-Claudian dynasty, she was the daughter of Germanicus, the sister of Caligula, and the mother of a boy named Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, later known as Nero. Agrippina saw her chance. She played the long game. Where Messalina had seduced, Agrippina negotiated. She convinced Claudius that marriage to her would restore dignity to the imperial house. She promised loyalty, order, and, most importantly, a unified dynasty. Claudius, aging and increasingly manipulated by his inner circle, eventually agreed. Their marriage, though controversial due to their familial connection, was made legal by a special Senate decree. She became the next empress of Rome. But this was no love story. Agrippina wasn't interested in sharing the throne. She wanted to control it. And she quickly began purging any remaining allies of Messalina, ensuring that the old empress's name stayed buried, along with her son Britannicus's claim to the throne. She installed her own people in key roles, isolated Claudius from his previous advisors, and began grooming her son Nero as the future emperor. Step by step, she dismantled Messalina's legacy, not just through politics, but through memory. And the Roman people? They watched, bemused. Some whispered that Agrippina was just Messalina with better PR. Others feared she was something far more dangerous. While Messalina had ruled with passion and impulse, Agrippina ruled with calculation and precision. Where Messalina had overplayed her hand, Agrippina never showed hers until it was too late. The empire had traded one empress for another, but whether Rome had learned its lesson was doubtful. Claudius had survived one scheming wife. He wouldn't survive the next. And so, the ghost of Messalina didn't fade. It simply changed form, reborn in the ambitions of a new woman rising from her ashes. After Messalina's death, her son Britannicus became a tragic relic of a discarded dynasty. Though still the biological son of Claudius and the rightful heir to the throne, his future now hung by a thread. He was barely a boy when his mother was executed, and suddenly, the palace that once celebrated his birth became a gilded cage. Initially, Claudius kept Britannicus close, even assigning him trusted tutors and guards. The emperor still hoped to secure a legacy through his bloodline. But that hope was quietly and efficiently dismantled by Agrippina the Younger, who had no intention of letting Messalina's child sit on the imperial throne. Agrippina's own son, Nero, was older than Britannicus and far more controllable, especially by her. So, she began her campaign to remove Britannicus from the line of succession. She portrayed him as immature, easily manipulated, and unfit to rule. At the same time, she worked tirelessly to elevate Nero. She had him adopted by Claudius, granted the name Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus, and given titles that signalled his path to power. By the time Britannicus reached adolescence, he was no longer Rome's golden boy. He was a prisoner in his own home, watched constantly, his supporters either exiled or silenced. Even his former tutors were replaced with Agrippina's men, ensuring that the young prince grew up under a web of political suspicion and isolation. Claudius, aging and increasingly manipulated, seemed to drift further from his son. He lavished Nero with honours and gradually distanced himself from the memory of Messalina, as if trying to scrub away the shame of his former marriage by erasing their child. Britannicus became a symbol of what could have been, a legitimate heir, sidelined by power politics, and he knew it. Ancient sources say he grew bitter, fearful, and watchful. He may have remembered his mother's fall, and perhaps even feared the same fate. When Claudius mysteriously died, likely poisoned, possibly by Agrippina, Nero was declared emperor without opposition. Britannicus, now a teenager, was reduced to a threat. A year later, during a banquet, the boy suddenly collapsed and died. The official cause? Epilepsy. The real cause? Poison, administered on Nero's orders, according to most ancient sources. Messalina's legacy died with her son, and the imperial line she tried so desperately to secure was extinguished, not by battle, but by dinner plate. Valeria Messalina may have died in disgrace, but her story refused to stay buried. In fact, the more the empire tried to forget her, the more immortal she became. Over the centuries, she transformed from a flesh-and-blood empress into a myth, Rome's ultimate symbol of feminine vice, lust, and betrayal. But was that reputation earned or constructed? The surviving accounts of Messalina's life come almost entirely from hostile sources: Tacitus, Suetonius, and Juvenal, men who had little sympathy for women in power, especially ones who dared to act independently. To them, she wasn't a political player. She was a cautionary tale, a dangerous woman who weaponized her sexuality and corrupted the purity of the empire. They wrote of her alleged midnight visits to brothels, her public marriage to another man, and her endless affairs. But all of these tales bear the tone of moral panic more than credible evidence. Some modern historians have begun to question whether Messalina's infamy was inflated to serve a narrative. After all, powerful women in Rome, especially those who fell from favour, were almost always rewritten as monsters. Think of Cleopatra. Think of Agrippina. In a society ruled by patriarchs, an ambitious woman was either a paragon of virtue or a seductress in disguise. Messalina, conveniently, became the latter. Yet even if we strip away the exaggerations, one truth remains. She held enormous influence in the Roman court. She manoeuvred through a deadly political landscape, eliminated rivals, secured her son's claim to the throne, and wielded soft power in a world dominated by men with swords and senates. Whether by manipulation, charm, or fear, she was effective. Her downfall didn't just mark the end of her own story. It altered the shape of Roman succession, paved the way for Agrippina, and ultimately helped Nero rise to power. The echoes of her ambition resonated far beyond her lifetime. In literature, art, and popular culture, Messalina became an archetype: the lascivious empress, the femme fatale, the scandal made flesh. But behind the legend may have been a woman caught in a system that punished power in the wrong hands, especially when those hands were manicured and female. Messalina didn't just scandalize an empire, she forced it to confront its fears about women, control, and the cost of influence. And that, more than any affair, was her most dangerous legacy. In the pantheon of America's founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton stands out as a brilliant mind, architect of the nation's financial system, co-author of the Federalist Papers, and a man whose ambition knew no ceiling. But behind the powdered wigs and polished speeches was a man who let his personal life spiral into a mess so spectacular it became the country's first political sex scandal. It all began in 1791. Hamilton was at the peak of his political power, serving as the first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. But while he was balancing national debt by day, his nights took a darker turn. One evening, a young woman named Maria Reynolds appeared at his Philadelphia home, claiming her husband had abandoned her and begging for financial help. Hamilton agreed to assist, and soon after began a year-long affair with her. The affair wasn't just personal, it became political. Maria's husband, James Reynolds, discovered the relationship and saw an opportunity. Instead of confronting Hamilton with rage, he chose extortion. For over a year, Hamilton paid Reynolds hush money to keep the affair under wraps. But secrets in politics are like cracks in a dam. Eventually, they burst. By 1797, political enemies, chief among them Jeffersonian Republicans, caught wind of the scandal. Rumours began to swirl that Hamilton was not just guilty of adultery, but of financial corruption. The implication? That he had misused government funds to pay off the Reynolds couple. It was a career-destroying allegation. So Hamilton did the unthinkable. He wrote a 95-page confession known as the Reynolds Pamphlet, detailing every sordid moment of the affair in shocking, unapologetic clarity. He confessed to sleeping with Maria, to paying her husband, and to his moral failings, while insisting he had never stolen from the Treasury. The fallout was brutal. Federalists were horrified, his reputation plummeted, and his enemies had a field day. Hamilton was humiliated publicly and politically, losing much of his influence in Washington's inner circle. And yet, in typical Hamilton fashion, he went down swinging. He'd rather be remembered as an adulterer than a thief. It was a gamble that preserved his integrity, at the cost of his dignity. In the end, it wasn't a duel or a debate that first cracked the armour of America's boldest founding father. It was lust, blackmail, and one very detailed pamphlet. Thomas Jefferson is often painted as the idealist behind America's Declaration of Independence, the philosopher-president who championed liberty, democracy, and the pursuit of happiness. But behind the neoclassical architecture of Monticello stood a truth Jefferson never acknowledged publicly, a secret family, born of bondage. Sally Hemings was an enslaved woman at Jefferson's estate. She was also his late wife's half-sister, the daughter of a white slave owner and a biracial enslaved woman. That twisted irony was not lost on historians. Even more complicated? Hemings was only around 14 years old when Jefferson, in his 40s, likely began his relationship with her during his diplomatic stay in Paris. For decades, this relationship was dismissed as rumour. But oral history passed down by Hemings's descendants told a different story, one of intimacy, secrecy, and children. DNA testing conducted in the late 1990s finally confirmed what many had long suspected. Jefferson fathered at least 6 of Hemings's children, 4 of whom lived to adulthood. Jefferson never freed Sally Hemings. However, he did quietly manumit all of her surviving children. They were the only enslaved individuals he ever freed during his lifetime. Some of them ran away, under suspiciously coordinated and overlooked circumstances. Others were officially emancipated in his will. Each of them passed into freedom, looking eerily like their father. Despite overwhelming evidence, Jefferson's defenders long painted him as a man of moral clarity. But the existence of his secret family unravelled the myth. How could the same man who wrote that all men are created equal simultaneously sustain and exploit an institution that denied basic humanity? To make matters worse, Jefferson kept meticulous records. He noted Hemings's pregnancies on his plantation logs, and her children always seemed to coincide with his stays at Monticello. But what's missing is the acknowledgement. He never admitted the relationship, never spoke their names publicly, and never addressed the glaring contradiction between his politics and his private life. Sally Hemings, for her part, never left any writings. Her voice has been filtered through documents written by men who saw her as property. What little we know of her character comes from the resilience of her children, who went on to build lives as free Americans. In the shadows of Jefferson's Enlightenment ideals lay a secret family, hidden behind shutters, born of silence, and forced to carry both his name and his burden. Benjamin Franklin was a printer, inventor, diplomat, and philosopher, a man of unmatched curiosity and wit. But beyond the lightning rods and bifocals, Franklin had a far more mysterious side. A side filled with shadowy clubs, risque writings, and a social life that would have made most Puritans faint. Let's start with the Hellfire Club. While there's debate over how deep Franklin's involvement ran, he spent years in England during the height of its popularity. The Hellfire Club was a secret society known for hedonism, satire, and irreverence toward religion. Their motto? Do what thou wilt. It was less about demonic worship and more about scandalous parties in hidden grottos, where elite men gathered to drink, gamble, and pursue pleasures both intellectual and physical. Franklin had many such associations. In Paris, while serving as the U.S. ambassador, he was famously fond of French salons, intellectual gatherings that often blurred the line between politics and flirtation. French women adored him, and he adored their company. Letters reveal he was no stranger to romantic dalliances, even in his old age. He once admitted that older women made better lovers, famously writing, "They don't yell, they don't tell, and they're grateful as hell." Yes, the same man whose face adorns the $100 bill wrote that. Franklin also had a fascination with secret codes and pseudonyms. He frequently published under fake names, Mrs. Silence Dogood, Polly Baker, Richard Saunders, creating whole fictional personas to explore taboo topics like religion, sex, and hypocrisy. His writing skewered authority and exposed moral contradictions. But it also hinted at his deeper interests in libertine philosophy and alternative forms of thought. Then there were his personal relationships. Though married to Deborah Reed, Franklin spent many years away from her in Europe. His letters reveal no evidence of fidelity, and plenty of warmth toward other women. Some historians even speculate that he may have fathered children abroad, though no claims were ever confirmed. What's clear is that Franklin was a man driven by appetite, intellectual and otherwise. He wasn't bound by the rigid morality of his Puritan ancestors. In fact, he seemed to take pleasure in bending the rules, particularly in matters of sex, power, and thought. So while schoolbooks may show us a wise, kite-flying inventor, the real Franklin was far more electric, charged with secrecy, mischief, and late-night enlightenment. George Washington is often remembered as a marble statue of a man, stoic, fearless, and impossibly dignified. But beneath the powdered wig and military posture was a deeply private individual with his own share of contradictions, insecurities, and suppressed emotions. Let's start with something most people don't know. Washington was never particularly eager to lead. Before becoming Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, he expressed doubts about his own qualifications. He worried, genuinely, that he didn't have the experience or skill to lead a war against the British Empire. And even once he accepted, he refused a salary, asking instead for expense reimbursement, possibly to avoid the appearance of ambition. He also struggled with image. Washington obsessed over how others perceived him. He destroyed much of his personal correspondence, particularly letters that might tarnish his legacy. This included potentially romantic letters to Sally Fairfax, the wife of one of his friends. Long before Martha, Sally seems to have been the object of Washington's early affections. His letters suggest a deep emotional connection, filled with poetic longing and restrained passion. Speaking of Martha, while their marriage was stable and affectionate, it wasn't romantic in the traditional sense. The two rarely wrote intimate letters, and those that survived show a formal, almost business-like tone. Martha destroyed nearly all of their personal correspondence after his death, suggesting there were emotions, or secrets, she didn't want history to know. Then there was the matter of Washington's temper. While he was known for his cool demeanour, his private aides recorded moments of intense rage, especially when things went poorly in battle. He once hurled his hat to the ground and cursed so furiously that soldiers fell silent in shock. These weren't public outbursts, but they reveal the emotional pressure he lived under while presenting a calm, controlled exterior. Washington also owned hundreds of enslaved people, a fact often glossed over in patriotic portrayals. Though he made a show of moral discomfort with slavery and eventually freed some in his will, he still benefited from forced labor throughout his life. Privately, he maneuvered around Pennsylvania's gradual abolition laws by rotating enslaved workers out of state to prevent their legal emancipation. The father of the nation had private doubts, personal regrets, and moral compromises. His greatness was real, but so were his secrets, and in that complexity lies the humanity history so often airbrushes away. Of all the founding fathers, John Adams may have had the sharpest tongue and the tenderest heart. He was brilliant, argumentative, and sometimes insufferable, but behind his stern New England exterior was a man whose most revealing secrets were written, not spoken. And no one received more of those secrets than his wife, Abigail. Their correspondence is one of the most intimate windows into early American political life, and into a marriage that was unusually modern for its time. While other founders engaged in affairs disappeared for years, or buried their personal lives under silence, John and Abigail wrote to each other constantly. Over 1,100 letters survive. In them, Adams poured out his frustrations, fears, political calculations, and deep affection. When John was away in Philadelphia or Europe, Abigail became his advisor, not just his emotional support. He regularly asked her opinion on economic matters, foreign diplomacy, and the behaviour of fellow revolutionaries. She, in turn, reminded him to remember the ladies, a plea for women's legal rights that was far ahead of its time. But Adams also had a paranoid streak. He was deeply insecure about his place in history. He resented how much attention Washington and Franklin received, and feared he'd be forgotten or overshadowed. After the presidency, he watched with bitterness as Jefferson became the darling of the Republic, while he faded into the background. His letters from retirement brim with envy, irritation, and longing for recognition. He also had a famously difficult personality. Adams didn't suffer fools, and in his eyes, most men in government were fools. He feuded with Hamilton, mistrusted Jefferson, and was alienated from nearly every major political faction at some point. His single term as president was marked by controversy, including the Alien and Sedition Acts, which clamped down on press freedom and civil dissent. Yet for all his flaws, Adams never lost his moral compass. He was the only founding father who refused to own slaves on principle, even when it made him politically unpopular and economically disadvantaged. That quiet, uncompromising integrity never made headlines, but it defined him. John Adams wasn't polished, he wasn't worshipped, but he was brutally honest, in print, in policy, and in passion. And in those midnight letters to Abigail, he left behind a legacy far more human than heroic. James Madison, the father of the Constitution, is often remembered as the quiet genius of the American Revolution. But behind his modest stature and soft voice was a man battling not only political chaos, but his own failing body and deep insecurities. Standing barely over 5 feet tall and weighing less than 100 pounds, Madison was physically frail for most of his life. He suffered from chronic illnesses, possibly epilepsy, which he kept hidden as best he could. Friends and political allies often noted his ghostly pallor and the sudden spells in which he would disappear from public life to recover. He lived with the fear that he could drop dead from overwork or stress. In fact, Madison was so certain of an early death that he never bothered to write a memoir. He didn't expect to live long enough to matter. But matter he did. Madison was the brain behind the Constitution and one of the primary authors of the Federalist Papers. Yet he rarely took credit. He preferred to work behind the scenes, letting louder personalities, like Hamilton and Jefferson, take the spotlight. He was the quiet manipulator in the back room, crafting entire systems of government while others shouted on the floor. His marriage to Dolly Madison also reveals much about his private life. Dolly was everything James was not: flamboyant, sociable, magnetic. Their marriage was a power alliance. She made Madison palatable to the public, hosting legendary political salons in Washington, D.C., where enemies became friends, often over her famous ice cream and cakes. While Madison strategized in private, Dolly managed the optics, turning their household into the capital's social center. Yet, Madison had his shadows. He was a complex slaveholder, personally uneasy with the institution, but unwilling to free his own enslaved laborers. He even had secret correspondences discussing the logistics of slavery in the New Republic, where his ideas, though intellectually cautious, did little to challenge the system. Later in life, Madison struggled with depression and isolation. His political influence waned, and he watched as his vision of limited government was twisted by the very forces he had helped unleash. He may not have had Franklin's charm or Washington's grandeur, but Madison's genius shaped the architecture of the American Republic. And yet, for all his brilliance, he lived and died, haunted by doubts, illness, and the fear that history might overlook him. He built the stage. Others took the bow. Thomas Paine was the fiery pen behind America's Revolution. His pamphlet Common Sense lit the spark that pushed colonists toward independence. Yet, unlike the other founding fathers, Paine ended up a political exile, forgotten and despised by the very nation he helped to create. Paine wasn't born into wealth or privilege. He was a working-class Englishman who only arrived in America at age 37, carrying little more than a letter of recommendation from Benjamin Franklin. But in 1776, his writing changed everything. Common Sense sold over 100,000 copies, an astronomical number at the time. It was written in bold, plain language that ordinary people understood. It didn't just call for independence, it demanded it, ridiculing monarchy and championing the idea that government should serve the people. But Paine's revolutionary fervour didn't stop at America's shores. After the US gained independence, he sailed to France and supported the French Revolution, at first. There he wrote The Rights of Man, defending revolution against tyranny. It made him an enemy of the British Crown and a hero among French radicals. Yet when the revolution turned bloody, Paine was horrified. He opposed the execution of King Louis XVI, which made him a traitor in the eyes of France's new regime. He was imprisoned in Paris, narrowly escaping the guillotine thanks to a quirk of fate, a chalk mark that mistakenly spared his life. Meanwhile, back in America, Paine's reputation was unraveling. His next major work, The Age of Reason, attacked organized religion and questioned the authority of the Bible. Though he claimed to believe in God, his book was branded as atheist blasphemy. Former friends turned on him. Washington ignored his letters. The Federalists condemned him as dangerous. By the time he returned to the US in 1802, Paine was a pariah. The same man who once ignited a revolution was now mocked in newspapers, denied the right to vote in some states, and shunned by polite society. He died in 1809, poor and alone, buried on a small farm in New York. Only 6 people attended his funeral. Paine's ideas had helped birth a nation, but his unrelenting honesty, refusal to compromise, and attacks on religion cost him everything else. He lit the fuse, but was burned by the flame. While most of the Founding Fathers are remembered for stern portraits and dusty speeches, Gouverneur Morris lived more like a rakish character from a scandalous 18th century novel. He's the man who actually wrote the final draft of the US Constitution, including the iconic preamble, "We the People." But his private life, anything but textbook. Morris was charismatic, flamboyant, and unapologetically indulgent. He walked with a cane after losing his leg in a mysterious carriage accident, though some whispered it had more to do with jumping from a jealous husband's window than any noble injury. Either way, Morris didn't let it slow him down. In fact, the wooden leg became something of a trademark. just one more thing that made him stand out in the staid world of powdered wigs and rigid protocol. While serving as a diplomat in France during the Revolution, Maurice was notorious for his womanizing. He carried on affairs with French aristocrats, while chaos engulfed the streets of Paris. One lover was caught in the same revolutionary purge that took Queen Marie Antoinette. Another supposedly helped him escape a mob attack. But Maurice wasn't just a libertine, he was an iconoclast. He openly criticized slavery, calling it a nefarious institution, while many of his contemporaries stayed silent or profited from it. He even refused to sign the Constitution unless it protected the federal government's power over slavery, a demand that eventually got watered down. Back home, Maurice didn't tone things down. He never married until late in life, instead enjoying a long string of mistresses and scandalous romances that made his colleagues uncomfortable. At age 57, he shocked high society by marrying his housekeeper, Anne Carey Randolph, herself the centre of a major scandal involving an alleged abortion and accusations of infanticide. The press had a field day, but Maurice didn't care. He was used to being the odd man out. Even his death was unusual. According to legend, Maurice attempted to treat a urinary blockage by inserting a whalebone into his urethra, a move that led to fatal internal damage. Whether the story is true or not, it fits the pattern. Maurice lived and died on his own terms, often to the astonishment of those around him. In a room full of powdered wigs and moral posturing, Gouverneur Maurice was a one-legged, sharp-tongued wild card, and one of the most fascinating figures you've probably never heard of. The Founding Fathers gave birth to a new nation, with ideals that promised liberty, justice, and equality. But the private lives they lived often contradicted the very freedoms they so passionately preached. And as the myths of American greatness grew, so too did the willful erasure of their contradictions. Slavery was the most glaring hypocrisy. Many of the men who declared all men are created equal either owned slaves, profited from slavery, or actively defended it. Jefferson, Washington, Madison, Monroe, all slaveholders. Even as they debated independence, enslaved men and women toiled on their plantations, stripped of the rights the Constitution would later promise to protect. Some, like Franklin and Hamilton, took steps toward abolition, but none dismantled the system that made their world possible. Women were another blind spot. Abigail Adams famously urged her husband to remember the ladies as the laws of the new republic were being shaped. He did not. None of them did. The Constitution excluded women entirely. In their private letters, the founders spoke tenderly of their wives and daughters, but legally, those women had no rights, no vote, no voice. Then there were the moral double standards. Affairs, illegitimate children, secret societies, and whispered scandals filled their private lives. Yet they wrote about virtue, honour, and restraint. They condemned tyranny abroad while preserving inequality at home. They feared monarchy but allowed dynastic wealth and inherited power to flourish in their new republic. Some were aware of the contradictions. Washington agonized over slavery in his final years. Madison wrote at length about the dangers of factionalism, ironically, while building the very political party system he warned against. Others, like Jefferson, seemed capable of compartmentalizing their lives entirely, writing stirring philosophical tracts in the morning and managing enslaved laborers by afternoon. But these flaws don't erase their contributions. They make them human. The Founding Fathers were not gods in togas. They were brilliant, ambitious, flawed men, filled with private weaknesses and public convictions. They built a nation on paradoxes, many of which still haunt America today. Their legacies are not marble statues, but living arguments. Arguments about freedom, power, morality, and who gets to write history. And in their secret lives, tangled in scandal, contradiction, and compromise, we find not just the origins of a country, but the blueprint of its enduring struggles. Napoleon Bonaparte may have ruled empires and orchestrated historic battles, but when it came to love, he was almost embarrassingly vulnerable. Behind the hardened exterior of a military genius was a man completely disarmed by passion, especially when it came to Joséphine de Beauharnais, his first wife and most haunting obsession. Their relationship began as a whirlwind. Joséphine, a charming widow 6 years his senior, captivated the young general completely. After a brief courtship, they married in 1796. Almost immediately, Napoleon departed for his Italian campaign, leaving his new bride behind in Paris. From the front lines of war, he began writing, letters that reveal not the voice of a conqueror, but that of a love-struck, borderline desperate man. In one letter he confesses, "I awake full of you. Your image and the memory of last night's intoxicating pleasures have left no rest to my senses." In another, he pleads, "Don't wash, I'm coming home." The letters swing between eroticism, possessiveness, and profound insecurity. Napoleon would win a battle and then immediately sit down to scold Joséphine for not writing back quickly enough. He demanded daily letters, interpreting silence as betrayal. His emotions were so volatile that his tone often changed mid-sentence, from romantic longing to bitter accusation. Joséphine, meanwhile, was far less enthusiastic. While Napoleon poured out his soul, she enjoyed Parisian salons, and eventually took lovers of her own. News of this crushed Napoleon, and his letters began to reflect his heartbreak. Still, even after discovering her infidelity, he couldn't let go. His letters grew darker, more obsessive. He wrote of being tormented, sleepless, consumed. Joséphine, for her part, often replied with vague pleasantries or silence. It was a one-sided romance, inked in heartbreak. Years later, after divorcing her in 1810 to marry Marie-Louise of Austria for political reasons, Napoleon still carried a torch for Joséphine. Even in exile, he reportedly kept a portrait of her near his bed, and on his deathbed at St. Helena, his last words are said to have included her name. France, the army, head of the army, Joséphine. For all his power, Napoleon couldn't command love. His letters remain not just historic documents, but confessions of a man undone not by enemy fire, but by a woman who never quite loved him back the way he hoped. Frida Kahlo didn't just paint pain, she wrote it. Her love letters to Diego Rivera, the towering Mexican muralist who was both the love of her life and the source of her deepest wounds, are raw, poetic, and soaked in emotional blood. Where others tried to hide their heartbreak, Frida made hers into art, on canvas and on paper. Frida and Diego's relationship was notoriously turbulent. He was 20 years her senior, a larger-than-life figure with a reputation for infidelity. She was the fiery young artist with a spine fused by injury and a heart prone to volcanic eruptions. Together, they were explosive, drawn together by passion, divided by betrayal. Her letters reveal a woman who loved with terrifying intensity. In one, she writes, "Nothing compares to your hands, nothing like the green gold of your eyes. My body is filled with you for days and days." And in another, "I love you more than my own skin." Frida never hid her pain. She bled it out, line by line. She called Diego her frog-toad, a loving insult, a nickname that somehow captured both her affection and her frustration. Her letters veer between unconditional love and seething resentment, often within the same paragraph. Even after Diego's affairs, some with Frida's own friends and even her sister, she wrote to him not with detachment, but longing. Her words ask for nothing but presence. "I ask you for violence in the nonsense, and you give me grace, your light, and your warmth." They divorced in 1939. They remarried a year later. Nothing between them was ever stable, but the bond remained unbreakable. Even when they were apart, Frida wrote as if Diego were oxygen. Necessary, maddening, and always just out of reach. Her physical suffering also poured into her letters. After her horrific bus accident, which left her with lifelong pain, Frida described her body as a battlefield, one that Diego could not save, but somehow made bearable. Her vulnerability was total, but it was never weak. In the end, Frida Kahlo's letters are not just about Diego. They're about the war between love and identity, devotion and survival. Through her pain, she found language. Through her longing, she found fire. And in her fire, she burned herself into history. Ludwig van Beethoven, the brooding genius of classical music, left behind some of the most passionate letters ever written, though the identity of the woman who inspired them remains one of history's greatest love mysteries. Known simply as the immortal beloved, she exists only in a series of letters never sent, found among Beethoven's belongings after his death in 1827. These letters weren't addressed to a name, no date, no return address, just deep, aching declarations of love that baffle and mesmerize scholars to this day. One begins, "My angel, my all, my very self." Another cries, "Though still in bed, my thoughts go out to you, my immortal beloved. Be calm, love me, today, yesterday. What tearful longing for you, you, my life, my all, farewell. Oh, continue to love me, never misjudge the most faithful heart of your beloved." Beethoven wasn't known for emotional openness. His letters to others were often curt, formal, even hostile. But in these pages, something shatters. He's vulnerable, intimate, and at times, completely unraveled. What's even more haunting is the desperation laced through every word. He wasn't writing from a place of comfort, but of separation. The letters suggest they were apart, perhaps forbidden to be together, caught in circumstances neither could control. He writes of obstacles, of secrecy, of how they cannot be openly united. Scholars have debated the identity of this woman for centuries. The leading candidates include Antoni Brentano, a married aristocrat, Josephine Brunswick, a widowed countess, and Giulietta Guicciardi, a former pupil. Each had deep connections with Beethoven at different times in his life, but none have been confirmed beyond doubt. The puzzle remains incomplete. What is certain is that Beethoven loved deeply, perhaps once, perhaps many times, but this immortal beloved held a singular place in his heart. She was his muse, his torment, his unreachable salvation. And then, silence. The letters were never mailed. Perhaps he never dared. Perhaps he never could. Perhaps she was already gone. For a man who composed symphonies that echoed through the ages, it was his unsent letters, full of human longing and wordless grief, that exposed the quietest notes of his soul. His immortal beloved remains unknown, but through his ink, we hear her name in every tragic chord. Oscar Wilde, the celebrated wit of the Victorian era, known for his sharp quips and decadent prose, also penned one of the most devastating love letters in literary history. It wasn't sweet, it wasn't flirty. It was a 50,000-word epistolary howl from a man whose love had destroyed him. Its name? De Profundis, Latin for from the depths. Wilder wrote it while imprisoned in Reading jail, serving a 2-year sentence for gross indecency due to his homosexual relationship with Lord Alfred Douglas, a young aristocrat known as Bosie. Their love affair had scandalised society, enraged Douglas's powerful father, and led Wilde from salons and champagne to a prison cell. The letter begins with grief, but it quickly transforms into something more harrowing. A confession, an indictment, a meditation on love and suffering. He writes, "You came to me to learn the pleasure of life and the pleasure of art. Perhaps I am chosen to teach you something much more wonderful, the meaning of sorrow and its beauty." Wilde accuses Douglas of vanity, selfishness, and abandonment, but he never stops loving him. That's the torment. Every paragraph of De Profundis swings between bitterness and longing, betrayal and worship. It's not just a breakup letter, it's a requiem for Wilde's former life. Wilde blames himself too, calling his own indulgence and blindness fatal flaws. He reflects on how he tried to mould Bosie into someone deeper, someone worthy of devotion. Instead, he was consumed. The relationship, he admits, led to his public disgrace, his financial ruin, and the erosion of his genius. But De Profundis is more than a record of heartbreak. It's a philosophical treatise born from suffering. Wilde speaks of Christ as the ultimate artist of sorrow, of how pain creates empathy, and of how prison stripped away every illusion he'd built. He writes, "Where there is sorrow, there is holy ground." After his release, Wilde sent the letter to Douglas, but their bond was beyond repair. Wilde died a few years later, penniless and in exile. De Profundis wasn't published in full until after both men were gone. It is not a love letter in the traditional sense, but it is perhaps the most painfully honest one ever written. Not about desire, but about what love takes when it's done giving. Virginia Woolf, the modernist literary giant known for stream-of-consciousness novels and fierce intellect, had a quiet storm simmering beneath her composed exterior. While married to Leonard Woolf, a steady and supportive partner, she fell deeply and unapologetically in love with another woman, Vita Sackville West, a fellow writer, aristocrat, and free spirit. Their relationship defied categorization. It was emotional, intellectual, romantic, and, at times, physical. It began in the 1920s and bloomed through a series of letters that remain some of the most lyrically beautiful expressions of same-sex love in literary history. In one of the earliest letters, Woolf writes, "I am reduced to a thing that wants Virginia. It is incredible how essential to me you have become." The roles often reversed. Woolf, usually so guarded, became the one who pined, longed, crumbled. Her letters are full of restrained desire, humour, and subtle desperation. She found in Vita not just a lover, but a muse, a symbol of freedom and bold femininity she both envied and adored. Woolf's masterpiece Orlando was inspired directly by Vita, a fantastical, gender-bending time traveller that embodied the spirit of her elusive love. It was both a literary experiment and a love letter in disguise. Vita, in return, adored Virginia, though her affections were often scattered. She had other lovers, other intrigues, and her own complicated marriage. Yet her letters to Woolf showed deep admiration and enduring attachment. "I miss you even more than I could have believed, and I was prepared to miss you a good deal." What makes their correspondence so extraordinary is the way it dances around conventions. These were not declarations shouted from rooftops. These were whispers across pages, intimate, coded, and infused with longing that transcended physicality. Even after their romantic relationship cooled, they remained close, exchanging letters until Woolf's suicide in 1941. One of her last letters, addressed to Leonard, her husband, is often quoted. But it is her letters to Vita that contain her rawest joy, her vulnerability laid bare in ink. In a world that tried to define love rigidly, Woolf and Vita wrote their own rules. Their letters weren't just about love. They were love, complicated, beautiful, impossible to label, and, like the tides of Woolf's own prose, always in motion. John Keats, the romantic poet who gave us lines like, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever," lived a life tragically short but emotionally overwhelming. He died at just 25, but in his final years he poured out his soul in letters to the woman he adored, Fanny Brawne. Their romance was filled with intensity, poetry, and dread. Keats, already sick with tuberculosis, knew he was living on borrowed time. He fell for Fanny hard and fast, and though they were secretly engaged, he knew he would likely never live to marry her. That looming mortality saturates every word he wrote to her. One of his letters reads, "I have been astonished that men could die martyrs for religion. I have shuddered at it. I shudder no more. I could be martyred for my religion. Love is my religion, and I could die for that. I could die for you." Keats didn't just love Fanny. He worshipped her. His letters are filled with torment, beauty, jealousy, and devotion. He longed for her presence so deeply it hurt him physically. He called her his goddess, his bright star, and even in moments of insecurity, he clung to her image like a lifeline. But his illness made everything more desperate. He feared being a burden. He feared she might stop loving him. And most of all, he feared he'd die without ever truly knowing her as a husband would. That fear, that burning sadness, makes the letters unbearably tender. In another letter, he writes, "I almost wish we were butterflies and lived but 3 summer days. 3 such days with you I could fill with more delight than 50 common years could ever contain." Fanny kept his letters for the rest of her life, though she rarely spoke of him afterward. When Keats died in Rome in 1821, he was buried beneath a stone that bore no name, only the inscription, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." But his name did not wash away. His poetry endured. And so did his letters to Fanny, pages soaked in yearning, preserved against the odds, reminders that even in the shadow of death, love can still burn brilliantly. John Keats didn't get a lifetime, but he left behind a love that reads like eternity. Emily Dickinson, one of America's most enigmatic poets, lived much of her adult life in seclusion, rarely leaving her home in Amherst, Massachusetts. But behind her reclusive exterior and cryptic verses was a deep, passionate emotional world, one that found expression in letters as mysterious as her poetry. Her most intense correspondences were addressed to a figure she called Master. These 3 letters, never sent, never named, reveal a woman wrestling with overwhelming love and existential longing. She writes, "Master, open your life wide and take me in forever, but I shall never be satisfied with never." The identity of Master has never been confirmed. Some believe it was Charles Wadsworth, a married preacher she admired. Others suggest it may have been a composite, a symbolic lover, or even an expression of divine yearning. Whatever the truth, the letters are unmistakably intimate, tender, erotic, aching with restrained desire. Dickinson also carried on emotionally charged relationships with women, especially Susan Gilbert Dickinson, her sister-in-law and next-door neighbour. Over 300 letters to Susan survive, filled with romantic language, poetic flirtation, and declarations that blur the line between deep friendship and romantic love. She wrote to Susan, "Susie, will you indeed come home next Saturday and be my own again, and kiss me? I hope for you so much, and feel so eager for you. Feel that I cannot wait, feel that now I must have you." These weren't casual notes. They were floods of feeling, composed in slanted, swirling handwriting. Dickinson never married, and her emotional life remained largely invisible during her lifetime. But her letters reveal someone with a fierce capacity to love, intensely, secretly, and poetically. It's no coincidence that many of her greatest poems mirror the tone of her letters, the aching, the obsession, the sacred terror of intimacy. Her words move like riddles, wrapping love in layers of metaphor and punctuation dashes. Emily Dickinson lived behind closed doors, but she loved in wide, sweeping sentences. Her letters, fragmented, half-lost, often coded, invite readers into a hidden realm of affection too powerful to be publicly declared. In a world that feared women's emotions, Dickinson buried hers in verse and in ink, trusting perhaps that someday someone would find them and understand. Winston Churchill is often remembered for his unshakable wartime leadership, rousing speeches, and eternal scowl. But behind the bulldog bravado was a man deeply devoted to his wife, Clementine Hozier, a relationship preserved in a remarkable series of love letters that spanned more than 5 decades. From the moment they met in 1904, Winston was smitten. Their courtship was brief, just 4 months, and the letters began almost immediately. Even as bombs fell and empires crumbled, Churchill took time to write to Clementine. His tone, usually fierce and forceful in public, turned soft and playful in private. In one letter he wrote, "My darling Clemmy, I hope you will forgive me for writing you such a short letter. But really, I am so busy running the British Empire, I have scarcely time to keep my head on. His humour never left him, even under the pressure of World War. During their long marriage, Churchill was often away, on military campaigns, in Parliament, or commanding the nation. But his letters were constant, and his affection never seemed to wane. He called her his cat, and signed letters as Pug, a nod to their nicknames for one another. They wrote not just as husband and wife, but as lifelong friends, confidants, and emotional anchors. But they weren't always in harmony. One of Clementine's most famous letters, written in 1940 during the height of the war, gently warned Winston that he was becoming short-tempered with his staff. She wrote not to scold him, but to help him remain the leader Britain needed. His response? Grateful and open. He listened. Their letters balance flirtation and strategy, tenderness and tension. Churchill once told Clementine that meeting her had conquered and captured him more completely than any battlefield. Even near the end of his life, he continued to write her loving notes, often brief, always heartfelt. In a world of war rooms and command centres, Churchill found his truest peace in the quiet of a letter to his wife. No pomp, no politics, just devotion. His legacy may be forged in speeches and victories, but the love letters to Clementine remind us that even history's hardest men often live their softest truths in private. Few love stories in literary history are as dazzling, or as destructive, as that of Zelda Sayre and F. Scott Fitzgerald. They were the golden couple of the jazz age, sparkling through the roaring 20s with martinis in hand, madness on the horizon, and a pile of love letters trailing behind them like confetti from a broken parade. Their romance began in 1918, when Scott was a young army officer, and Zelda was a wild southern belle with a rebellious streak. He courted her with letters full of ambition, wit, and desperation. "I love you the first moment I saw you, and I'll love you until my last breath." She kept him dangling at first, unsure if his literary dreams would amount to anything. But when his first novel, This Side of Paradise, became a hit in 1920, she agreed to marry him. They were rich, young, famous, and completely unprepared. Their letters reflect a manic love. In one, Zelda wrote, "Scott, my darling, I've just washed my hair and I can't do a thing with it, but I love you madly." Her notes are playful, poetic, flirtatious, and often laced with her own growing instability. Scott's replies were both adoring and possessive. He admired her beauty and spirit, but feared her independence. When Zelda tried to write, dance, or express herself artistically, he often dismissed her, insisting there could only be one writer in the family. That tension blared into their letters, affection tangled with control. As the years passed, their glittering lifestyles spiraled into alcoholism, financial ruin, and mutual resentment. Zelda suffered a series of mental breakdowns and spent long stretches in sanitariums. Yet even then, their letters retained a strange, aching tenderness. From an asylum, Zelda once wrote, "I've tried so many ways of writing to you. I've tried to tell you how much I believe in you. But words aren't right. They just aren't." Scott died in 1940, thinking himself a failure. Zelda perished in a fire at her hospital 8 years later. But their letters, those wild, burning fragments, survive. They show two people who loved like firecrackers, explosive, beautiful, and ultimately doomed. A love too big for the world they lived in, preserved forever in ink and ash. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the unfortunate life of a medieval thief, a job that promised quick coin and exciting night runs, and usually delivered something else. It was dirty, dangerous, and usually over by the time you turned 23, if you were lucky. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. So, you've woken up in medieval Europe, you're broke, you're hungry, and your only marketable skill is owning a functioning pair of legs. Congratulations, you're now a solid candidate for life as a petty thief. But let's be clear, nobody wanted to be a thief. It wasn't a rebellious lifestyle choice. No one in the 14th century leaned on a pitchfork and said, "When I grow up, I want to steal pies and dodge pitchforks." This wasn't Ocean's 11. This was desperation. Volume 3, with extra mud. The economy was not in your favour. Wages were laughable, assuming you were lucky enough to have a job at all. Most peasants lived hand to mouth, except the mouth was cracked and missing teeth, and the hand was probably frostbitten. If the harvest failed, or your lord decided taxes should now include your last chicken and half your dignity, you either begged or started borrowing things that didn't belong to you permanently. Now, you could try honest work. Sure. But here's the problem. Honest work in medieval times usually involved back-breaking labour for 14 hours a day, followed by a supper of barley paste and judgment. And even then, your employer might pay you with a potato, a handshake, or the promise of good exposure if you worked hard enough. Meanwhile, the baker's coin purse looked awfully full, and unattended. So yes, people stole, not because they were criminal masterminds, but because it was often a choice between theft and slow, ornamental starvation. But the thing is, it didn't take much to become a criminal. Steal a loaf of bread? That's theft. Pick up an apple that fell off a cart? Theft. Chase a runaway chicken and accidentally enter someone else's garden? Guess what? You're now trespassing and probably guilty of poultry conspiracy. And once you dipped a toe into that muddy legal pond, you were marked. You were now that kind of person. And in a time when gossip moved faster than carts and memory was long, especially for drama, it stuck. So, let's say you've committed to the life of theft. You're limber. You're motivated. You've tied a rag around your face to look mysterious. Great. Time to find a target. Except, good luck with that. You see, the biggest problem with being a medieval thief, other than the constant risk of hanging, is that nobody had anything worth stealing. Most villagers were poor. Not can't afford new shoes poor. More like, this potato is both dinner and pillow poor. The average peasant owned maybe one pair of trousers, 2 spoons, and a goat named after a family member. Their homes were made of mud, sticks, and optimism. They didn't have jewellery. They didn't have coin purses. Some of them didn't even have purses. They just tied things into bits of cloth and hoped for the best. You might get excited seeing someone in the market with a bulging pouch, only to find it's full of turnip seeds and a dead mouse. Congratulations. You've just risked your life for ingredients and rodent protein. You'd think nobles were better targets. They had gold, after all. But they also had guards, dogs, fortresses, and an unhealthy enthusiasm for punishing people who touched their hats the wrong way. Robbing a noble was like walking into a wasp nest with a torch and hoping the wasps were polite. Then there were the clergy. Churches had chalices and silver crosses, yes, but also locked doors, divine judgment, and more importantly, town gossip. Steal from the church, and everyone knew by lunch. Also, you might get cursed. Even if you didn't believe in curses, it still ruined your week. And don't even think about grave robbing. First of all, medieval cemeteries weren't exactly Fort Knox. They were barely organised. You could spend half the night digging only to find a pile of rocks and a very annoyed mole. Plus, exhuming bodies meant people assumed you were into dark magic, which came with additional problems. Being a thief in medieval Europe required a certain level of stealth, moving quietly through the shadows, slipping past sleeping guards, vanishing into the mist like a mysterious, misunderstood anti-hero. That was the dream. The reality? You smelled like a bag of boiled onions left in a goat's sock. Hygiene wasn't exactly a medieval priority. Baths were rare, soap was expensive, and deodorant hadn't been invented yet, unless you counted stuffing your shirt with dried herbs and hoping people mistook you for a mobile salad. And thieves? They weren't exactly living in comfort. Most slept in haystacks, alleys, or under pigs. You absorbed the environment, not in a poetic way, in a your body is now 30% barnyard way. So when you crept up behind someone in the marketplace, they usually heard you coming. Not by sound, by scent. You might as well have worn a sign that said, "I have not seen clean water since Lent." Your clothing didn't help. Most thieves wore the same outfit every day because it was the only one they owned. After a few nights of hiding in chimneys or crouching behind fish stalls, that outfit developed a personality. The kind of personality that clears a room. Even worse, your job required physical activity. Running, jumping, crouching, all in heavy woolen clothes that trapped every molecule of body odour like a cursed sponge. You were a walking scent crime. Guards didn't need dogs to track you. They just followed the faint trail of sweat, mould, and bad life choices. Did you hear that? No, but I smelled it. Not exactly the mystique most thieves hoped for. And if you thought you could blend into a crowd to escape, think again. Medieval crowds were full of people who also hadn't bathed. Yes, but you. You were worse. Somehow. You stood out. You were the human equivalent of a warning. It's hard to be invisible when everyone around you is quietly gagging and opening windows. Dogs. Man's best friend. Unless, of course, you were a medieval thief. In which case, dogs were traitorous furry snitches with teeth. Every village, farmstead and roadside tavern had one. Not the floppy-eared, tail-wagging, who's a good boy kind we know today. No. These were wiry, half-feral creatures with scars, names like Chopper or Bitey, and the temper of a drunk blacksmith with gout. You didn't pet them. You prayed they didn't detect your presence through the fog. To a thief, dogs were the worst kind of security system. Cheap, loyal, and prone to dramatic barking at everything. It didn't matter how quiet you were. Step on a twig, bark. Sneeze into your sleeve, bark. Breathe slightly near the pantry door, you'd better believe bark. And now the entire street knows you're trying to liberate that wheel of cheese. And they weren't just noisy. They were fast. Dogs could cross muddy courtyards in seconds. Meanwhile, you're slipping on cabbage leaves and tripping over buckets. Suddenly, the quick job turns into a frantic race between your questionable cardio and a set of yellowed fangs. Getting bitten wasn't even the worst part. The real issue? Once a dog hated you, and they always did. It never forgot. Medieval dogs had memories like grudge-holding grandparents. You could rob a bakery once in spring, and 3 months later, that same dog would be waiting for you outside the alehouse, ready for round 2. Even worse, the townspeople loved their dogs more than their relatives. If a guard dog barked at you, people didn't ask questions. Oh, Bitey's barking. Must be a thief. Grab a pitchfork and tell the priest to prep the confession chair. You couldn't bribe them, reason with them, or outrun them forever. They didn't care if you were just trying to swipe a loaf of bread for your starving sibling. As far as they were concerned, you were an intruder, and your legs were made of chew toys. Here's the ironic thing. Most medieval homes didn't have locks. Not because people were trusting, but because locks were expensive, complex, and usually reserved for things like monasteries, city gates, or chests that definitely contained 3 rusty spoons and a saint's toenail. So you might think, perfect, easy pickings for me, the nimble village sneak thief. Not quite. Because while locks were rare, traps were not. People couldn't afford keys, so they got creative. And by creative, I mean actively hostile. It began with the door itself. Most weren't doors so much as wooden slabs that creaked like tortured souls and groaned when touched. Try opening one quietly, and you'd trigger an audio alarm louder than a cathedral bell. And that was the easy part. Many villagers hung crude bells on strings just inside. A medieval motion detector, if you will. Pull the door. Jingle jangle. Entire household awake. Baby crying. Dog barking. Someone screaming, "Get the pitchfork." You've lost the element of surprise and possibly a finger. Then there were the improvised defences. Some people leaned buckets of water above the door. Others scattered dry twigs across the floor so any sneaky step would crunch like you were stepping on a bowl of angry granola. And in rural areas, traps involved sharp farm tools, low-hanging beams, or, in one recorded case, a welcome mat made of hedgehogs. Let's not forget the poultry alarm system. Chickens. You'd think they'd be neutral. But no. Medieval chickens were nervous, shrieking nightmares that exploded into chaos the moment they sensed movement. One flap, and suddenly the courtyard sounds like a demon choir. And if you ever made it past the door, congratulations, you'd now meet the family goose. Geese were the unholy fusion of burglar alarm, bouncer, and emotional terrorist. They didn't just honk, they charged, fast, with beaks, and they held grudges. In short, the lack of a lock didn't mean welcome. It meant, go ahead, try it, we dare you. Every peasant was a part-time security expert, not because they were paranoid, but because they had stuff worth protecting. And no spare spoons. Let's say you've somehow evaded the angry dog, the suspicious goose, and the door that shrieked like a ghost on fire. You're inside. Success. Now you just have to sneak past the sleeping family and nab a pouch of coins. Except, bad news. Nobody was really asleep in medieval times. People didn't sleep in blissful, silent REM cycles. They slept like anxious squirrels, half-conscious, one ear open, and usually holding something sharp. You see, being alive in the Middle Ages was a contact sport. Bandits, plague, taxes, wild boars. It was a daily buffet of potential doom. So when people went to bed, they didn't do it peacefully. They slept in shifts, with one eye cracked open and their favourite stabbing implement close at hand. And we're not talking about swords or dramatic daggers. We're talking about fireplace pokers, pitchforks, ladles that doubled as skull crackers, and the occasional suspiciously sharpened spoon. If it could dent your forehead, it was bedtime ready. Even peasants with families didn't trust the darkness. Parents slept with their kids huddled close, not out of love, but because it was easier to defend them all from one centralised pile. You know, like human Tetris, but angry. And don't assume there was a guest room to tiptoe past. Medieval houses were basically one big room. Beds? If you were lucky. Otherwise, straw mats and a goat that snored. You could barely walk without stepping on someone's cousin or a butter churn. You weren't sneaking. You were dodging obstacles like a medieval ninja warrior contestant. Oh, and let's not forget the soundscape. Every house had creaky floors, sputtering firelight, and that one sleeper who definitely talked in their sleep. More than one thief was caught mid-heist when someone suddenly shouted, "You stole my pies!" in a dream, and everyone bolted upright. The truth is, no one truly slept deeply in medieval times. They just powered down enough to survive and restart the next miserable day. And if a floorboard creaked at the wrong hour, that wasn't a noise. That was an invitation to attack something. Getting caught as a medieval thief wasn't just a bad day. It was a permanent lifestyle change. And not in the "you learned your lesson" way. More like the "they burned a letter into your face and now even the village goats judge you" way. Yes, branding was real. And not the cool kind where you build a personal aesthetic and Instagram following. No, this was actual red-hot iron pressed into your flesh, courtesy of the local constable with all the bedside manner of a bear trap. Steal once, and you'd be marked for life, usually with a T for thief, a V for vagabond, or sometimes just a nice sizzling stripe across your forehead because creativity was limited, but cruelty was abundant. The point wasn't justice, it was visibility. The medieval justice system believed shame should be portable. That way, everyone knew what you'd done, even if you weren't currently doing it. Think of it like wearing a name tag that says, "Hi, I steal things," only written in scar tissue and judgment. And once you were branded, good luck with everything. Want a job? Nope. Want a room at the inn? Absolutely not. Want to buy a carrot without the vendor nervously checking their inventory? Think again. Even worse, the branding process wasn't always done by professionals. Sometimes it was the local blacksmith after a few ales. Sometimes it was a priest who swore he read about it in a book once. The results varied. Sometimes it looked like a letter. Sometimes it looked like your face had lost a wrestling match with a fireplace. And heaven help you if you got caught a second time. Because now they had to get creative, branding in new places, chopping fingers, shaving half your head, which, by the way, was apparently the medieval equivalent of a social media takedown. In theory, medieval justice had a system. In practice, that system often looked like 20 angry villagers, one slippery accusation, and a hay fork with opinions. Welcome to trial by mob, the go-to legal process for thieves who were caught red-handed, red-faced, or just unlucky enough to look suspicious near someone else's pie. See, if a medieval crowd believed you stole something, they didn't call a lawyer. They called everyone else, neighbours, shopkeepers, children with no context but lots of enthusiasm. Suddenly, you weren't in trouble with the authorities. You were in trouble with Marjorie, who remembers when you looked funny at her geese 2 months ago. And once the mob had gathered, forget innocent until proven guilty. That idea was about 500 years, and one enlightenment away. You were guilty the moment someone shouted, "That's him!" Bonus guilt if your clothes were torn, your hair was wild, or you didn't live within shouting distance. Your trial usually began with yelling, escalated to grabbing, and ended with something being thrown at your head. Possibly a shoe, possibly a turnip, possibly a goat. Medieval mobs were unpredictable but deeply committed. If you were lucky, someone with an official title showed up. A constable maybe, a monk if you were really blessed. But often, you were at the mercy of local justice, which meant you'd be tied to a post in the square while everyone took turns describing how their day had been ruined, specifically because of you. The evidence? Circumstantial. The verdict? Decided by volume. The sentence? Creative. Sometimes it was public shaming, stocks, pillories, or being forced to wear a sign that said something like, "I steal eggs and lie to my aunt." Sometimes it was a beating. Sometimes it was being dunked in the river while people yelled things like, "Confess!" and "I told you he looked like a sock thief." Appeals? None. Defense? You could try shouting, "It wasn't me," but that mostly made people throw harder. Mob justice didn't aim for truth. It aimed for closure. Fast, loud, cathartic closure. You've been caught. The mobs had their fun. Maybe they didn't kill you. Congratulations. You've been deemed worthy of public humiliation instead. Enter the stocks. Now, if you're imagining a quiet time out to reflect on your choices, no. Stocks weren't punishment light. They were medieval entertainment. You were the show, and not a good one. More like a local improv group made entirely of humiliation and leg cramps. First, let's define them. Stocks were large wooden frames that locked your ankles, and sometimes your wrists, into place. You sat awkwardly in a public square, hunched like a badly folded deck chair, with your limbs stretched out and your dignity leaking from every pore. And you stayed there, for hours, sometimes days. Rain? Tough? Snow? Too bad. Pigeons landing on your head? Welcome to your new normal. But the weather wasn't the worst part. The people were. Passers-by were encouraged to mock you, loudly, creatively. They'd throw things, spoiled food, manure, whatever was nearby and unpleasant. Children especially enjoyed this. It was a community bonding moment, like a holiday, but smellier and more personal. "Hey, that's the guy who stole the blacksmith's sausage," someone would shout. Then the sausage, now very stale, would be hurled directly at your face, and don't think you could tune it out. Stocks were deliberately uncomfortable. Your legs went numb, your back ached, and your nose ran while villagers composed folk songs about your criminal incompetence. You might get lucky and have a sympathetic friend sneak you some bread. More likely, though, someone stole your food while mocking your theft record. That's irony, medieval style. And let's not forget the long-term effects. After a public stock session, you were marked. Not physically, but socially. People remembered. You were now that guy from the stocks. It stuck longer than the cabbage in your hair. Also, if you thought this was the lowest tier of punishment, think again. The stocks were practically a spa day compared to what came next. Branding, mutilation, or a one-way ticket to the gallows, courtesy of your local execution enthusiast. By medieval standards, a flogging was considered merciful. Not because it was painless, far from it, but because it meant you still had your limbs, your life, and a chance to limp home afterward. In a world where punishment often included branding, dismemberment, or the kind of community engagement that ended with a funeral, a good old-fashioned flogging was almost polite. Let's set the scene. You've been caught stealing, perhaps a loaf of bread or someone's spare boots. You're hauled into the town square, surrounded by people who definitely don't have anything better to do, and the local authority gives the nod. Out comes the whip, not the movie-style leather one. This is more of a rough rope or a strip of knotted hide, wielded by someone who's either very enthusiastic or just having a bad day. You're tied to a post, always a public spot, so the town gets a free show. You might be shirtless, but only because torn clothes aren't great protection. There's no dramatic music, just the sound of rope hitting skin, and someone in the crowd saying something like, "Serves him right." I always suspected he looked like a bread thief. The goal wasn't just pain, it was deterrence. You weren't just being punished, you were being used as a living lesson. "Steal, and this could be you," the lash said, over and over again, like a very violent motivational speaker. The lash count varied, 5, 10, 20, depending on the crime, the mood of the judge, or whether the person administering it had a sore shoulder that day. And if you passed out mid-punishment, that was fine. They'd just pause, splash water on your face, and continue. Hydration was important after all. But here's the thing. If you were flogged, it meant someone had decided not to go further. You weren't locked away forever. You weren't branded or worse. You were punished, yes. But then you were released, bruised, embarrassed, but alive. So you've just swiped a purse, maybe nabbed a wedge of cheese. Excellent, you're on the run. Now what? Well, unless you had a flawlessly timed horse waiting behind the tannery, and let's be honest, you didn't, your getaway looked a lot more like awkward power walking through mud while villagers shouted, "Stop! Thief!" and someone's grandmother tried to trip you with a broom. Medieval towns weren't exactly built for clean escapes. Streets were narrow, twisted, and usually clogged with carts, pigs, or someone arguing loudly with a monk. Cobblestones were uneven, and if it had rained recently, and it always had, you were ankle-deep in a mystery stew of mud, straw, and regret. And footwear. Don't get your hopes up. You were probably wearing worn-out leather shoes tied together with string. Or worse, you were barefoot. Running away from an angry butcher while your feet are actively bleeding is a deeply humbling experience. You might think, I'll duck into an alley. Great. Except most alleys weren't alleys. They were dead ends. Or worse, communal latrines. Many a daring escape was cut tragically short by an unexpected wall, or a waist-high pile of something best left unnamed. Even if you made it out of the village, the countryside wasn't your friend either. Open fields left you exposed, and forests were full of people exactly like you, who would absolutely rob you the moment you stumbled in with a stolen pie and a limp. It's hard to enjoy the fruits of crime when another criminal is eyeing your fruit. And let's not forget the locals. They didn't sit back and say, "Oh, we'll let the guards handle it." No, chasing thieves was a team sport. Farmers, merchants, children, that one guy who just really liked shouting, all of them would join the pursuit. And they weren't chasing you out of civic duty. They just wanted to be part of something. So you've made it through the mud, dodged the pitchforks, and maybe even kept the stolen sausage. Time to lie low and regroup. But here's the twist. Medieval criminals weren't a merry band of lovable rogues. They were a grim collection of opportunists, outcasts, and people who would absolutely steal your socks while helping you hide. See, the term organised crime was a little optimistic in medieval Europe. Thieves didn't form elegant guilds or meet in candlelit taverns to discuss codes of honour. They squatted in ruined buildings, fought over crumbs, and turned each other in for half a crust of bread and a pat on the head from the local sheriff. These were not your allies. They were your competition. The more desperate the times, the more dangerous the thieves. You weren't rubbing elbows with Robin Hood. You were huddled next to someone named Rancid Thomas, who once bit a guy over a turnip. And Thomas, he'd sell you out in a heartbeat, and then sell your shoes a minute later. Trust was a luxury, and loyalty came second to self-preservation. If you had a safe hideout, someone would find it and borrow everything. If you had food, you were suddenly everyone's best friend, until you fell asleep. Even worse, these people drew attention. The kind you didn't want. Drunken brawls in the street, shouting about stolen spoons, getting caught and naming every person they'd ever met, including you and your cousin and probably your goat. It was a circus, a badly run one. And if you dared to rise above, to be, say, a thief with a code, you'd still end up lumped in with the worst of them. To the townsfolk, a thief was a thief. It didn't matter if you only stole to survive while others robbed churches and insulted chickens. In the public eye, you were all part of the same smelly, morally bankrupt pie. You might imagine that getting caught meant going to prison. A medieval stone dungeon with iron bars, straw beds, and a tragic roommate named Gareth. Maybe you picture rats, some slow redemption arc, and someone slipping you bread through a slot in the door. Wrong. Medieval prisons weren't punishment. They were holding pens, glorified broom closets for people waiting to be publicly shamed, fined, or if your week was going really badly, executed. If you were lucky enough to land in a prison, and that's a sentence we never thought we'd say, it was less institution and more wet hole in the ground. Literally. Many jails were dug into the earth beneath castles, town halls, or someone's spare barn. Ventilation? Optional? Sanitation? Non-existent. You weren't doing time. You were doing mildew. Forget privacy. You were tossed into a shared pit with whoever else had annoyed the authorities that week. Drunkards, arsonists, suspicious-looking peasants, a guy who accidentally insulted the bishop's horse. All of you packed together like sad, damp sardines. Beds? No. Blankets? Also no. Food? Only if someone felt charitable. Or if your family could bribe the guard with coins, favours, or a particularly fine turnip. Otherwise, you lived off scraps, rainwater, and your own terrible life choices. And then came the boredom. No trials, no schedules. Just sitting, waiting, smelling things that could legally be classified as weapons. Sometimes you waited for a trial. Other times, you waited for someone important to remember you were there. Of course, not everyone got a prison cell. If your crime was bad enough, or if the jail was full, you were just chained up outside, in the rain, on display. It was a great opportunity for passing strangers to comment on your moral failings while throwing cabbage. You might think, well, at least I'm not dead. And sure, technically that's a win. But after a week ankle-deep in your own regret, even the town gallows started to feel like an early release program. If you were a medieval thief who finally ran out of luck, or chickens to blame, the end of the line often involved rope, a wooden platform, and a very public calendar event known as Market Day Execution. Yes, the gallows had a schedule. These things were planned. You weren't just quietly removed in the night. Oh no, your final performance was a community experience. Children were brought along. Vendors sold snacks. If you were particularly infamous, someone might write a rude little ballad about you. The medieval version of going viral. And the worst part? They usually made you wait. You might be told on Monday, "You're being hanged on Friday." So you had the joy of stewing in fear while listening to the guards practice jokes about your last words. By the time Friday rolled around, the whole town had gathered. Not because they hated you personally, though some definitely did, but because executions were a thing. Public punishment was the medieval version of reality TV. Everyone came for the drama, the spectacle, and possibly a roast chicken. Now the gallows themselves were fairly straightforward. A wooden structure, a rope, and a platform that dropped out from under your feet. The key detail? Efficiency. It wasn't about ceremony. It was about getting it done and moving on with the day. You didn't get a final meal. You didn't get last words unless the executioner was in a generous mood or needed a bathroom break. If you were lucky, the rope was tied correctly and your neck snapped instantly. If you were unlucky, and let's be honest, you were a medieval thief, so luck wasn't your strong suit, the rope stretched and things got awkward. And just in case you thought people would forget about you, they didn't. Your body might be left hanging for hours, sometimes days, as a reminder, like a gruesome billboard that said, "Shoplifting, not recommended." Occasionally, a well-meaning cleric might offer last rites. Occasionally, a local artist would sketch the whole thing in disturbing detail. But mostly, it was just you, gravity, and a town full of people whispering, "That's the guy who stole 3 onions." So let's say, somehow, you managed to avoid the dogs, the stocks, the branding iron, the gallows, and every angry goose between here and the city gates. You survived. You even pulled off a few decent hauls. A coin pouch here, a roast duck there. Congratulations. You're what passes for a successful medieval thief. Now what? Retirement? Oh, sweet summer peasant. Retirement was not a thing. There was no pension plan, no seaside cottage to write your memoirs, no peaceful sunset years surrounded by grandchildren asking how you once escaped a bishop's pantry. If you were lucky, you lived long enough to become too slow to steal and too grizzled to be worth arresting. That just meant you graduated to begging, the medieval version of consulting. And even that wasn't easy. Cities had official beggar permits. No, really. If you didn't have one, you were just a criminal with fewer cardio skills. Begging without a license could get you kicked out of town, or into a ditch. Some thieves tried to go straight. Maybe become a labourer. Problem is, you're still branded, still infamous, and still missing 3 teeth and a solid resume. When your references include escaped a cellar once and knows how to climb a wall in under 30 seconds, employers tend to look elsewhere. And let's not forget the other charming option, becoming an informant. You turn in your old friends for a few coins and a pat on the back until someone recognises you, and then you become the story of the week at the local gallows. So no, there was no retirement plan, no thieves' union, no quiet fade into obscurity. Your options were, keep stealing until you're caught. Try begging and still possibly get caught. Join a mercenary band and probably get stabbed by someone worse than you. Disappear into the forest and become folklore, preferably the mysterious thief who vanished after one last job, though more likely, guy who died in a puddle near a bush. So when people say, crime doesn't pay, in the medieval world, they weren't joking. It paid in bruises, scars, and a lifetime of looking over your shoulder. It started with good intentions, or at least that's what the official reports claimed. In the early 1800s, Britain was being swallowed whole by industrialisation. Cities like London and Manchester were bursting at the seams, overflowing with factory smoke, horse dung, and something society feared far more than poverty: madness. The old model of dealing with the mentally ill, chaining them in private madhouses, locking them in poorhouses, or hiding them behind closed doors, was no longer enough. Reformers like the Quaker William Tuke in York had already begun to experiment with something radical: kindness. His moral treatment model rejected whips and beatings in favour of gardens, fresh air, and human decency. For a moment, it looked like the dawn of a more humane age, but progress has a way of turning sour. The 1808 County Asylums Act changed everything. It allowed local governments across England and Wales to build public asylums funded by taxes. And that's exactly what they did, by the dozen. By mid-century, asylums had become sprawling institutions on the edge of every major town. Their architecture was Gothic, ominous, and fortress-like. They were supposed to be temples of healing. Instead, they became warehouses for the unwanted. The problem wasn't the concept. It was the execution. These new public asylums weren't just for the violently insane. They became dumping grounds for the inconvenient. Unmarried mothers, alcoholics, epileptics, paupers, menopausal women, anyone who caused a scene or failed to follow Victorian norms could end up inside. Diagnoses were vague, often sexist, and deeply moralistic. If you were a woman with opinions, you might be labelled hysterical. If you were a man who didn't work hard enough, you might be accused of melancholia or moral insanity. And once you were inside, it was hard to get out. Asylums ballooned in size. What began as institutions for 50 or 60 patients swelled to house thousands. Overcrowding exploded. Funding couldn't keep up. The staff-to-patient ratio collapsed. Moral treatment gave way to containment. Straitjackets replaced gardens. Cold baths replaced conversation. In theory, Victorian asylums were a beacon of scientific progress. In practice, they became the padded cells where progress was left to rot. And this was only the beginning. So, what made someone mad in the Victorian era? That depended less on science and more on your social status, gender, and whether your neighbours thought you were a bit odd. Diagnoses in the 19th century were a cocktail of superstition, pseudoscience, and moral judgment. Shaken, not stirred. Medical professionals, known as alienists, had enormous power and shockingly little evidence. They worked from thick manuals listing supposed causes of insanity that included everything from overwork and religious fervour to masturbation and reading novels. Yes, reading novels, especially if you were a woman. Victorian doctors were obsessed with female hysteria, a condition so poorly defined it became a catch-all diagnosis for anything deemed emotionally inconvenient. Mood swings, sexual desire, defiance, grief. A widow who cried too long, hysterical. A woman who resisted her husband's advances, hysterical. An unmarried woman past 30, definitely hysterical. Men, too, weren't safe from moral judgment disguised as medicine. Alcoholism, idleness, self-abuse, or simply being melancholic could all earn a one-way ticket to the asylum. The diagnosis of moral insanity became especially popular. It described those who behaved badly without appearing outwardly delusional. In other words, the Victorian way of saying, "We don't like this guy." Once committed, often by a family member or a local magistrate, the patient was trapped in a system that offered few checks and balances. The legal requirement for commitment? 2 medical certificates. That's it. No court trial, no patient consent, no appeal. There were even cases of women committed by husbands for questioning their authority, or, disturbingly, to get rid of them entirely. Divorce was scandalous and expensive. The asylum was cheaper. Inside, the patient's diagnosis dictated everything: their meals, their cell or room if they were lucky, and even whether they could speak or be spoken to. Those labelled excitable might be kept in silence. The violent were confined to locked rooms. If you were rich or well-connected, you might get a private cell with a window. If not, you shared your cell with dozens, and rats. To the Victorian medical mind, insanity was often rooted in weakness, moral, spiritual, or sexual. Cures were unlikely. Control was the goal. And so, The line between madness and inconvenience blurred. Diagnosis became a tool of social discipline, more about conformity than care. And as we'll soon see, the treatment was often worse than the disease. Once you were labelled insane and locked away, the next step was treatment. But in Victorian mental asylums, that word didn't mean what you think it means. Forget therapy sessions or medication. Treatment was often just a sanitised term for discipline, or punishment disguised as medicine. Early on, some asylums clung to the ideal of moral therapy, which emphasised calm environments, routine, fresh air, and kindness. But as patient numbers exploded and funding shrank, doctors turned to faster, more forceful methods. Cold water immersion was a favourite. Patients were plunged into ice baths, not to refresh them, but to shock their nervous system into submission. Some were kept in tubs for hours, strapped down, trembling and silent. The theory? That madness could be cooled off. The reality? Hypothermia, trauma, and despair. Another popular technique was the tranquilizer chair, a sinister device invented by Dr. Benjamin Rush. Patients were strapped in, often blindfolded, with their limbs restrained and sometimes a box placed over their heads to block out sound. This was meant to calm the senses. In practice, it was solitary confinement with extra humiliation. Electricity soon entered the mix. Before modern electroconvulsive therapy, Victorians experimented with rudimentary electrical devices, crude and often dangerous. Patients were zapped in an attempt to stimulate dormant brain areas or restore sanity. In reality, it mostly left them frightened, burned, or worse. Bleeding and purging were still in use too, holdovers from medieval medicine. Doctors believed an imbalance in bodily fluids caused madness, so out came the leeches and laxatives. Some even drilled holes into patients' skulls to release pressure, a procedure with roots in ancient trepanation and about the same success rate, 0. For women, treatments often had a deeply sexist edge. Hysteria might be treated with enforced celibacy, genital surgeries, or, if the doctor was particularly depraved, manual stimulation, which gave rise to the invention of the vibrator. Yes, the first vibrators were medical devices designed by Victorian doctors who thought female orgasms cured insanity. And then there was sedation. Chloral hydrate and opiates were used liberally, not to heal, but to silence. Patients were rendered docile, zombie-like, easy to manage, especially in overcrowded asylums with one nurse for every 50 inmates. Victorian asylums didn't heal minds. They broke them, systematically, coldly, and often with the approval of the medical establishment. And still, somehow it would get worse. If you were to approach a Victorian mental asylum from the outside, it might look majestic. Grand stone facades, manicured gardens, sweeping driveways. But don't be fooled. These buildings were designed less for healing and more for containment. The architecture of the Victorian asylum was deeply symbolic. It reflected the era's obsession with order, hierarchy, and surveillance. Many institutions followed a rigid design known as the corridor plan or the pavilion system, a layout that allowed patients to be strictly segregated by gender, diagnosis, or behaviour. Women on one wing, men on the other. Quiet patients near the centre. Noisy or violent ones pushed to the edges. The asylum was a fortress of discipline. Windows were high and narrow, doors locked from the outside. Hallways echoed with every footstep, amplifying even the smallest sounds. Furniture was bolted to the floors. Beds were iron-framed and thin. There were no personal items, no privacy, and certainly no warmth. Every detail of the structure screamed, "You are not free." At the centre of many institutions stood the superintendent's office, always with a view of the wards, a constant reminder that you were being watched. Think of it as a psychological panopticon. You never knew exactly when you were under observation, which meant you always behaved as if you were. Even the landscaping played a role. Gardens weren't just for aesthetics. They were tools of pacification. Patients were expected to work in them, pruning hedges and hauling soil, as part of their moral rehabilitation. In reality, it was unpaid labour designed to keep them busy and tired. Then came the airing courts, walled outdoor enclosures where patients were marched for fresh air. These weren't spaces of leisure. They were more like outdoor cells. Men and women walked in circles under the gaze of attendants. Talking was discouraged. Laughter was suspicious. Inside the asylum, the rules were suffocating. You needed permission to speak, to sit, to stand, even to use the toilet. Infractions were met with punishment, isolation, restraints, or worse. Even hope became dangerous. Grandiose delusions could include thinking you'd ever leave. The Victorian asylum was a machine. A cold, efficient mechanism designed to categorize, restrain, and forget those deemed unfit for the world outside. And once the door closed behind you, it often stayed that way for life. If you were a woman in Victorian Britain, the asylum loomed like a silent threat behind every social misstep. The 19th century was a golden age for patriarchy. Women were expected to be docile, obedient, and quietly miserable. Anything outside that narrow ideal, too loud, too sexual, too sad, too clever, could be interpreted as madness. And the asylum was always hiring. Husbands could commit their wives with frightening ease. All it took were 2 medical signatures, no trial, no defence, no requirement for evidence. In one infamous case, a woman was institutionalised for having religious excitement after attending too many church services. In another, a wife was locked up for arguing about money. But not all cases were so benignly absurd. Some were horrifying. Women who had experienced trauma, sexual abuse, postpartum depression, or miscarriages were often accused of hysteria. Rather than being given support, they were locked away, subjected to invasive cures, and left to rot in understaffed wards. Victorian medicine didn't treat their pain, it pathologized it. Even menopause was suspect. Doctors labelled it a dangerous time for female mental instability. Mood swings, hot flashes, and irritability were treated not as natural processes, but as signs of climacteric insanity. Translation? Middle-aged women had lost their minds and must be restrained. Teenage girls didn't fare better. A rebellious daughter, too flirtatious or too bookish, might be sent to an asylum for her own good. Once inside, her youth and vulnerability made her especially susceptible to abuse, from both staff and other patients, and she might never leave. Sexuality was perhaps the most common justification for locking women away. The Victorian era was obsessed with female chastity, and any deviation from this ideal, real or imagined, was grounds for medicalized confinement. Masturbation, infidelity, even excessive romantic imagination were treated as symptoms of madness. Treatment methods often doubled as sexual control. Doctors performed clitoridectomies and other surgeries, claiming they cured hysteria or nymphomania. In reality, they were acts of violence designed to erase pleasure and enforce submission. The asylum became a tool of social control, especially for women, a place where inconvenient wives, curious daughters, and grieving mothers could be removed, silenced, and forgotten. The walls didn't just contain madness, they institutionalized misogyny, and no one on the outside dared ask too many questions. When we picture Victorian asylums, we often imagine adults pacing the corridors in nightgowns, whispering to themselves or staring out barred windows. But many of the most overlooked victims were at both ends of life's timeline, the very young and the very old. Children were not spared the asylum's reach. Victorian society didn't fully recognise childhood as a distinct psychological stage. A child who was too unruly, slow to learn, or showed signs of neurological disorders like epilepsy or autism was often labelled idiotic or feeble-minded. There was little understanding and even less compassion. Entire wings of asylums and later separate institutions called idiot asylums were built to house these children. Their treatments were basic at best, abusive at worst. Many were left to rock in corners, or restrained for hours. Education was limited to repetitive tasks, if offered at all. Some were sterilized in the name of eugenics. And because their families were ashamed or too poor to care for them, many children spent their entire lives behind asylum walls. Then there were the elderly, especially those suffering from what we now recognize as dementia, Parkinson's, or age-related psychosis. Back then, these conditions were lumped together under terms like senile insanity. The elderly poor, in particular, had few options. If they were alone, confused, or simply couldn't manage their lives, the asylum beckoned. Victorian workhouses were often the first stop, brutal institutions designed to punish poverty. But when an older person began to show signs of mental deterioration, the workhouse would pass them along to the asylum system. There, they were locked away with little hope of release or specialized care. Inmates too young to understand, or too old to resist shared overcrowded dormitories, endured the same regimens and were often forgotten entirely. Lacking advocates, these groups suffered in silence. No letters, no visitors, no voice. And because they weren't violent or disruptive, they were often ignored by the staff. Just another warm body to sedate, bathe and feed. These patients weren't treated as individuals. They were considered burdens, mouths to feed in a system already stretched to its breaking point. In many asylums, children died of neglect, elderly patients died of exposure, and no one kept proper records. In a world obsessed with order and morality, youth and age were just two more ways to fall short, and two more reasons to be locked away. Not everyone turned a blind eye to the horrors inside the asylum walls. By the mid to late 19th century, cracks had begun to show in the public image of mental institutions. Scandals leaked out. Patients were found dead under suspicious circumstances. Whistleblowers began to speak up, and reformers seized the moment. One of the earliest and most vocal advocates for change was Dorothea Dix, an American activist who toured British institutions and was appalled by what she saw. She wasn't alone. In England, figures like Louisa Lowe and John Percival, the son of a British Prime Minister who had himself been institutionalised, began publishing pamphlets and testimonies that exposed abuse, false imprisonments, and unspeakable living conditions. These accounts were damning. Patients chained for weeks. Women sedated to silence their cries of protest. Sanitary conditions that rivaled those of prisons, or worse. Some institutions, like Hanwell or Colney Hatch, became infamous for their sheer scale and brutality. In 1859, Parliament passed the Lunacy Act, which attempted to standardise asylum regulations. A board of commissioners in lunacy was formed to inspect institutions and protect patient rights. But in practice, inspections were sporadic and superficial. Superintendents had time to tidy things up before visits, and abuse continued in quieter corners. Meanwhile, journalists began sniffing around. Undercover investigations revealed that many patients weren't mad at all. They were poor, difficult, inconvenient, or victims of family betrayals. The newspapers ate it up. Public outrage simmered. Reform-minded doctors, too, began to question the system. Some experimented with occupational therapy, music, and recreation. They called for better training for attendants and higher standards of care. A few institutions even introduced open wards, where patients were not locked inside and could roam the grounds, a revolutionary idea at the time. But these improvements were uneven at best. For every progressive asylum, there were 10 where nothing changed. Why? Because the system was profitable. Families could pay to have a relative quietly removed. Local governments saved face by hiding the visibly unwell. And the public preferred the illusion of care to the discomfort of reality. The reformers made noise, yes, but the machine kept humming. And while some patients found their voices and champions, most remained locked away, quiet, forgotten, and increasingly hopeless. The age of reform had begun, but it was far from finished. In Victorian society, madness wasn't just feared, it was watched. Asylums, ironically, were not always hidden from public view. In fact, They often became local attractions. Visitors, curious, bored, or just plain morbid, could buy tickets to tour the wards. It was part spectacle, part moral instruction. Look how fortunate you are not to be like them. This wasn't an exaggeration. Middle and upper-class Victorians treated asylum visits like museum outings. Families would pack a lunch, ride their carriages to the local lunatic hospital, and stroll past the barred windows and padded cells like they were viewing zoo animals. Sometimes, attendants would point out particularly entertaining patients, those who raved, danced, or shouted at the walls. It was theatre. But the cast never auditioned. Even the patients were aware of it. Some wrote letters begging to be spared the humiliation of being on display. Others performed madness, believing that acting insane enough might secure release, or at least some attention. But the spectacle went beyond voyeurism. The asylum also became a tool of political theatre. Doctors gave public lectures inside their institutions, showcasing their success stories and methods. Patients were trotted out like trophies, often still suffering, but coached to say they were improving. These exhibitions reassured donors and officials that their money wasn't being wasted. Photography played its part too. The Victorian era saw the birth of psychiatric portraiture. Solemn, eerie images of patients posed stiffly, sometimes with signs listing their diagnosis. These weren't for family albums. They were for medical journals and public display, reinforcing the idea that insanity had a look, a type. These faces became the propaganda of control. And of course, literature and theatre loved the asylum trope. Gothic novels like Jane Eyre and The Woman in White used the mad woman in the attic as both villain and victim, always isolated, often imprisoned, rarely understood. These stories mirrored society's real anxieties about women, class, power, and the thin line between sanity and rebellion. In truth, Victorian asylums didn't just house the mad. They helped define what madness meant. They were social mirrors, reflecting everything the era feared: disorder, deviance, sexuality, and loss of control. And for many, being labelled insane was not the end of a journey. It was a lifelong sentence written in whispers and watched through iron bars. By the end of the Victorian era, the asylum system had become a paradox, born from reform, fed by fear, and sustained by silence. Institutions meant to offer sanctuary had become places of permanent exile. The 20th century would eventually bring changes, some overdue, some still flawed, but the shadows cast by Victorian mental asylums linger even now. Many of the beliefs that shaped those institutions didn't vanish overnight. Ideas about undesirable behaviour, gender roles, and moral madness slowly bled into modern psychiatry, into criminal justice, even into how families handled illness behind closed doors. Many Victorian-era asylums stood for decades beyond their prime, vast crumbling buildings that became symbols of everything that went wrong. Some were converted into housing, others were demolished. A few were simply abandoned, their corridors left to rot with the graffiti of time still etched in the paint. But what about the people? Tens of thousands died inside those institutions, some from illness, some from abuse, many from sheer neglect. Their graves were often unmarked. Their files, if they survived, are now stored in archives, with tragic footnotes like "never spoke again" or "believed to be possessed." They vanished behind stone walls, and history moved on. Yet their stories matter. Because the Victorian asylum wasn't just a physical structure, it was a cultural machine. One that taught society how to treat the vulnerable, isolate them, silence them, punish them for being inconvenient. And while we like to believe we've evolved, echoes of that system remain. In underfunded mental health care, in stigma, in families too ashamed to speak openly, in prisons overflowing with the mentally ill. There's no simple moral to the tale. The Victorians weren't cartoon villains. Many doctors truly believed they were helping. Some were kind. Some patients did improve, but intention doesn't erase impact. and what started as an attempt at compassion became a machinery of confinement, brutal, sprawling, and deeply human in its failures. Today we walk past the ruins of those asylums and barely glance at the plaques, but if you stop, you might feel it, that strange, heavy stillness. The residue of stories untold, lives forgotten, voices that were never heard. And maybe that's the legacy worth remembering, not just the institutions, but the people inside them. Because in the end, what we choose to forget says just as much as what we remember. Cthulhun was not your average royal. From the moment of her birth around the year 1260, she was destined to defy expectations, not just as a woman, but as a warrior. She was born into the heart of the Mongol world, a nomadic empire that had conquered much of Eurasia in a single century. Her father, Kaidu Khan, was no minor chieftain. He was a formidable leader in his own right, a direct descendant of Ögedei Khan, Genghis Khan's third son. Kaidu ruled over the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia and was a fierce rival of his cousin, Kublai Khan, who ruled the wealthier eastern domains from China. The Mongol world was vast, but divided, and Kaidu was determined to preserve the traditional ways of the steppe, rugged, mobile, and rooted in martial prowess. From a young age, Cthulhun was raised not as a sheltered princess, but as a warrior. In Mongol culture, girls were taught to ride almost as soon as they could walk. Archery, horseback hunting, and battlefield tactics were not exclusive to boys. But Cthulhun took things further. She didn't just learn to fight, she excelled at it. By her teenage years, she was riding beside her father on military campaigns, commanding troops, and earning a reputation not just as a noblewoman, but as a devastating force of nature. According to chroniclers like Marco Polo and Rashid al-Din, Cthulhun stood out even among the hardened warriors of her time. Her physical strength was legendary. She could pin grown men to the ground in wrestling matches. She could gallop into battle wielding a bow or spear with deadly precision. And she wasn't just a sideshow. She was a commander, feared by her enemies and respected by her allies. Her upbringing was unique in the Mongol world, but not entirely unprecedented. Mongol women had always enjoyed more freedom than their counterparts in Europe or the Islamic world. Still, Cthulhun shattered even those boundaries. She wasn't content to remain in the background, managing domestic affairs. She wanted to fight, lead, and challenge the very idea of what a royal woman could be. She was the daughter of a Khan, but she was also her own kind of conqueror, and soon the entire steppe would know her name. Of all the stories surrounding Cthulhun, one tale echoes louder than the rest, a tale that turned her from warrior to legend. By the time she reached marriageable age, Cthulhun had already proven herself in battle, outmaneuvered rival commanders, and solidified her place beside her father as a trusted military advisor. Yet one question lingered in the minds of every neighbouring ruler and royal court. Who would marry her? Cthulhun had an answer. She would only marry a man who could defeat her in wrestling. Not archery, not swordplay. Wrestling. This wasn't just a game. Mongol wrestling, or Burk, was an elite sport, one of the three manly skills alongside archery and horsemanship. It required strength, balance, endurance, and ferocious will. Matches could last for hours, and Cthulhun didn't just participate, she dominated. She made her challenge public. Any man who wished to marry her must first best her on the wrestling field. If they lost, they had to forfeit a large number of horses, usually 100, but some legends say even more. And lose they did, one after another. Strongmen, warriors, nobles, each came with confidence and left with bruises and broken pride. Some accounts, particularly the dramatized ones by foreign travellers like Marco Polo, claim that Cthulhun amassed a herd of 10,000 horses from these failed suitors. Whether literal or symbolic, the message was clear. She had turned traditional courtship into a trial of strength, and no man measured up. To her people, this wasn't scandalous. It was awe-inspiring. Kutulun became the embodiment of the steppe's ideals, fierce, free, and unconquered. Her defiance of convention didn't diminish her femininity, it redefined it. She didn't reject marriage outright, but she refused to surrender to weakness, status, or political convenience. Of course, her parents, especially her mother, were less enthused. Kaidu may have admired his daughter's prowess, but he also had dynastic ambitions. A strategic marriage could have secured alliances, but Kutulun held firm. She would not be bartered or bound, not unless her chosen match could take her down with his own strength. None ever did. This vow wasn't just about love. It was a statement, a living declaration that no man, no matter how rich or royal, could own her unless he earned it through force and respect. And in that ring, Kutulun remained undefeated. Kutulun wasn't just a champion in the wrestling ring. She was a terror on the battlefield. From her teenage years onward, she rode alongside her father, Kaidu Khan, as he led campaigns across Central Asia in his long-standing war against Kublai Khan and the Yuan dynasty. These were no ceremonial rides. Kutulun fought in full armour, commanded troops, and made tactical decisions that earned her the fear and respect of seasoned generals. The Mongol way of war was brutal, fast, and highly coordinated. Cavalry manoeuvres, feigned retreats, and ambushes were all part of the game, and Kutulun mastered it. One account, likely exaggerated but rooted in truth, claims she would ride into enemy lines and snatch up a prisoner, as easily as a hawk plucks a chicken. This wasn't poetry. It was how Mongols assessed greatness, through action. Her battlefield prowess was so formidable that her father reportedly considered naming her as his heir, not just to his household or his horses, but to the leadership of the entire Chagatai Khanate. This was no small thing. Mongol politics were deeply patriarchal, especially when it came to succession. Leadership wasn't simply inherited, it had to be won, endorsed by powerful male nobles and military leaders. For Kaidu to even consider Kutulun as his successor meant she had done more than earn his trust. She had proven, time and again, that she was a commander equal to or better than her brothers, but therein lay the problem. Kutulun had many brothers, 15 by most counts, and not all of them were fond of being outshone by their sister. Resentment simmered. Whispers of jealousy and scandal began to circulate, some even suggesting that her closeness to her father was unnatural. Others accused her of seeking too much power for a woman. Yet Kaidu stood by her. During his many campaigns against the Yuan dynasty and their allies, Kutulun remained one of his most reliable commanders. She led her own units, charged into battle, and brought home victories. Soldiers followed her not because of her name, but because of her record. She wasn't a token warrior. She was the real thing. And with every campaign, her legend grew, not just as a woman among men, but as a warrior among warriors. As Kutulun's fame on the battlefield surged, so did the whispers. To her father, Kaidu Khan, Kutulun was more than just a daughter. She was his right hand, his most trusted general, and, according to some sources, his preferred successor. While her brothers bickered and schemed, Kutulun remained unwavering in her loyalty. She was bold, strategic, and brutally effective. In a world where trust could mean life or death, Kaidu had no doubts about her. But the rest of the Mongol aristocracy wasn't as confident. The idea of a woman inheriting power, let alone ruling an entire Khanate, was enough to send shockwaves through the traditionalist ranks. Sure, Mongol women had historically enjoyed more freedom than their counterparts in other parts of the medieval world. They could own property, advise on politics, even ride into war. But to rule outright? That was a different story. As Kaidu's health began to decline, the issue of succession became urgent. Kutulun remained his obvious choice in terms of loyalty and merit. But politics doesn't always reward merit. Her brothers, cousins, and various Mongol nobles saw an opportunity to block her rise, and they began to act. Some spread rumors that her relationship with Kaidu was inappropriate, crossing lines of familial closeness. Others accused her of using sorcery or feminine manipulation to win influence. These weren't just idle gossip. They were calculated attacks meant to discredit her in the eyes of the tribal councils. But Kutulun didn't back down. She continued to appear at Kaidu's side during military councils. She commanded troops with the same unshakable confidence. Her power was visible, undeniable. And yet, it wasn't enough. Even her father began to sense the political storm brewing. Despite his unwavering support, he could see that naming her as heir might divide the Khanate, or worse, spark a civil war after his death. Mongol rule depended on strength and unity. A disputed succession could unravel everything he had built. In the end, Kaidu never officially named Kutulun his successor, not because she was unworthy, but because her worth made her dangerous to those clinging to an old world. She had fought harder, led better, and remained more loyal than any man around her. And still, the throne stayed just out of reach. For now. For years, Kutulun had stood firm. She would only marry the man who could defeat her in wrestling. None had succeeded, and with every broken suitor sent home horseless, her legend grew, along with the pressure to abandon her vow. Kaidu's tolerance had limits. While he respected her independence and military skill, he was still a father, and more importantly, a Khan with political obligations. The Mongol world was built on strategic marriages, and Kaidu needed alliances to strengthen his hold against Kublai Khan and rival tribes. Having an unmarried daughter, even one as formidable as Kutulun, left a glaring opportunity untapped. Eventually, the tension became too great to ignore. Kaidu, under pressure from his advisors and other noble houses, reportedly urged Kutulun to reconsider her terms. The political climate was shifting. Her victories on the battlefield, while impressive, were no longer enough to shield her from internal expectations. And so, reluctantly, Kutulun married. The identity of her husband remains shrouded in mystery. Some sources say he was a man accused of plotting against Kaidu, and the marriage was her way of demonstrating loyalty to her father, choosing to wed the accused man herself to prove his innocence. Others claim the man was selected for political reasons, someone deemed worthy by the tribal council, even if he hadn't bested her in sport. What is certain, however, is that Kutulun did not marry for love, and she did not marry on her own terms. Her wrestling challenge disappeared. Her resistance, at least publicly, had ended. But if her opponents expected her to fade quietly into domestic life, they were sorely mistaken. Even after marriage, Kutulun continued to command troops. She still rode into battle. She maintained her position at her father's side until his final days. The title of wife changed little about her role in the political and military affairs of the Chagatai Khanate. Still, her marriage marked the beginning of a shift. The legend of the unconquered warrior princess had met the realities of dynastic politics. Even Kutulun, fierce as she was, could not completely escape the demands of the world she was born into. Yet she had made her point, on the battlefield, on the wrestling ground, and in the hearts of her people. She had never been defeated. Not really. In 1301, everything changed. Kaidu Khan, the powerful warlord who had defied Kublai Khan, kept the western steppe in check and trusted his daughter more than any of his sons, died. His passing sent a tremor through the Chagatai Khanate. Without a clear successor, the line of inheritance fractured immediately. Kaidu had never officially named Kutulun as his heir, despite her unmatched military record and steadfast loyalty. Whether he feared political backlash or believed the nobles would never accept a woman, he left the throne open, and the wolves descended. Her brothers, particularly Orus and Chapar, scrambled to fill the vacuum. Some claimed Kaidu had whispered a name on his deathbed. Others insisted they had always been the rightful heirs. What followed wasn't just a succession debate. It was a power struggle laced with betrayal, rivalry, and violence. Kutulun didn't stand idle. Though she may not have been formally recognized as the Khan's successor, she wielded more influence than most of her male relatives combined. Her support, or opposition, could make or break a claim. Soldiers still followed her. Local leaders still respected her. Many believed she should rule, and there are reports, fragmentary and debated, that Kutulun attempted to claim leadership in the immediate aftermath of Kaidu's death. If true, this would have made her one of the few women in Mongol history to vie openly for power at the Khanal level. But the odds were against her. The steppes' traditions were not ready to accept a female Khan, no matter how capable she was. The same commanders who had once praised her in battle now turned to her brothers, fearing the political instability that might come from breaking patriarchal norms. Kutulun's opposition grew louder. Her options grew fewer. In the end, Chapar seized power, backed by influential nobles and opportunists. Kutulun was sidelined, but not entirely erased. She continued to hold command in her own territory and remained a feared presence. Still, the reins of the Khanate slipped through her fingers. It was a bitter turn. The woman who had fought beside her father for decades was denied the chance to lead in his place. But Kutulun didn't disappear. She watched. She advised. And she waited. For even in defeat, she was never diminished. As the dust settled from Kaidu's death and the succession battles cooled, Kutulun found herself in a strange position. Still powerful, still feared, but increasingly isolated. Her brother Chapar now held formal control of the Khanate, though his rule was tenuous at best. He lacked Kaidu's charisma, Kutulun's military brilliance, and the loyalty of many tribal leaders. The political landscape had become unstable. Alliances shifted quickly. The Mongol Empire, once united by Genghis Khan's iron will, had splintered into competing factions, each led by Khans more concerned with self-preservation than unity. Kutulun remained at the edge of this chaos. She still commanded warriors loyal to her. She still advised in military matters. But the open road to leadership had closed. Her position was now more symbolic, an icon of what could have been. And then, just as quietly as she had emerged decades earlier, Kutulun vanished from the record. She died in 1306, her exact cause of death unknown. No chronicles detail her final battle, or whether she died in war or peace. There were no grand funerals recorded, no epics composed at the time. Just a sudden silence. Some speculate she was assassinated by political enemies. Others believe she died of illness. A few wonder if she chose exile, retreating into obscurity once it became clear that her time had passed. But the lack of details does not erase the weight of her legacy. Kutulun had lived her life by her own code, fierce, loyal, and unbending. She had out-wrestled every man who tried to conquer her. She had ridden into battle not as decoration, but as a general. She had earned her father's trust and nearly ruled in his place. In a world dominated by men, she stood as an equal, and often their superior. No husband had ever defeated her. No enemy had ever conquered her. And even in death she remained unconquered in memory. While her brothers' names faded into the footnotes of Mongol history, Kutulun became legend. Her name would live on in the tales told around fires, in the whispers of travelling merchants, and, eventually, in the pages of history books written centuries later. She may have died quietly, but nothing about her life had ever been quiet. Kutulun's physical presence may have disappeared in 1306, but her legend refused to die. For centuries her story travelled not through formal chronicles, but by word of mouth, carried by nomads across the steppes, by traders on the Silk Road, and by foreign visitors both fascinated and confused by the memory of a woman who had wrestled her way into history. One of the earliest outsiders to mention her was Marco Polo, the Venetian traveller who visited the Mongol court in the late 13th century. He spoke of a warrior princess who could ride into enemy ranks and seize a man as easily as a hawk snatches a chicken. Though his accounts are often coloured with exaggeration, Polo's portrayal helped enshrine Kutulun in the Western imagination, not just as a curiosity, but as a marvel. Later chroniclers like Rashid al-Din included her in their histories, focusing more on her martial abilities and her unusual vow of wrestling for marriage. While these accounts differ in detail, they all agree on the essentials. Kutulun was a woman of extraordinary strength, intelligence, and autonomy, in a world that rarely allowed such traits to flourish in women. And then came the transformation, from legend to symbol. Centuries after her death, Kutulun's story was reimagined in various forms. In the 18th century, her life inspired a French opera titled Turandot, though with a heavy European twist. In this version, Kutulun becomes the icy Chinese princess who refuses to marry any man unless he can solve her riddles. Those who fail are executed. The bloodthirsty tone has little to do with the historical Kutulun, but it shows how powerful her legend had become. So powerful that it could be reshaped, absorbed, and misrepresented across cultures. The most famous adaptation, of course, came in the 20th century with Puccini's opera Turandot. Audiences around the world heard Kutulun's story without ever hearing her name. The woman behind the myth was lost in translation, but not erased. Today, historians and feminist scholars have worked to reclaim her truth from the fog of fiction. In Mongolia and Central Asia, Kutulun is celebrated as a national hero, a symbol of female strength and resistance. Statues have been raised in her honor. Her name lives on in popular retellings, both academic and poetic. Because long after empires fall, stories endure, and hers still thunders like hooves across the steppe. In a world still grappling with the limits placed on women, on who they're allowed to be, what they're permitted to achieve, Kutulun's story resonates more than ever. She wasn't a queen tucked away in a palace, nor a passive figurehead married off for diplomacy. She was a general, a wrestler, a tactician, and a daughter who might have become a ruler. Her life remains a fierce rebuttal to the idea that women in history were always silent, always obedient, always sidelined. Kutulun wasn't. Across Central Asia today, Kutulun's name is spoken with pride. In Mongolia, she is hailed as a symbol of female power, a true descendant of Genghis Khan, who proved that strength and femininity were never mutually exclusive. In wrestling circles, her name is evoked with reverence. Some even consider her the spiritual mother of Burk, Mongolian wrestling itself. Women who take up arms or challenge tradition are often compared to her. She has become a cultural shorthand for fearless defiance. Modern scholars and authors have also begun restoring her story to its rightful place. While earlier generations remembered her through warped Western lenses, romanticized, exoticized, or misrepresented, contemporary historians are sifting through the layers, reclaiming the true Kutulun, not a fairy tale princess, but a real human being who demanded to live on her terms. She's inspired children's books, documentaries, and academic theses. Her legacy has also seeped into pop culture, appearing in shows like Marco Polo, where she's portrayed as a fierce warrior, unafraid to speak her mind or challenge tradition. Though dramatized, these portrayals at least reintroduce her to modern audiences, inviting them to dig deeper. Her story is also part of a broader effort to rewrite the historical narrative, to make space for the voices long ignored or misrepresented. Kutulun isn't just a historical footnote. She's a chapter that was almost erased, now rediscovered. And perhaps that's her greatest victory. She lived in an era where power was measured in strength, loyalty, and legacy, and she mastered all three. No man ever conquered her in sport, no army ever crushed her in war, and no culture, no empire, no time period could silence her completely. Kutulun lives on, as legend, as symbol, and as proof that sometimes the fiercest warrior wears a braid, not a crown. Imagine a world without hospitals, surgical theatres, or even a fixed address. Now imagine thriving in it. For the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, from the Scythians and Sarmatians to the Turks and Mongols, this wasn't a temporary state. It was a way of life. Always on the move, chasing grazing pastures and evading enemies, they had no luxury for stationary institutions. And yet, they developed a remarkably effective system of medicine, fluid, adaptive, and as mobile as the people it served. Nomadic medicine wasn't centered around buildings or bureaucracy. It was carried on horseback, stored in saddlebags, and passed down through spoken word, observation, and spiritual ritual. There were no clinics, no white coats. The healer came to you, or sometimes rode beside you into battle. This was medicine born out of necessity and honed by generations of intimate observation of the land, animals, and people. Nomads treated wounds in the field, under the open sky. They cured infections in felt tents. They delivered babies miles from the nearest settlement. Their methods may seem simple to modern eyes, but they were anything but primitive. Theirs was a holistic approach. Healing was not just about treating a physical symptom, it was about restoring balance between body, soul, and spirit. Illness was often seen as the result of disharmony with the natural world, with one's ancestors, or with unseen spirits. And so, medicine among the steppe peoples was never just a science, it was also deeply spiritual. Knowledge came not from books, but from lived experience. The role of healer often fell to shamans, elders, or those with an inherited calling. They memorized plant lore, knew how to reduce fevers with goat's milk or willow bark, and could set a broken bone using leather straps and smooth river stones. But they also spoke to spirits, performed purification rituals, and interpreted dreams. Nomadic medicine was shaped by resilience. You couldn't wait for a specialist. You had to know how to act, quickly and wisely. Every rider, every mother, every elder was expected to know something about health, because survival depended on it. In a world that moved with the wind and lived on horseback, medicine had to keep up. And somehow it did. In the world of nomadic medicine, the most powerful healer wasn't a doctor in a white coat, it was the shaman. Shamans held a unique place in steppe societies. They were part healer, part priest, part psychologist, and part performer. Often chosen through visions, dreams, or signs of spiritual sensitivity, shamans were believed to walk between worlds, the physical and the spiritual, the living and the dead, the seen and the unseen. To a nomadic community, illness wasn't just a biological problem. It could be the result of offending a spirit, angering an ancestor, or being struck by the malevolent gaze of an evil eye. Physical symptoms were interpreted through a spiritual lens. That's where the shaman came in. When someone fell ill, especially with no clear injury or explanation, the shaman was summoned. Dressed in elaborate robes made of fur, feathers, bones, and bells, they would enter a trance, sometimes with the help of rhythmic drumming, chanting, or inhaling smoke from sacred herbs. In this altered state, the shaman would attempt to communicate with spirits to find the source of the illness. Healing rituals might involve drawing illness out of the body with the help of talismans or feathers, chanting protective spells, or using sacred objects like mirrors to reflect spiritual harm. Some rituals required sacrifices of animals, milk, or incense to appease the spirit world. But shamans weren't only spiritual mediators, they were also practical healers. Many had a deep understanding of medicinal herbs, midwifery, and emergency care. They could dress wounds, reduce fevers, and treat common ailments. What made them unique was that they saw the body and soul as one, never separated. Interestingly, shamans often served multiple communities across the steppe. Their fame spread not through social media, but through oral tradition. A powerful healer might be summoned from hundreds of miles away to perform a cure. Gender roles varied. In some cultures, shamans were predominantly male. In others, especially among Turkic and Siberian nomads, female shamans were equally respected. Some were even gender fluid, seen as spiritually powerful because they existed outside conventional roles. In times of illness, it was the shaman's tent that offered both comfort and confrontation, a place where healing meant facing not only your pain, but the spirits behind it. To the nomads, health was not just about survival. It was about balance with the world you rode through, and the worlds you couldn't see. With no apothecaries or stocked pharmacies, nomadic healers relied on what the land offered, and the steppe offered more than you'd think. The vast grasslands of Central Asia, Siberia, and the Caucasus weren't just grazing territory for horses and sheep. They were medicine cabinets, plants, minerals, animal parts. Every natural element was fair game for healing. Knowledge of these remedies was passed down orally, generation to generation, often guarded by elders, midwives, and shamans. Take the yarrow plant, for example. Common across Eurasia, it was crushed into a poultice to stop bleeding. Willow bark, which contains salicin, the compound from which aspirin is derived, was brewed into tea to treat fevers and inflammation. Juniper berries were burned in ritual purification, but also brewed as a tonic for digestive issues and used to disinfect wounds. Garlic, wild onions, and fermented mare's milk, airag, were frequently used as immunity boosters. Herbal treatments weren't just about ingredients, they were about timing. Plants were gathered at specific times of year, under specific moon phases, or after particular rituals. Some herbs were dried and stored in leather pouches. Others had to be used fresh. The preparation was just as important as the plant itself. Animal-based medicine also had its place. Yak or sheep fat was used to treat frostbite. Bear bile and deer antler shavings were believed to boost vitality. Horse milk, rich in vitamin C, was not only a daily drink, but also a common remedy for weakness, fatigue, and even depression. And then there were stones and minerals. Powdered limestone was sometimes applied to wounds to dry them out. Sulphur was burned to cleanse sick tents. Salt was essential, not only for preservation, but for purging and disinfecting. What's striking about nomadic pharmacology is its holistic nature. Remedies were rarely administered alone. A tea came with a prayer. A wound was treated while a charm was tied around the wrist. Physical and spiritual healing went hand in hand. Healers knew their environments intimately. They could look at a patch of wildflowers and tell you which were safe to eat, which could calm a cough, and which would kill a man by morning. That knowledge wasn't written down, it was lived. And if you wanted to survive the open steppe, you didn't just need a sword. You needed someone who could tell roots from poison. Nomadic life wasn't just about tending livestock or herding across open plains. It was a life of war, raids, and physical hardship. And when bones cracked or blood flowed, healing had to be swift, smart, and mobile. Battlefield medicine was a vital skill among nomads, especially for warrior cultures like the Scythians, Huns, Turks, and Mongols. In these societies, everyone knew how to ride and fight, and that meant injuries were common. From broken ribs to deep lacerations, nomadic healers had to act fast, often with nothing more than a saddlebag of tools and a sharp mind. Bone setting was one of the most valued healing arts. Dislocations, fractures, and joint injuries were treated using surprisingly advanced techniques. Healers used animal sinew or strips of rawhide as makeshift splints. Smooth stones or carved bone braces kept limbs immobile. Dislocated joints were popped back into place with controlled leverage, a skill that was part art, part brute force. Wounds were cleaned using boiled water, alcohol from fermented milk, or infused herbal tonics. Cauterization was commonly practiced, heating a metal tool in fire and pressing it to a wound to stop bleeding and prevent infection. Painful? Yes, but effective. It meant the difference between life and death in an age before antibiotics. Suturing techniques also existed. Horsehair or sheep gut could be used as thread, and bone needles were common. Wounds were stitched, then sealed with natural resins or animal fat to protect them from dirt and bacteria. In serious cases, bloodletting was employed, not always out of superstition, but as a method to relieve swelling, bruising, or perceived imbalances in the body. Horns, blades, and even leeches were used, depending on the tribe and the condition. Interestingly, battlefield surgery didn't only happen after a fight, it often took place during it. Some shamans or senior warriors carried small kits to dress wounds mid-battle. Quick thinking and crude field dressings kept soldiers fighting longer and helped prevent infection from setting in early. Even dentistry wasn't ignored. Cracked or rotting teeth were pulled using iron tools. For toothaches, they applied a paste made of clove oil, ground bone, and wild herbs directly to the gum. Nomads couldn't afford long recovery times. Their medicine had to be portable, fast, and effective. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. And when you live in a world where danger gallops just over the next hill, that's all that mattered. Among nomadic peoples, the birth of a child was both a blessing and a battlefield. Without permanent shelters, maternity wards, or trained obstetricians, childbirth on the steppe was a dangerous yet sacred event, handled almost entirely by women, using a mix of experience, herbal knowledge, spiritual ritual, and sheer resilience. Midwives were central to this world. They weren't formally trained, but they carried generations of knowledge passed down through observation and oral tradition. These women knew how to position a baby, how to soothe a mother in labour, and how to act fast when things went wrong. Births typically happened inside gers or yurts, the felt-covered tents of the steppe, which could be made warm, clean, and private. The mother would squat, stand, or lean against another woman during delivery, positions that used gravity to assist the birth and minimised prolonged labour. The midwife monitored the baby's position, adjusted the mother's breathing, and massaged her abdomen to encourage contractions. Pain management came through both herbal remedies and ritual. A tea made of valerian root or wild poppy might be used to calm the mother's nerves. Juniper smoke was often burned to cleanse the space and drive away malevolent spirits. The presence of charms, amulets, and whispered blessings helped create a sense of protection. If complications arose, breech birth, hemorrhaging, retained placenta, the midwife had limited options, but a lifetime of practiced intuition. Herbs like shepherd's purse or yarrow were used to control bleeding. Pressure techniques and warm compresses were applied to help reposition the fetus. In rare cases, forced delivery by hand might be attempted, a dangerous move, but sometimes the only choice. Once the baby was born, horse milk or warm sheep's milk was often the first nourishment, especially if the mother was weak. The umbilical cord was cut with a sterilized knife or flint, then tied with a string soaked in alcohol or brine. The baby was swaddled in felt and anointed with protective symbols, sometimes soot or oils placed on the forehead or chest. Infant mortality was high. But when both mother and child survived, it was cause for major celebration. The newborn was not just a child, it was the future of the clan, another rider for the endless steppe. And for nomads, that meant everything. Not all illnesses came from wounds or weather. Sometimes, the body broke without explanation. A man would grow weak despite eating well. A child would stop speaking. A warrior would suffer nightmares and refuse to ride. These were not just illnesses, they were signs of a spirit sickness. For the nomads of the steppe, the invisible was just as real as the visible. They believed that spiritual imbalance, curses, or offended ancestors could manifest as disease. This wasn't superstition. It was an integrated part of their worldview, where health depended on harmony between the physical and the spiritual. When someone fell mysteriously ill, they didn't always call the midwife or the bone setter. They called the shaman. The shaman would examine the symptoms, not just physical ones, but emotional and behavioral changes. Was the patient talking to unseen things? Had they become withdrawn? Were they unusually angry or afraid? These were signs that the illness came from another world. Diagnosis involved ritual. The shaman might burn herbs like mugwort or juniper, chant to the ancestors, or use objects like bones, mirrors, or drums to read the spirit world. The illness could be caused by a wandering soul, an angry ancestor, or a demonic force. Sometimes it was said that the person's soul had left the body and become lost. To heal, the shaman performed soul retrieval rituals. These were dramatic events. The shaman might don elaborate costumes, mimic the behaviour of animals, or speak in strange voices. All of this was intended to draw the spirit's attention, negotiate its return, or chase away harmful forces. Talismans were placed under pillows. Protective tattoos were drawn. Salt circles were laid around the yurt. Some shamans used animal sacrifices, offering the blood of a lamb or goat to appease the spirit realm. For more common spiritual afflictions like nightmares, infertility, or melancholy, smaller rituals were held. Dreamcatcher-like charms made of bones, feathers, and thread were hung over sleeping areas. Special songs were sung. Milk or vodka was poured as an offering to the spirits. What modern medicine might call trauma, depression, or psychosis, nomadic societies treated through story, ritual, and deep communal care. The illness was not just yours. It affected the tribe. And healing meant bringing the whole world back into balance. In the absence of medical schools or written manuals, how did nomadic societies preserve and pass down medical knowledge? The answer: collective memory. Nomadic medicine was not centralized in universities or locked away in elite circles. It lived in the mouths of elders, in the hands of mothers, and in the practices of every rider, hunter, and healer. It was communal, taught through demonstration, remembered through story, and refined through lived experience on the open steppe. Children grew up watching injuries treated after horse falls, or fevers soothed with herbal steam. By the time they reached adulthood, they knew the basics: how to stop bleeding with moss, how to prepare a root tea for stomach cramps, how to recognize the signs of a spiritual affliction. Knowledge wasn't given through formal lessons, it was embedded in daily life. Elders played a crucial role. Grandmothers especially were often walking encyclopedias of medicinal knowledge. They knew which plants to gather in spring, how to prepare a poultice for swollen joints, or how to ease childbirth pains with rhythmic chanting and breath control. Many acted as informal doctors within the clan, treating ailments while telling stories that carried layers of coded advice and health wisdom. Shamans trained apprentices, not through classrooms, but through mentorship. A chosen pupil might spend years learning how to interpret dreams, prepare ritual tools, or enter trance states safely. The training was personal, intuitive, and deeply spiritual. There were no exams, but failure could mean disaster for both patient and healer. The communal nature of knowledge also meant that nomadic medicine could adapt. If a new herb was discovered while migrating to unfamiliar lands, its effects were tested, documented orally, and shared. A new treatment might be tried on a sick animal before a human. If it worked, it became part of the tribe's living knowledge. This oral tradition had its vulnerabilities. Disease outbreaks could wipe out entire family lines and their medicinal wisdom with them. But it also had its strengths. It was flexible, dynamic, and resilient. It could travel with the tribe, change with the seasons, and adapt to new threats. In a world where everything moved, the one constant was memory, not written in books, but in the rhythm of everyday life. A knowledge passed not by pen, but by firelight, sweat, and story. For nomadic societies, animals weren't just companions or commodities, they were lifelines. Horses, sheep, yaks, goats, and camels formed the backbone of steppe economies, culture, and even spiritual life. So naturally, caring for animal health was just as critical as healing human wounds, sometimes more so. Animal medicine was a highly developed parallel system, often overseen by the same people who treated human ailments. In fact, the line between veterinary and human medicine was blurred. If something could heal a sick goat, it might work for a person, and vice versa. The bond between rider and horse especially shaped a deep understanding of physiology, trauma, and recovery. Common illnesses like hoof rot, skin infections, respiratory issues, or parasites were treated with herbal mixtures, poultices, and smoke. Burned juniper and wormwood smoke wasn't just used for humans, it was also waved over stables to disinfect the air and repel pests. Fleas and ticks were driven off with crushed garlic rubbed into the animal's fur or skin. For deeper infections or open wounds, healers might use heated metal to cauterize, just like with humans. Horse fat or sheep tallow was applied to wounds to prevent cracking and promote healing, especially in winter. Broken bones in animals were rare but not impossible, and were treated with wooden braces and tightly wrapped leather bindings, followed by enforced rest. The animal might be hobbled or kept close to camp while it healed. Colic in horses, a potentially fatal condition, was treated with massaging, herbal tonics, and in some cases, forced walking to restart the digestive system. For milk animals, mastitis, a breast infection, was known and treated with warm compresses and constant milking to relieve pressure. What's remarkable is that these treatments were learned without books, lab testing, or diagnostics. They came from generational observation and close living with animals. A nomadic herder could look at a camel's gait and know something was wrong. A grandmother could hear the tone of a sheep's bleat and recognize fever. The spiritual dimension was never far off either. Animals were believed to be affected by spirits just like people. A shaman might bless a sick horse or perform a cleansing ritual for a herd stricken with illness. Because if the animals died, the people didn't just lose wealth. They lost movement, milk, meat, and mobility. Healing the herd meant healing the heart of nomadic life. Though modern hospitals, pharmaceuticals, and globalized healthcare have changed the way we view medicine, the legacy of nomadic healing still lingers, quietly resilient, often overlooked, but remarkably enduring. Many of the remedies once carried in leather pouches and whispered in wind-swept tents have found validation in modern science. Willow bark is now recognized as the natural precursor to aspirin. Juniper smoke is understood to have antimicrobial properties. Techniques like bone setting, herbal poultices, and warm compresses continue to be used around the world, some unchanged for centuries. But more than the remedies themselves, it's the philosophy behind nomadic medicine that still speaks to us today. Steppe healing was built on adaptability. It didn't rely on sterile labs or climate-controlled pharmacies. It relied on being observant, inventive, and grounded in nature. It wasn't about cure so much as balance, restoring harmony between the body, the community, the spirit world, and the land. This mindset is returning. In a world increasingly overwhelmed by synthetic quick fixes and impersonal healthcare systems, there's a growing hunger for holistic medicine, for plant-based treatments, and for respectful integration of traditional knowledge. What was once dismissed as superstition is now being re-evaluated as a body of experiential wisdom, tested, adapted, and preserved through the sheer necessity of survival. In Mongolia and across Central Asia, nomadic medicine is still practiced. Healers still prepare teas from wild herbs, still perform shamanic rituals, still teach children the signs of a sick animal or the first symptom of frostbite. Even among modernized populations, remnants of this tradition persist, woven into cultural identity like thread through felt. Of course, not all steppe medicine was safe or effective. Some rituals were based on belief rather than biology. But the human insight, the awareness of emotional health, the power of communal care, the role of nature in healing, remains timeless. Nomadic medicine teaches us that healing doesn't have to be high-tech to be profound. It shows that care can exist in a tent, on a mountain, in the middle of nowhere, that a healer doesn't need a degree to be wise, that health is as much about connection, to people, to place, to purpose, as it is about biology. And in that lesson, the steppe still speaks.